It might rain today, or was it yesterday? I don't know, I've been inside. It's been a while since I looked up at the sky. I'd consider if I only could decide which animal to ride. My makeup burns, but what lies beneath is too much to reveal. Life's easier when emotions are sealed. I like to keep on wondering what is real. Man, what's your deal? And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. And when I put on a face, I never look upset. And when I give them a dance, they always write me a check. Tie a knot in a balloon and ask them, what do you see? It's a Rorschach test of your reality. You can hold it tight, but don't squeeze too hard. It'll pop in your hands and you'll be left with the shards. It looks funny when you stretch it, just don't pull it apart. You can sew it back together with a couple of scars. I'm disastrously distasteful, dazzling and dreamy. Call up anyone you know and they'll describe me as a genie. I'll make your dreams come true, turn impossible to plausible. Have a problem, come to me, nothing's unresolvable. I need your smile, I live for your dance. I live for your passion, I live for romance. And if unsatisfactory, give me a chance. I'll pull down the moon and tuck it in your hands. And so it goes. You can find me at my shows, telling lies disguised as jokes, through a sonnet or a poem. I'm waiting here in the darkness for my bus. I am alone. The conductor asks for tickets and I groan. Open my mouth to tell a joke and he says, you are the silliest motherfucker I've ever met.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. Because we are, like, I think for pretty much everybody, except for those in your PSTA land, whatever the fuck it is. It is the morning. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? I woke up and I was like, I feel awake and alive. So I should probably do something. That sounds fun. So firstly, Kai Rise with the 2, Beckett collecting good artists like Pokemon, GG's, true, that's just accurate. Star Sprinter with a 5, there is a birthday at the Sprinter household, have some of our spoils as a gift, thank you very much and happy birthday to whoever's birthday that may be. Potato, 10 months at seething, top spot where I belong, as it should be, Potato. Rotting Brain with a 5, Hiten crushing at the start of Pride Month, autumn time. Fuck, is it Pride Month again already? Fuck me. Again with a 5. I feel especially homophobic this Pride Month for some reason. Don't worry, I'm gonna help. Potato with a 5, Hiten, more like Hitler. Honestly, hate her voice more than Doodle Tones. Listen, someone sent me something that someone was Lio, and I was shocked, chat, to find out that Hiten made a video attacking the commentary community. I'm sure this won't reflect badly. I haven't watched this. I saw somebody in chat mention the Foxton stuff. I brought those up. They're incredibly long. I've got no idea what the fuck those are. So, I listen, I thought I'd just go live, do some shit. I don't know how stable my stream's going to be. I'm also, like, downloading an update to something, or I'm patching, like, fucking Tainted Grail. I was like, well, I don't want to stop now. We might play some later, we might not. We'll see how stream goes. We'll see. We'll see how stream goes. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. But I thought we'd do a nice little quiet surprise. You know, Saturday 1 AM stream. Drunk people can sort of like wander in. Just watch the first one halfway through. You'll be surprised. Oh my fucking god. Also, the Doodletone story is developing. And I think it's actually gonna get worse. It's actually gonna get worse. The shit I have seen, chat. It is fucking unreal. Potato with the 5. Did you see the Doodletone's Patreon Not Safe for Work channel? Yeah, I want to die. Fuck, okay, apparently that's already out. I was like, that's the thing I can't mention. I have been told about it. Apparently there's some of it that I am legally not allowed to see in the UK. But I have, let's just say, Doodletones going at Vlad might have been a little bit fucking hypocritical. No, please say psych. No, it's real. It's fucking horrifying. Guys, this pony porn. I think there is. Again, I haven't seen the images but from what I understand, there's like full on Folcon in there. Like, what the fuck is going on? Shirley May with 2. Cheers to your morning, Crab King. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. I get to wear the little I told you so collar. It's so good. Ziggy with the 5. I'm 4 days into a 5-day art stream, and listening to this degeneracy has kept me sane. Have $5. Thank you, Ziggy, for the 5. Much appreciated. Oh, fucking 7. Oh, okay. Right, you all ready? Yeah, you're ready. I fucking love it here.
Made it no secret that I'm something of a drama hound, a tea sipper, a beef sommelier. I like to watch these petty grudge matches online like most people do. Sometimes it's nothing more.
Seraphy with the 2. It gets worse. Oh, Seraphy sent me something to play. Hold on. Like, I'm so out of it. Poetry with the 2. Can we be bees for the stream? We can be bees. We can be bees, chat. We can live for 30 years. It's good news. What the fuck is this?
Oh, I've been waking up under Blake's blue blossom days of...
There is no way that is getting past copyright. Fuck it.
Only Damocles would hit me back. No,
what the fuck is this?
Faces on a fall thing would prevent my head from fading to black. And it feels like falling into the sea from outer space in seconds to me. And I play this golden days on repeat.
Shit, what the fuck? Why did you send this to me? Yeah, I'm with the 5. To give chat a descriptor, imagine a horse entirely inside someone, and I'm literal when I say this. Thank you. Oh, fucking hell. Dude, what an absolute shit show. Right, okay. Okay. Okay, let's get going. So Heten's saying that they're like... Fuck me. Oh, fuck. Heten's background character is this background reminds me of the weird visual art from the scary Godmother movies. It's such a mess. Like... Okay, so listen, Heten's a bit of a drama hound. I'm sure her critiques of the commentary community... I saw a picture of Dioro in here. They take shots at Dioro. How dare you? How dare you take shots at the Don? It gets worse from there too. Oh, fuck, Potato. Thank you for the 2. Oh, shit.
Objective morality, and sometimes it's a call-out for literal crimes. However, I've also made it no secret that my favorite community to watch is the wider commentary community. Not my small slideshow section where we have Danganronpa avatars and talk about Pokemon. No, I'm talking about figures like Baki RFC, Tipster, Boblex.
No way! No fucking way! Listen, guys, I'm an expert on the word. Listen, Boblax, Tipster, Oggy RFC, those fuckers.
Turkey Tom, and the lens by which
Turkey Tom. There's an entire section on Turkey Tom. This is so retarded. It's
we're
great.
going to
I love
do
it.
all of this through Nicholas.
I've been doing ArtCon for a while. I need to recapture a section of the commentary community. Guys, it's Nick as a clown. Oh my fucking oh dude, am I gonna get in trouble? Is there gonna be a comment somewhere if Beckett was reviewing Nick Dioro painted as a clown? Bro, it's good effort. It's good effort. Fuck. Seraphim with 5. I'm a furry and I've drawn some weird ass spicy art, but I've never drawn a horse, anthro-person, or whatever entirely inside somebody. Apparently it's head first. Guy writes with the 5. Imagine it's old Boblack. Someone reached through the screen and saved them all from becoming Miss Manchi.
Dioro. See, while I enjoy a little casual beef here and there, I've noticed that this community is constantly at its own throat like it's got Hinamizawa disease. One day someone is trustworthy and the whole team's behind them, and the next, they're disavowed and completely shunned. These guys are so two-faced and stupid, I wouldn't be surprised if a nickel makes most of their decisions. Now...
Jesus Christ. Oh my god, fucking... There is absolutely a timeline. There is absolutely a timeline where, like, the anti, like, fucking... Dude, at the moment, there's some sort of, like, weird war going on. And, like, there's a Twitter space earlier that was fucking... I listened to this shit. And... there is a timeline where Hiten survives and makes content and becomes friends with, like, Queeman and, like, Perry. Fuck, Hiten, that's your next move. Go join the debate, bros. Fucking hell. To be fair, Nick is a clown for being a Rangers fan. Thanks, Sakani with the 10. With the 5. Fucking hell. Hey, buddy. Kai rides with the 2. Also, you should send the clown pic to Nick. I might do that. It might be like, he made a video on you. You aware of this? Content crossover, bro. Sparkle Rizzle with the 2. Give me XP. Dude, the fucking community rankings are chaos.
Well, let's get into that. Specifically, I think it's time we go back.
But we have grown in the one way that V2 never could, emotionally.
Now let's rewind the clock all the way back for a minute. Back to 2019. Yeah, I know, it's a little ways, but you're gonna have to trust me. Back in 2019, D'Angelo Wallace called out Turkey Tom for making anti-Semitic jokes in a video.
Oh my fucking god. Oh, what are we doing? Guys, you don't understand. D'Angelo Wallace called out Turkey Tom. D'Angelo Wallace! Fuck me.
And later for using the N-word. He said,
The YouTuber Turkey Tom threw a bunch of anti-Semitic imagery in his latest video, and it resulted in a comment section full of anti-Semitism. Wow. If you have to rely on racism for YouTube engagement, A, accept that your content is trash, and B, go screw yourself. I'm cleaning this up for YouTube.
Listen, they are right. If you have to rely on racism to make your YouTube content, I think that there's seriously something wrong with you. I like, again, you just don't need that. You don't need that. That would be crazy. It would be crazy if somebody relied on racism for their YouTube content.
I guess I can call black people niggers.
I fucking love it here. Oh, we had sticker time already. We're at sticker time already. This is fucking... Listen, guys, it's wild. It's wild. I need to get chat on screen, don't I? Thank you so much. I'm so fucking proud of you. As always, proud streamer right here. Proud fucking streamer. Let me get chat on screen. What a fucking time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, fuck me. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's grab chat. Let's grab chat. Pop out window. There we go. There we go. Ooh, nearly perfect. Is that right? Is that... that's mostly right, isn't it? Yeah. That's well positioned. I'm impressed with myself. I'm impressed with myself, chat. Let's put you there, D'Angelo.
Obviously. And to this I attached an image of comments that I picked out from the comment section showing how people were in fact being quite anti-Semitic. Happy Thanksgiving, we're eating turkey Tom. He thought we wouldn't be able to see his racism through the thin veil of comedy. Meanwhile, he's doing this in everyday conversation. So allow me to repeat from yesterday when you tried to gaslight me. Go F yourself.
Now, like the responsible, thick-skinned individuals we're talking about, the whole community lost their fucking minds. They claimed D'Angelo was calling Tom a Nazi, that the screenshots were a year old, that they were edgy jokes, but Tom...
Shelly May, thank you for the 5 for the stickers. Also, I think I missed that one because I suck. If I missed any others while I was reloading things, I apologize. But thank you guys, you're the fucking best. Let's go. Yeah, like, okay. This M-word thing gets held over Tom's head constantly. It's fucking infuriating. Like, unironically, who gives a shit? I'm sorry, who cares? It's so long ago, and it's like it's just a constant thing brought up against him. I don't understand why you can't shut the fuck up about it. Car Rides with 2, they were bitching about Ethan's wife even then. Yeah, it's one of these things looking back, and content and alliances and all this shit changes over time. Obviously. I don't get this. I don't get why Tom, of all people, has this hold over his head. I've got multiple clips of Doodle Tones saying the M-word, and no one gave a shit. No one gave a shit. It's almost like none of you people have any consistent standards. You just get mad at somebody, and you're like, we can use this thing over and over and over again. Bro. Why did you start the stream at midnight? I was awake. That's it. That's literally it. That's if you're new here, there is no schedule to streaming. There is just whenever I feel like going live. Am I bored? We're probably going live.
Tom wasn't racist. We're gonna focus on Nick's response. First, he unpinned one of D'Angelo's comments and made a big deal about it, on top of comparing D'Angelo's showcase of Tom's blatant racism to a false accusation of rape. He then...
What? Imagine if D'Angelo Wallace had a family or something to do this on Thanksgiving instead of hunting imaginary white nationalists and have his followers harass a minor and a dude with autism. What a grade A scumbag. Happy Thanksgiving. Wait, is Tom autistic? I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
He then proceeds to mock D'Angelo for posting on Thanksgiving when...
Wait, hold on.
Showcase of Tom's blatant racism to...
You're as much of a degenerate as Alex.
A false accusation of rape!
Why is that a false... Wait, how is that an accusation of rape, Hiten? What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, fuck, maybe the retarded guy who came at me recently was like, they just say things and show unrelated screenshots had a point. Where's Nick making a false accusation of rape? What? What do you mean?
He then proceeds to mock D'Angelo for posting on Thanksgiving when... So was he. You were right there on Twitter. If this is sad clown behavior, then you're all at Pagliacci's birthday party, big man. Saying D'Angelo was hunting imaginary white nationalists when...
That's what D'Angelo did. That's all D'Angelo Wallace did. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you fucking, bro? Are you fucking? Maybe Hiten should have like spent less time taking shots at the fucking commentary community. And this is like 2 years ago. Maybe you should have taken care of your own fucking house, Hiten. Maybe if you had, all your friends wouldn't have been fed into a meat grinder over the last 6 months. Maybe you should have taken care of your own house.
Literally nobody said that. And then, in an interesting move, pulled a very funny card. A minor with autism, huh? You know, for such edgy, iron-skinned boys, it's funny that you do the same thing you mock other people for doing. Specifically, something you mocked Deaf Noodles for doing. Now we're gonna slide this time scale up, gonna go to 2021. we're gonna talk about Nick's beef with Deaf Noodles. I want to preface this section with the following. I don't like Deaf Noodles. Fuck, I don't like 99% of the people in this video. I agree with about 90% of the critique that he's received, and I also think he's a huge baby crying about being criticized, but most of you do.
I can't believe that they were talking about Deaf Noodles 2 years ago. That was so fucking retarded. Okay, let me explain something. Let me explain something about Nicholas Dioro to you all. Let me just lay the cards on the table here, because I don't think Nick even lies about this. Like, this isn't like in fact, fuck, Nick was talking to me about this publicly the other day. The whole goal is to annoy people. That's it. And if that means, like, using your own tactics against you, Nick will totally fucking do that. Beckett has made me agree that Cloak and Dagger was a sacrificial lamb to Lio, so he didn't look into the FCC degeneracy. Yeah, I know Lio's now agreeing with this. That's my actual opinion. I think the entire Cloak and Dagger thing was a gay op. It's the only thing that makes sense, because I don't believe these people are that fucking stupid. I don't believe it. And again, how can Hiten, of all people, seriously be making these fucking arguments about hypocrisy and about using other people's misusing tactics, when at this exact point in time 2 years ago, when was this? This was 2023. Yeah, they were just coming up to the Cloak and Dagger shit. That's fucking crazy. No, they are very much that stupid. Nah. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. These people are malicious, scummy little fucks. They knew what they were doing. I think... Is Doodles that stupid? Nah. Look, you don't survive this long being that dumb. You survive that long by being manipulative as fuck. And they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing with people like Akumbo and Chuli. They knew what they were doing with information control. They were well aware.
Honestly, I shouldn't have to say this, but given y'all have this weird predisposition to take things at their least charitable and need every single
Shocking comment from you, Hiten. Please go on.
Spelled out for you, figured I'd say it. So, Deaf Noodles. Well, one of Deaf Noodle's accusations was that the community was being racist and xenophobic. This was in response to them bullying him because he was Brazilian. He wasn't getting bullied because he was Brazilian, but it's important to mention. Nick talks about this a little, choosing to show these clips of Augie talking to Dennis.
First off, I think it's important to clarify that nowhere in this tweet does it say, you're racist. It says, disenfranchise minority creators. It says, makes jokes.
Wait, if you're disenfranchising minority creators, wouldn't that be a racist act?
I mean, people, the whole thing behind white privilege is that people don't understand that they're doing something that's disenfranchising someone without them even realizing it.
Just because these kids are disenfranchising minorities doesn't mean that Dennis actually claimed they were doing this intentionally.
It's calling them fascists, right? So here's the thing, flirting. Okay, when you flirt with someone, does that mean that you're immediately...
They flirt with fascist ideas and mask it as edginess. Oh my fucking god. Like, I hate it here. Writing Brain with the 5. Doodles absolutely knew what she was doing, especially when she tried to get people to believe she accidentally deleted her channel. Yeah, fucking insane thing to... Listen, guys, I just put my password in. I went through the multiple stages that say, do you want to delete this channel? And I clicked delete. And I thought that would transfer it. I had no idea. It was a very confusing time for me. Beckett, you would know you're the right-wing pipeline or whatever the fuck Linlin said. Listen, we're being nice to Linlin at the moment. They've been very chill. Also, let's be honest, calling me like a fascist is objectively fucking hilarious, okay? And I'm really enjoying at the moment. There's a contingent of people after the Saberspark stuff who are very carefully trying to position like me as like someone to be dismissed as a right-winger or a transphobe, and like I'm waiting for them to actually look into it and be like, oh, this is the other half of the channel is trans. Oh fuck. I'm waiting for the transphobia allegations, chat. Maddie Kitten, member for 3 months at Seething. Great content. Hope you and everyone else are having a good day. If not, I hope it gets better. Based fucking sentiment 07 in the chat. Thank you for maintaining your membership. It is much appreciated. Members, Members, don't forget, you bring me joy by being green in the chat.
Immediately dating them? I don't think you're a fascist. I think that you play around with fascist ideas.
If Dennis actually thought Augie was a fascist, why wouldn't he just say it to his face? Why deny it?
You're my
Especially when there are
fake
so many clear
transphobe.
examples like
Thank
these
you, Ian.
ones.
Do you think Hitler was like a big memer dude, or do you think he was just a stern asshole? Do you think he had like deep down he was like, well?
Big memer.
Do you think he was like kill those filthy people?
Okay. So you get the point. You say that Hitler's a fascist.
Yes.
Of course. So I mean, I think that's where that conclusion was drawn.
Even if this wasn't the best example, there are still hundreds of examples you can pull off, even in this debate, of Augie making questionable, edgy jokes.
So here's another one.
Would you rather be in an orgy or storm the Capitol?
Obviously, storming the Capitol.
So would you say that storming the Capitol was like a? Would you say that storming the Capitol was a fascist thing? It was like a coup, right? So it's fascist. Right? Tweeted the Confederate flag. So I mean, that's that flag. That's where that conclusion comes from. You know?
That's not the Confederate flag. That's the flag of Chadville.
Like it or not, Augie is a misogynist. Hyperbole or not, he's openly targeting women with his platform.
So Nick, this fat slut has an OnlyFans to run. She doesn't have time to back up her bullshit. Leave her alone, mate. But Nick disavowed it immediately. I saw some of your other friends disavow it. But that's an example, right, of like your slut shit.
I can't believe that in 2023 Hiten made a video saying, "Hey guys, do you know the commentary community is kind of edgy?" Yeah. Do you know who had to point this out? Deaf Noodles. I fucking hate it here. This is so dumb. You can't, like, again, it doesn't make any sense. It's like, if I point out somebody is like racist or sexist or transphobic, it's going to be because that's not within their normal standards as a criticism. Like, generally speaking, it's not going to be, hey guys, this person's bad. It's like, this person has no consistency. That's always been the case. It's like, if you're not judging people by their own morals, what really are you doing? If you want to give these criticisms out of like, the commentary community is very edgy, it's like, yeah, well, just don't watch them. I don't know what else to fucking tell you. Guys, did you know that did you know that Ethan Ralph is an alcoholic who like has a criminal record? Isn't that bad? Yeah, I mean, sure. Thanks for saying the fucking obvious. Did you know Nicolas Fuentes? Nicolas Fuentes is a far right thought leader. Yeah. Is there more to this? Like, I don't know what you mean. Hey, welcome to my breadtube essay of the complete fucking obvious. And once again, the irony of doing this, well, you're pulling shit like the SEC. Maybe if you had any sort of moral high ground to do this from, it would be in some way valuable. But you were doing the same shit. It's unreal. Ryan Brame 2, Becky, you are the best transphobe this month. Vlad's gonna fight me for that. Okay, the more I think about it, the more I doubt Cloak and Dagger was an op to distract from the FCK. I honestly think they legitimately believed it was fine when they do it. I think they believed it was fine when they did it. I don't think it was described to distract from the FCK. I think it was because, so like, the Cloak and Dagger shit, like, Doodles wanted to handle all that stuff quietly. It's Lyo who pushed to make it public. And I think that the, like, sacrificial element of it was basically to placate Lyo not to looking into the SCC. As an eco-fascist, you're not fascist enough. Thank you, waifu. I appreciate you. Yeah, like, the Cloud Palace, like, keeping Lyo out of the Cloud Palace seems to have been a theme for years. And that is deeply suspicious, because he's in every other server, and the example, like, the rationale Doodles gave was like, well, people didn't want you in there because you were scary, Lyo. That doesn't make any fucking sense. All these people cross-pollinated with the rest of the Senate and the other servers, and they even built a courthouse for Lyo to be in. So why keep him out of the Cloud Palace? It makes literally no fucking sense. Well, they think he was scary, okay? They think he was scary. He scared them. He scared people like Jace. Her logic wasn't, he wasn't SEC. That was his logic. No. Doodle said this to him. Doodle said this directly to him in one of the calls. The logic was the mods. It wasn't just because he wasn't SCC. At least, I mean, if that was her logic at one point, it didn't fucking hold. And also, there were plenty of people within that who weren't SCC. There were plenty of people within the Cloud Palace who weren't SCC. Ponder wasn't SCC. Not really. I don't know, man. That's like blaming Bush Jr. for 9/11. He's either dumb or super genius. Cannot be both. I don't think these people are stupid. I just think they're overly confident. I think that's their downfall.
Shaming her, you know, like.
Yeah, for context, this is a chick who had just called me a racist.
I know,
which
and I can open that up here. I have it open.
I mean, this is an objectively nasty thing to say about somebody, but I mean,
so
someone's calling somebody racist, so.
Now, he never really addresses these, simply throws them under the rug of, oh, it's humor. But he passes that section off to Dr. Skipper, who, oh boy, that's gonna be a conversation for a different segment. Now, I think there's something inherently hilarious about this coming from this video. A video where Nick critiques Def constantly for hiding behind, it's a joke, and hiding behind, I'm a minority, when he's being criticized. When that's what you and most of the community do. You frequently hide behind your autism when you're being called out for using slurs, which is something that you don't mention until you're in trouble, much like how Def didn't mention that he was Brazilian until it became an issue. I think both of you are wrong for doing this. Now, I could supercut every time in Nick, Augie, Tipster, one of their streams, that one or more members of the community just casually drop F and R slurs, but I really don't want my video getting taken down for hate speech, and I also really don't want to listen to guys who talk like teenage boys who just discovered the fuck word. Boblax posted a whole song being racist towards black people, and then
Oh my god, yes, Boblax is a bitch. We know. There were plenty of people in the fucking commentary community who were. Like, what's frustrating about this is like... Fucking hell. Oh, the BLM song? Yeah. Like, again, it's one of those where, like, you're gonna get criticism for things, but it actually depends how much you really care. It depends how much you really care. And when you're going back years to, like, the 2020s, 2020 was a weird time. I mean, you're talking, like, post-Tonkasaw. And there was a weird flip, right? And all these people have changed by the time you hit 2023. This is a friend walking up right now going, bro, season 2 of Breaking Bad was crazy. Yeah, it's like everyone kind of within the communities knows this. This is such a weird way to make a hit piece on these people over stuff that they've already broadly either addressed or don't care about. Now, like, again, I'd have criticisms for people in the same way I have criticisms for Jar. Not for the racism, but for being like a bitch when you're called out for it. It's like you're scared. You're terrified that someone's going to be like, this person's racist. Don't say the edgy joke. And mostly it's a growing up thing as well. Like, you lean into it. The autism stuff with D'Angelo, I'd have to look into, but my impression just from knowing them is, like, you tend to weaponize kind of minority statuses against people who like, respect minority statuses. But it's a joke. If I turn to somebody and go, like, and say something about, like, my things that might put me in a victim bracket, it's obviously a joke. I don't actually want those statuses. Like, so I heard Hiten was supposed to be doing The Right Thing recently. Forgot what The Right Thing is exactly. And do you know if she's done it, will do anything? I don't know. You'd have to talk to the Lion, unfortunately. Check DMs. What's in DMs? Give me a second. I've got a new mouse coming today. My mouse is actually fucked. I'm not playing the Boblax song. Thank you, Snow. I'm not playing the Boblax song.
Sit down about it, for God's
Sounds retarded and gay. Swedish crowns for you. Good morning, Kick, and thank you for the 20.
sake. So now, why is it that when Tom says, I hate N-words, it's a
like, Augie was gone when the video was up? I don't know when Augie actually left. This was 2023, so... Augie left at the end of 2023, right? Because he was gone for the whole of 2024. I don't know the timeline. I've never been a massive Augie viewer. I like him now, but I was never like I was never one of the RSC boys. Kind of like the like fan group. Matisse with the $2. Don't see all these bad things. Wow, don't you see all these bad things? Wow, based. It's like, like again, I think like Vlad would like Doodles if Doodles was just like saying the N-word. No, that's probably not true actually. I mean, not with their Patreon, not safe for work account, especially not with that. Even Vlad's not that much of a fucking degenerate.
Joke.
Wait, did Hiten know about the Patreon site? Ooh, Hiten. Did Hiten know about the Falcon?
But when D'Angelo clowns on Tom for saying it, nobody's laughing anymore. Slurs and putting people down are funny, only when it's not you guys, huh? You know, there's 3 defenses for this behavior. I'm going to hit all 3 of them, because I've had to deal with guys like you my whole life, and I'm going to have to keep dealing with them. I've heard it over and over, and
This is so weird. Why did she make this video? I'm trying to work out the series of events that got Hiten to make a video on the commentary community. I need... Actually... What was happening in 2023 that they were like, oh yeah, we need to deal with this?
makes less sense every time. 1. You can't handle dark humor. Well,
you overestimate how much cringe Vlad can put up with. True.
Here's the thing. I like a good dark joke. I've made them to friends and family alike. Fuck, I made jokes about my grandmother dying to her face on her deathbed. I'm willing, ready, and able to make a good dark joke. Here's the thing. I don't think they're jokes, guys. I think you guys are Schrodinger's asshole, hiding behind a thin veil of comedy, just like you accused Deaf Noodles of doing. Why? Because what's the punchline? What about calling people the F slur when they're acting up is funny? What's funny about calling people the R slur when they're being stupid? All your pseudo-intellectual posturing about the nature of comedy, not one of you have ever been able to explain where your jokes actually are. 2. Well, it's about context. Okay, sure. Let's say that's true.
It's about annoying people. What? It's about annoying people. Like, obviously. I'm so dumb. Okay, firstly, Gilded Poo with 2. Late chat, Little is gay for calling me alt-right. No. Listen, Vlad, don't fucking lie. You were annoyed she called me a fascist over you and went fucking crazy about it. I will leak our DMs, bro. Mediocre skullduggery with the 2. Sticker? I think you can have a sticker. I think so. I think we've hit the goal. I think you've done a fantastic job. I think I'm very proud of you. Please enjoy the sticker. Right, okay. Let's explain. The joke is watching you cry about it, Hiten. True. Let's be clear about something. The reason people like call people slurs or whatever, if I say retard, like I don't think calling somebody a retard is like some edgy line that elevates my like whatever comedy I'm putting out to some new insane levels. I don't think calling someone. Listen. The only reason I'm saying the F slur less is because I'm sick of going fucking yellow every time. But, like, I don't think any of this is elevating the comedy to any insane points, okay? That's not the joke. It's just a bit of linguistic flair. That's it. That's all it is. And, you know, and if I'm trying to make, like, something, like, if I'm covering certain topics, I will actually say retard less, because I know certain people who watch me don't like hearing that word, and if I'm being serious about something or I want to hit somebody to hear a particular argument, then I will actually moderate my language very slightly. But most of the time, I just language policing isn't important to me, so I don't fucking do it. The joke, Hiten, much like this content, is laughing at people's lives being destroyed. That's it. That's the joke. It's the garbage fire. There's nothing more deep or detailed than that. I just enjoy watching other people's pain. That's it. That's all it is. I like the way it's like, well, there must be something like deep and intrinsic. Nah, we're just bad people. That's it. I'm just a monster. Ziggy, welcome to Seething. Welcome in. Love to fucking see it. Love to see it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. People Beckett. Listen, it's just not that complicated. Jesus. Like the problem is as well, if you're somebody like Hiten, there has to be something deeper, because I think Hiten is actually malicious. I would describe myself as mean, maybe cruel, but I don't think I'm actually malicious. I won't go after people. Legitimately, I actually don't go after people if I don't think there's something to go after. I don't work that way. It's why I rarely cover the same person like for like years at a time. Usually most people, the most you'll get out of me is like 6 months, really, of coverage on a person where you'll see like semi-regular streams on them. But beyond that, I don't really care. And if people like show willing to change, like you can see this with Hiten right now. I love Hiten as an example. It's actually so good. You can see this with Hiten right now. If somebody actually changes and improves and becomes less fucking annoying, I will actively like flip my position to being supportive of that person. Like Hiten, on the other hand, people like Hiten and Chuli and Avi, there is none of that. There's just, this person's fucking evil. This person's evil and needs to be destroyed. Chuli's a victim? No, they're not. They're evil and they need to be destroyed. That's why you don't get the joke, Hiten, because you're not joking. You just want to hurt people. I like laughing at them once they've been hurt. That's the difference between you and me. Hey, wife. Oh, damn. Late stream. I might actually fight Beckett on. Ooh. Ooh. Why are you going to fight me? Why are you going to fight me, wife? Gilded with the 2. Beckett cries over trans jokes, therefore fascist. True. Is Mally going to fight me? What's going on? What's going on?
So you're still ableist and homophobic. Now, I know you're sitting in your chairs thinking, what? How did you get there? Simple. If it's about the context of when these words are used and nothing else, then it doesn't matter if Bo Blacks or Tom are autistic. They're
Give me a TLDR in your opinion, because I vaguely remember watching this and not having a negative take. So my position on this is, generally speaking, that it's a selective read of aspects of the commentary community, which puts out so much fucking content that it's kind of irrelevant. But from Hiten, it's deeply fucking hypocritical. And this is why I'm kind of interested. Because Hiten is all these fucking things that they're trying to point out, and is more than happy to weaponize whatever they fucking can with absolutely no care for their actual positions. Hiten and I even talked about working on a collab about this topic back in the day. Interesting. I mean, again, I think it's one of those where there are definitely criticisms you could give to the commentary community about the way they use words and things. I just think from Hiten and from members of the SDC, which essentially are drama farming in exactly the same fucking way, it's irrelevant. It's just taking a moral grandstanding position while criticizing somebody else for taking a seemingly moral grandstanding position, which largely, let's be honest, most of the time the commentary community is not doing, beyond the fact that there are certain lines that it won't cross. Start Sprinter with 5. I wonder how the custody battle is going to go when you guys divorce. It's going to be bloody. It's gonna be bloody. Again, maybe I'm wrong. If it is actually a case where, like, they're seriously like, how dare you attack Turkey Tom, a young autistic man, as opposed to, like, how I'd read that, which is Nick mostly poking the bear to annoy D'Angelo and trying to use minority status to kind of fuck with people, then I'd probably feel differently about it. I'd probably feel differently about it. I'd be like, that's cringe. That's cringe. If you are seriously using minority status. But also, this is like back in like 2020, where the word racism carried a lot of connotations. So some of that context is missing. Like if someone calls you racist now, no one really fucking cares. It doesn't matter. Is that fair? I'm basically just talking to Mally in the chat. And then they're not respect. Mally! Fuck it, just phone me.
using a slur as a slur. They call people the R slur specifically to mock and degrade them, to call them stupid. And all of you use the F slur exactly the same way, and I don't know how many of you are queer. I'm gonna assume Either not a lot of you, or none of you. And even if we strip everything down to the context of how it's being used...
Chatting a message 1 second, I'm being censored. You're a fucking mod, how are you being censored? How is that possible? Fuck, have I not got it on live chat? Hold on a second, Mally. I didn't have it on live. Where is Mally? No, chat ate the message. Fuck. Okay, well, yeah, Boblax definitely has to pass. Here's the problem, and I really like President Sunday's take on this, which sounds fucking mental. But President Sunday, I'm very hungover. I'm willing to brawl. I just need a hill to die on. Mally, you can phone me. I like President Sunday's take on this. If you are saying all the things that, like, kind of insult somebody's intelligence and their autonomy, and you're screaming at somebody, you are basically calling them a retard. Retard is just shorthand for what you're, like, all these fucking Senate calls where you're ripping people to pieces and you're trying to destroy people's, like, mental health. You're doing the same fucking thing. I don't think that you're a good person just because you're not calling them a retard. That take is unironically pretty fucking retarded. Like, you're saying the arsler. You're saying the arsler. Fine, I'll peel myself off the pavement 1 sec. Base, let's go.
We're right back at your bad people, aren't we? 3. Edgy. You're a grown man. You're a fucking adult. Guys like you are so fucking sad and pathetic when you use this word. Kids are edgy. Teenage boys are edgy. Listening to grown men who want to be taken seriously, like they have integrity and that their words have weight, actually using the word edgy to describe themselves makes my fucking skin crawl. If one of your marketable personality traits is that you say slurs and don't feel bad about it, I wonder why people think you're all the ists and phobics.
Wife, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello, e-husband.
Hello. Wait, I need to find the Mally picture. Where's the Mally picture? Where's the Mally picture?
One, isn't it?
I can't work out where it is. I can't work out which one it is. Oh, I've got it. Yeah, it is the one.
It's, you know what? It's appropriate, all things considered.
How you doing, wife?
I'm so fine. I'm lying. I'm still half cut. All right, tell me what the argument in the video has been thus far, because I remember vaguely when this video came out, Hate and I were like friendly, and I was like, I bet you want to talk about commentary bros? Let's talk about commentary bros. I don't remember having a visceral reaction to this video. So tell me what's going on.
Okay, so the basic argument is this. The commentary bros are bigoted, and they hide behind edginess, but actually they're just bad people.
I mean, I wouldn't say bad people. That's probably the wrong argument to make there. But I mean, I don't think many of the people that would categorize themselves as commentary bro would be upset about any of those labels. I mean,
I think that, like, they are at times, or they're frustrated at times, when it's used in a dismissive way, right? Like, if you're coming at me and just, like, trying to dismiss everything I say as, like, well, this person's a fascist, which is what some people are doing. Like, that might annoy me. It doesn't really much at the moment, but I can see it. See it being used as a way to sort of dismiss people. At the same time as well, I think there is this general double standard. This is what gets me, and this is why I think it's kind of fine if Dioro tweets out something like, well, D'Angelo Wallace is attacking a minor who's got autism because these are minority statuses. I think that the shit that's come out of Cloud Palace shows this, that actually the people who are constantly calling groups like commentary racist or bigoted or evil are themselves, like, incredibly fucked up people. So it's like, you know, what you're accusing commentary of is exactly what you're doing. Because Hiten has none of these standards.
So it's like a two-tier kind of, not argument, but I guess comment. The first tier being, it's a dismissal, which is unfair. And the second being, you're a hypocrite for saying this, you specifically.
Yes.
Tier 1 of dismissal, I kind of have to, like, shrug and be like, tough shit, kids, because I mean everybody does that. How many times have we just lobbed, oh, they're woke, they're ACC, they're mentally ill artist. That's a dismissal. Everybody gets it in every community. We're all big kids, we can deal with it.
True, true.
Hypocrisy, I don't actually have a rebuttal for. I think that's fair.
I mean, I think it's just interesting watching Hiten go after the commentary bros, because Hiten essentially, and many of these people are doing exactly the same thing. It is exactly the same thing. There's no difference, realistically speaking, between what people like OGRFC do, or Dioro does, or like, hell, even Tipster does, to what Hiten did.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the hypocrisy argument. If that's, I mean, if the core of it is that it's a bad for Hiten specifically to be making these arguments, and I probably don't have much of a beef here, which is a bummer. I came in here ready to brawl.
Well,
Don't
I think
make me agree with you.
Well, I do think, okay, I will say this. I think there's an element here of all commentators on all sides who do this to the commentary community in particular, because the commentary community kind of gets put in like a particular bracket alongside Keemstar of going, well, they're just the commentary community. And I think that's intrinsically unfair, because I think most commentators, like most commentary channels, are doing exactly the same thing, honestly, with less research, less internal policing, and less integrity.
Again, I don't have anything to rebut that with, because I don't disagree. I was kind of expecting there would be more. Have they made any other arguments in the video so far, or is it just that?
It's just that they're bigoted, and also that, like, being edgy as a personality trait is, like if you're an adult being edgy, then that's why people don't like you or whatever. But I'm like, but also, isn't that all communities? I mean, like, I guess here's the thing with the edgy stuff, or, like, saying slurs. Is that really any worse than the shit that was going on in Cloud Palace or the Senate calls?
Any worse? I mean, no.
So if you're like,
again, if it's
go on, go on.
No, it's right. You go. I'm more just trying to listen at this point and get a vibe of what the argument is.
Well, I mean, I feel like the argument is essentially like the commentary bros are like, but I'll tell you what. We've got the next section coming up, which is fact. Watch this with me. I'll have a little watch.
Let's go through this together.
Okay, you ready?
Oh fuck! Hold on. It's not coming up. Hold on 1 second. All right, try that.
Okay. You got it? You good? Okay.
Yes. People say you are. Where could they possibly get that idea? Listen, if you want your humor to be funny, dark, even a little aggressive, you have to try. This is fucking pathetic. Hiding behind a word that conjures up 16-year-old boys drinking their first beer and getting a tattoo behind mom's back doesn't make me want to take you seriously. Now, I think Deaf Noodles is a moron of the highest caliber, but a broken clock's right twice a day, huh? Now, let's swing into our next section as a matter of fact.
But we have grown in the one way that V2 never could, emotionally.
This is a big one. You guys use these words all the time. Thin-skinned, can't take criticism. It's fucking hilarious that you want to talk about that, considering none of you can. Nick posts a picture of him getting friend-zoned and then getting teased. Rage quit the call.
While you were crying about us not liking you. But do whatever you like, bud.
Taco, when did the tears come out of my eyes? I was crying.
When did the tears come out of your eyes? Probably when that girl said she wasn't your girlfriend on that post. That was the saddest shit I've ever seen.
What girl said she wasn't my girlfriend?
When you posted a picture of you holding somebody's hand, just trying to be vague about it, and then they're like, you have a girlfriend? And the girl's like, no, he's my best friend.
Dude, you have no idea what you're
That was
talking
funny as
about.
fuck.
It's hilarious.
No, that was
That's
funny as fuck. That was funny as fuck. That's funny shit.
Dude, you have literally no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, so that didn't happen. Nick, did that happen or not?
Yeah, it absolutely happened.
Okay, so that happened. You posted a vague picture of you holding somebody's hand. Or like fucking some shit, and then, do you have a girlfriend? She's like, no, he's my best friend, and not my girlfriend.
Talk about my fucking personal life on here.
It's not your personal life. It's a tweet you made. It's a tweet you made, Nick. Nick, it's a tweet you made. That's not your personal life.
Do not fucking
It's a tweet you made. It's not your personal life. It's a tweet, not your personal life, dork.
Public forum is not public.
How pathetic is that, Nick? You're such a piece of shit. You went at Steejo about shit. What is it? I'm bringing up shit about Augie's dad. Hold on. What have I brought up about Augie's dad?
Whoa. Hold on.
What bring about Augie's dad?
You think it's cool to talk? I intentionally don't name people like this specifically because I keep that part of my life very off the internet.
No, you don't. You try to post it and look cool, and you didn't look cool.
I didn't try to post it and look cool. It was her idea to make the fucking post in the first place. I told her.
I'm sure it was.
She did. That's none of your fucking business.
Then why'd you post it on Twitter, Nick?
In this argument.
It's none of my business. Why is it up there, Nick? Why'd you?
There is some context needed for this, Because wasn't this one Nick was like getting fucking like doxxed and like harassed?
I must admit, this particular slice of commentary lore I don't actually have. Because I used to watch Nick an awful lot, and I don't remember this at all.
So that's versus Tonkasaw, right? This is versus Tonka, so this would have been back in like 2018, 2019. At the time, like Nick was getting fucking like doxxed, and like chased down by fucking Zoom. So like anything that was coming out, and like he was very new at the time. This is way, way back as far as I can tell. Yes, and they believed that the girl was his girlfriend, but she wasn't. That's interesting. Yeah, I can see why Nick wouldn't want this girl yeah, like, you're making this in 2023, trying to make arguments of, like, I can see why there's not, like, a fucking date on this. That's fucking wild. What the fuck? Okay.
Posted. If it's
All
not
you guys
anybody's
have is looking into people's personal lives.
How is this your personal life, Nick?
Why are you
You
bringing
posted
up a fucking debate, Tom?
because it's funny. Remember, it's about
Yeah,
things that are
you are-
funny. We're
you are
debating.
fucking
We're
weird.
debating, Nick. Is that what's happening? Oh, did Nick?
Bobilax gets called out for a racist song that I mentioned earlier, copyright strike him, and meltdown on stream.
What else is there to do? I don't know what.
Yeah. Actively, hold on. Firstly,
Didn't that get called out by the entire community, though?
yes. Yeah, like, he cried on stream, and then fucking Dioro got a load of shit. But, like, yeah, everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? Because you're copyright striking people while you're high, while they'd just been going at fucking Tonka. Like, this is what I mean. This video is, like, super disingenuous to what actually happened.
Although,
What else can I do?
Okay,
Although,
hold on, I have a thought. Hold on.
Go on.
Although, so this didn't really. When did this come? 2023. So I don't think it would really fit into the timeline. But I remember around sort of this time was when all of the fireside chat streams and stuff were happening, which I would
yeah.
argue are very similar to the what do you call them? I heard Chris say it a bunch. Like pity call or something. What's it?
Pity call?
Like, no, like, the ACC version of a fireside chat, struggle session or something.
I don't know if they're similar. Like a fireside, so a struggle session is like where you've got everyone in a room going, listen, all these things are bad and you need to hold accountability. A fireside chat is kind of different. A fireside chat is like, listen, hey, you fucked up. We're having a conversation about it as why you shouldn't do this again, because what you've done is like fucking crazy. And usually the reason a fireside chat happens is because it's like, okay, this is obviously bad, but it's like a one-off, or it's just a fucking dumb mistake. We can deal with it quickly, and you've been confronted on it, you're changing, life moves on. But like, you kind of get like a couple of those, maybe one, maybe two, depending on who you are. And then it's like, wow, you're a fucking liability, fuck off. That's the difference. It's not like you're a bad person, it's more you're a liability with the fireside chat stuff.
See, because I would argue that is how Lyle would describe some of his calls with people, especially the ones that didn't then go to be public. So are those two things not just either community's version of a struggle session?
An interesting comparison, to be honest. Potentially.
Well, see, like I like the commentary bros, so I'm probably a little softer on this idea than someone like Hiten would be. But the whole argument of commentary brosphere being hypocrites is one of those ones that gets under my skin. Well, I kind of enjoy it because it's very funny, and I actually don't know if I can bring up this example. I don't know if I'm allowed to bring it up on your stream, so I'll just text it to you real quick. You go ahead. I'll write this out.
Okay. Let's have a listen to the Boo Boss stream.
What do you want me to do?
Dude, I'm just so fucking sick and tired of anytime you do anything remotely fucking cringy, or remotely fucking, like, obnoxious, or remotely fucking stupid, you just go around and go, dude, I'm just a good actor, I was just trolling. It's every fucking time. It's like, oh, I didn't make a mistake, dude, I just got high and by accident, I didn't actually want to start this video. Yeah, you fucking get it. Okay, oh god, I was arguing,
Read my super chat, damn it. Oh yeah, fuck. Sorry, I've like missed like 3 of them. Sorry, guys, you know what I'm like? You know what I'm like when I got someone calling in. Give me a sec. Shelly May with a 2. To Mali's Hangover, thank you for the 2. Kai Rise with the 2. Mali needs a catgirl PNG so you two can match. Okay, we're already married, guys. You don't need to force it. Gilded with the 20. Policing words, virtue signal, moral plastering, infantilizing minorities, LGBT, gay opping, attacking people's IRL, LARPing as an Avenger, and so on are the traits of losers. Half of this list is hypothetically in this video. Thanks, Gilded. Oh, fuck me. Right, okay.
In the fucking Among Us game, watch Among Us.
I was mad, but I amplified it for fun.
Believes that.
I amplified it for
I'm
fun.
sorry, no one
But you're still.
believes that.
I was mad, but I amplified it for effect. Like I went on longer for
Okay, but
comedic effect.
literally nobody on. You literally rage quit the ball. I'm sorry, that's literally.
Yeah, I was mad, but I played it up later for effect. That's what I said.
Yeah, this puts on. Jesus is blatantly jealous here. I'm so jealous of the fact that you made me look like a retard. I'm so jealous of the fact that
How did I make you look like a retard?
defended you on the archival point and said that archives of videos are fair use and all that shit. And then you went and you struck a fucking video.
I'm sorry, I fucked up. What else do you want me to say? Like I fucked up. I'm ashamed of it. I fucking hate it.
Not go around Twitter and telling everyone.
Okay, yeah, we can't go into detail about that, but yeah, I see your point. Can we go into detail about that? I want to be clear, it's the Turkey Tom thing. I just don't want to deal with it because I'll get fucking DMs and I can't be bothered. But yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely elements there where, that and the pyro stuff, and certainly like certain things where it's like people don't talk about it. I think that's a fair rebuttal to some of the commentary stuff where it's like, there's like shall we say a culture of shut the fuck up about it. Is that reasonable, Mally?
I feel like it's a little harsh. I mean, I'm not in that sphere, so I can't say for sure, but I've never gotten the vibe that it is a shut up the fuck up about it. It's just that specific example has always smacked me in the face of kind of the double standard of how these situations are treated depending on who's involved in those situations.
Yeah, I think that the compounding element there was it involved other creators and it was like people got burned from the community. So I think there's an element like this is almost like something I'd say about the commentary community that's kind of different. People don't really appreciate. If you really piss people off, you kind of just get burnt out. Like, and this is what people call blackballing, but it's not really blackballing. It's just that there is like a friendship group element to it. Or there was, because the commentary community is fairly dead. I mean, it's like basically everyone's left. It's basically just Nick and Willie and Toastify and Chud, and even Chud's like in a separate
a problem
thing
as well, because and again I'm trying to come at this from the perspective of like what the ACC is accused of, because Hiten, I don't know, ACC, SEC, whatever, that sphere always gets accused of being very, backstabby, clicky, getting internal dramas, burning each other, and then I'm sitting back watching the I don't know what, they used to be the Goon Squad back in the day, and then that name developed into, I think, like, the RFC crew or something. Watching that crew get chipped away, like, every 5 months or something, there'd be a new crazy fucking drama, and everyone would fall out over it, and they'd make their streams and their videos going back and forth. And it was as messy as anything you'd ever get in the ACC, and bigger, but it doesn't get described in the same terms.
Well, I would say that part of the reason, if you look back at most of those dramas, they're largely dramas about hypocrisy. When it's Tipster, it's Tipster was like had sort of an interesting arc of basically defending people who were his friends against things that he'd go at other people for and making everyone look bad. Bo Blacks, again, hypocrisy. Can't do the copyright thing and like copyright striking people, going like bitching constantly, the kind of constantly breaking down, and then you've got all this shit with Manchi. When you've got Flamenco, you've got basically Flamenco going after degenerates, turns out to be one. Like, I think you've got like significant amounts where it's like the commentary community self-polices quite a lot. And the ACC isn't so much about hypocrisy, it's about who's done the bad thing and how can we like rip them apart. And it's rarely core commentators, right? Like that's been a case for like the current ACC stuff, but when you look over the older stuff with Senate, it's all little nobodies. Most of the big creators managed to survive for ages while still continuing to do that stuff. That doesn't seem to be the case for commentary.
I definitely think there's more resistance in that sphere to put each other on blast in that public way. I guess again, it's kind of hard because everything is ACC now, as far as I can tell. Every day I see one of you streaming about the latest ACC drama, and if I click on it, inevitably it's someone I've never fucking heard of, and no one else knows who they are. Everything is ACC. I don't understand the boundaries anymore.
Okay, so the way I describe the boundaries now is, so obviously, like, I can do the breakdown between sort of like animation commentary, art commentary, which is people sketching over things, slideshow commentary. But even actually, you say that, but like, slideshow commentary is a weird one, because wouldn't Jar technically be slideshow commentary?
Oh, he was. From my memory, Jar was like very involved because he came straight from the deviant ranting scene, and he was always kind of involved in slideshow commentary. The only reason he didn't get called that was because he preferred to think of himself as a big boy commentator, and a lot of labeling is just down to how you market yourself and how other people describe you.
True. But now we've got like, there's a whole like new bracket of ACC kids, largely like, it seems to be focused around TikTok stuff that's happening. You've got like a lot of younger people coming in who are all fucking crazy. But like, I don't know, like that boundary is like, I'd say it was blurred before we got to it. Like, who would you say was like the true ACC though?
I'm not a fundamentalist with these things. I actually made like 3 years ago a video trying to describe the different sections of commentary where I broke it down in the best way I could at the time. So I think I still have the graphic from that. Hold on. I could show you the graph I made of where everyone lands.
I mean, Vlad gets roped into the ACC because he makes commentary on a few of them, but he's not ACC really, or anywhere fucking near it. I think I missed.
Well, I think ACC has become a similar term to what T was 3 years ago.
Yes.
It's basically just a derogatory term for a commentator at this point. It highlights you are probably woke, probably gay, probably female, probably an artist. We probably don't like you. Those are kind of how people are using it at the moment, because it was the same for T back when they were having their weird little bitch fit with the commentary brosphere.
Well, I mean, T at least had its own sort of like existence. The ACC now, because it's so fragmented, I mean, like, we cross over with things like Birdie. I mean, the animation meme community probably isn't something I'd actually describe as ACC, but it gets grouped in because it's the easiest descriptor we have. Because there is connections between these groups, partly because, I mean, like, Streamline did a video on Birdie and was involved in the Birdie commentary. It's like, so where does that line fall when Streamline kind of provided a defense a few years ago for Birdie? So clearly had an involvement, but it's with another community. It's just you've got a lot of overlap.
Oh yeah, I don't think these descriptors are ever... They're never actually all-encompassing enough. And anyone can be described as any one of these things if you spin it the right way. Because some people use it based on your associations with people as well. It's like, oh, you hang out with these people, therefore you're in that community. So there are no hard lines with these things.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I describe Sector as its own very particular little bracket, but Sector's grown out of many different things, and many of the commentators within it have existed within different groupings. So, you know, unless you've got like a very particular bracket you're doing, I mean, Shelley Mays just pointed out Gore World. Well, Gore World is a very specific bracket of creators these days, and very intertwined. It's like, it grew out of the Foodie Beauty and Amberlynn Reed hate communities, but it's kind of become its own thing. Like, the most interesting thing about Gore World isn't actually like Foodie Beauty analysis anymore. It's the fact that all the commentators are suing each other and they're all like insane. They had an entire fucking stream where they literally acted out a court case that had happened with two of the other commentators. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Even with the commentary community, I mean, the commentary community is called the commentary community, but sits outside what you'd refer to as normal commentary. Like, normie commentary is things like Umperville, right? Or like the bigger channels who are just like reporting on essentially stories that they're not really investigating. They'll just talk to one person. This was the problem with all the Mr. Beast stuff. None of them actually looked into anything. And commentary kind of exists as I would say the remnants of Keemstar. That's probably the easiest way to define what the commentary community was. It was like the remnants around Keemstar.
When you say normie commentary, though, because I'm pretty sure actual normies, like people who haven't ventured into commentary at all, I feel like they wouldn't think of it the same way we do at all. Like, I don't think they would consider, Umpville maybe, maybe Penguin Zero, like those kind of people would probably be normie commentary. And then I think the next layer down is when you get into Dioro and that crew. This is like outdated by almost 4 years now. There was an attempt made.
This is great.
That video is one of the banes of my existence. It's how I got found by many people. It was awful.
No, I think it's nice to try and weave these things together. You've got like Tor on here and our Cecil, Diorio. You got Bro T. That's kind of cool. But it's interesting, like retro, and I mean, I think like this kind of makes sense to me actually looking at it.
It holds up okay.
Yeah. God, the SEC.
At the time, Harley was making a push to introduce the term coffee channel as well, which was quite funny.
Oh my fucking god. Got Willie Mack. Drama alert. God. It's fucking insane mind map. It's great, I love it.
You can imagine, I made this while I was sitting at a coffee table with a bunch of my real life friends. You can imagine what I looked like.
Okay, give me a sec. Let me read some of these super chats. The one and only with 2, a Mali stream where I can't hack malware. Sag. True. Gildo with a 2. All communists suck. Full stop. Mine is fine. Doe. Thanks, buddy. Shelly May with a 2. Modern T is just Gore World. Yeah, I can see that argument. Metal Man with a 5. I became aware of the ACC because I subscribed to Lio for his toy content. That is fucking insane. That is the weirdest thing I've ever heard, Metal Man. Jeez. Same man sadly couldn't deal with Lio regularly scheduled Discord. What the fuck, he? What? Dude, what a weird way to end up there. Okay, let's hear more of fucking Heaton's arguments.
I got high, I wouldn't start the video.
Say all the shit I'm saying right now publicly on a previous live stream and a previous tweet.
That's not the way you fucking said it. That's not the way you fucking said it.
You don't say publicly.
Wow, dude, I can't believe that.
Can you do?
I can't believe an hour and 45 minutes.
I've been linking it to people who asked. I've been linking it to everyone who asked.
Your apology in an hour and 45 minutes.
No, that's not an apology. There's no apology. There's an explanation. Let me speak. You. You motherfucker. You fucking bitch! My apology is not in there! My apology was... Oh my god! You didn't even watch the clip! Why are you saying shit without watching the clip? Just fucking watch my shit and actually, like, listen to what I fucking say, dude! Before you fucking accuse me of shit, bro! Like, what are you fucking doing, dude? I'm sorry, I fucked up, man. It's fucked up for you, it's fucked up for the guy who I struck. And I regret it, like, so much, dude. That's it. That's why I don't like people talking about it. That's why I don't want to bring it up. It's fucking embarrassing, bro.
Fuck! Quartering has a meltdown every other week. The one thing I've noticed consistently among all of you, for people who supposedly have the thickest skin and mock people for being weak little pussies, with the right pressure, all of you break down. And you know what? That's fine. I think that having something that makes you angry and having the wrong button press making you upset, totally natural. Everyone's got one. Nobody's invulnerable. I think it's totally fine to have something that someone can say bother you. I don't even think that talking about it publicly is a bad thing either. It's good to communicate when something upsets you. My issue isn't that you do it, it's that you shame others for it constantly. Let's take our most recent example, Flamenco. Once again, since I'm talking to actual toddlers, I don't like Flam. His attempt to contact Xanderhall's mom, his claim that accusations are evidence, all that shit, fully a reason to think he's a moron. But let's talk about the song. 6 months ago, Salvo Pancakes, or Salvo, a name I want you to stick a pin in for the moment, commissioned a song that unambiguously mocked Flam for being a pedophile. Something that there was no evidence of at the time, by your own admission. Naturally, as anyone would be, this made Flam incredibly angry. He openly cut out the person who wrote the song, Mike the Bike, and said on his platform that it was a shitty thing to do. What do Nick and crew do?
Oh no, I'm not gonna have Nick's fucking hot takes, dude. I'm not gonna have the fucking fence riding asshole. Oh no, oh shit. Oh no, dude.
Well, I'm not riding a fence. You should leave those kids alone.
You actively ride fences.
No,
every single
Flamenco, you
fucking
need
day,
to
dude.
leave the kids alone.
They actively ride fences like every single fucking day.
Flamenco, I'm holding a nuclear take here. The fence might tip over. You have to leave the kids alone.
Or Nick will break the fence with his weight. What the fuck?
That was the joke I just made, Boblex. Yesterday's jokes today with Boblex.
In fact, Flam even brings up a different situation with Nick melting down about something, and Nick laughs that off.
And everyone
You
in his
absolutely chimped out when somebody likened you to Destiny. That like absolutely got under your skin. Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, in January. It's
Uh-huh.
fucking July.
Yeah, and you know,
I
like,
haven't
you
gotten
got upset
over
that
it.
people would liken you to Destiny, and I got upset because people were calling me a pedophile. It's kind of the same thing, but I don't think you can understand that.
Nick?
In this, Flam's right. It pissed Nick off to be likened to Destiny. It pissed Nick off for people to make fun of him getting friend-zoned. It's absolutely ridiculous for this side of the community to clown on people for being thin-skinned or being unable to take criticism when the slightest bit of friction rubbing them the wrong way, and they do the exact same shit.
I don't look. I don't understand. Like, these are very specific things. Also, I need to see the context for the Destiny stuff and why, like, they were melting down over the like fucking comparison. This is clip chimpy as fuck. Yeah, like, again, I can't remember the timeline of this. Hadn't Flam's, like, wasn't this around the time that Flam was actually being outed for the shit that they were doing, the Shotacon stuff? They were getting burned at the time. Because, like, the timeline...
Getting burned for that? I thought they were getting burned for the friendship stuff at this point, and the fireside chats.
I can't remember, because what... So around this time, there was a stream that happened with Kino Casino, where basically they brought Godwinson on and tried to accuse Flam of being a pedophile. That didn't fucking work. Kino, like, took a massive hit. They lost, like, 2,000, concurrent. It was absolutely fucking crazy. But after that, with Salvo, like, pushing, at that time, like, Flam's history got revealed because he, like, leaked his email address. So I think it was actually the case that people were like, well, there is something here, and Nick had hated Flam for fucking ever. So he was more than happy to fucking, like, take out Flam. Check donos, lol. Hold on. To note, the quartering somehow outlived you, Hiten. Lamau. Zane.
I was gonna say, do you guys claim the quartering as a commentary, bro?
No, God no. So commentary, like, quartering's like, if anything, like, sector adjacent. He kind of exists in this weird anti-woke frame. Like, he's just never moved on. He's like the surviving remnant of that kind of like bracket, basically.
Oh yeah, I think he's more just in the sphere of, he's just a grifter. He's the same area
Yeah.
I would put like Jar and every other, this game is bad, here's some just random outrage bait.
Yeah. Yeah.
He almost reminds me of the leftovers of almost, oh, this is going to be very cruel and maybe unfair, but he reminds me a bit of the leftovers of the skeptic sphere.
Yeah, I mean, he is. That's exactly what he is. And it's why I'd say he's sort of sector adjacent, because most of the other surviving members of that moved over to sector. And Quartering sort of like, he's like the last remnants of people like no bullshit, things like that. So yeah, I don't know. He's weird. Jeremy's always been weird. It's crazy that he survived because he was like the most boring person there. Fuck, I hate Jeremy. Also, Zane, thank you for the 7 months at Seething. Boing? Is that boing? Boinging? I don't, what? Thank you, buddy. Did you see him blow up over 1-star review and report the person? Oh, I heard about that. That doesn't fucking surprise me. Fucking Jeremy. Yeah, I don't know what, like, again, I don't know what the criticism here realistically is. The Quartering is still banned from Wizard of the Coast events and was beaten up in a bar. Yeah, he got beaten up by a trans woman. That's why he hates trans people. Thank you for the 5. Also, chat, please enjoy these stickers. Please enjoy these stickers. Mally, tell them you're proud.
I will not do that.
Tell them you're proud, Mally.
I'm not gonna do that. They have to try harder.
Okay, you heard her, chat. You heard her. You have to try harder for the approval of the mother of the stream.
Oh my god.
Hold on, I'll set the next goal to Mally approves.
I don't agree to that. Hold on. How much are you setting it for?
I'll set it for 15 super chats.
Yeah, alright.
Okay, there we go. If it's actually works, there we go. There we go. So Mally, catgirl art? Right, got it, Mally. Thanks for the 2 carrots.
I'm not afraid of you, Karen. I'm not afraid. It's fine. Also, I think the argument that Heaton's making is just a hypocrisy argument, right?
Well, I don't think Mally, I ship the stickers. Are you proud?
I'm proud of rotting and only rotting. Everyone else needs to try harder.
Okay, I'll give rotting in particular an Avi drop star. There we go. So here's like a baseline thing though. You can have that frustration. Has Mally watched Beast Wars yet? Have you watched Beast Wars yet?
I have not. And I'm not going to.
I just answered the 5. If I wanted someone to tell me I'd do better, I'd tell me to do better, I'd call my family. Holy fuck.
I've accidentally unearthed some trauma for some people in the chat.
Oh, don't worry. That's what mothers do. Okay, but here's the problem with the hypocrisy argument. I don't know if it is a hypocrisy argument because, like, Bo Black's essentially was always a whiny bitch, and I think, as many people have pointed out, probably wouldn't have survived so long if it wasn't for Nick. I actually think that's a fair comment. And Nick and Oggy, I think they kept him alive. Maybe that's also true to an extent with Tipster, but like, I think it's quite clear that certain things have always annoyed the commentary bros, and there are things you care about. It's kind of like going, well, Jim will, like, Mr. Medica will care about certain things, right? Like anything involving kids being fucked with, like Jim will crash out slightly and get really pissed off about. So is that the same as being thin-skinned, where you're talking about somebody, like, bringing up on a live stream your personal life? Like, even taking aside the fact that Dioro was being doxxed at this time and people were going after him, bringing up somebody's personal life and being like, ha, this girl doesn't like you, is miles away from standard commentary of what you're doing's fucked up and you're, like, in drama because you fucked up. These aren't quite the same things, are they?
No, but I think the argument is more that these are things that if they were done to other people, like if actually, let's use the example that she picked out with the, I don't know what to call it, I guess the pedo song, and Nick being equated to Destiny. And this was, I think, before everything with Destiny came out. So
oh, gotcha.
it would probably just be he was skinwalking Destiny, I think would probably be the argument. That is just a guess. But I think the argument is, like, if someone is saying, oh, you're a pedo, implying it with a song and all that, that they would be upset if someone did that to them, but it's okay to make fun of someone else.
Well, I suppose the difference is
horribly.
Well, no, that makes sense. But I suppose the difference is, usually if somebody gets called a pedophile or like a groomer or whatever within commentary, there's like has to be good evidence for it. It's never just random, right?
Yeah, but in this particular instance, and I am going off my memory of this because I was watching back in the day, when this song was made and everything, I'm pretty sure Nick even said in that call, being like, yeah, I'm not saying you are a pedo, I don't think you are, but it's funny. Like, we're making fun of you, we're bullying you, which is fine. That's the standard they're setting there. And then the rebuttal that Flamenco came back to that was like, oh, you didn't like being related to Destiny, which is objectively a less severe accusation. You got upset over that, but you're bullying me for getting upset about you making pedo jokes. So I think that's where the disconnect is.
Okay, I can see that argument. I'd need to see the fucking Destiny thing. Like, was this at the time when Destiny had, like, put out the tweet saying he'd wanted to bend Courtney over her trike?
Why do people tweet?
I don't know. Have you seen Transformers 1? I haven't. I haven't seen much Transformers, unfortunately.
What?
What?
Ugh.
I've
What
seen
are you
clips.
streaming for? Go watch Transformers 1.
Do you want to watch Transformers with me, Mally?
I already promised I'd watch it with Clown and B. You have to get in line behind the girlies.
Cobus Cabal with 1 month molding. Fine then, Mally. I like hanging out at Dad's more anyway. Oh, thank you. Layerbug with the 2. I guess I'll go with Dad in the divorce then. Mally is a stern mum. Reminds me of my mum. Mums for your mum. Super mum. Oh my God. Like, fuck.
What have we done to your fucking
I don't know. There is no way I'm not going to get severe criticism at some point for the shit that I've pulled with this community. This is legitimately what's going to get me cancelled, isn't it?
Just stand on your shit.
Listen, I accept that I have built a parasocial cult around myself. I know what I've done. Listen, it's not all of them. The lurkers are still here watching, and they're not like Beckett's dad, so it's fine. So that's at least 70% of the audience. It's fine.
I'm not helping you with this.
It's a human response, but you know what they say.
But we have grown in the one way that V2 never could, emotionally.
Hypocrisy is another thing that this side of
Hold on, what was that title?
But we have grown in the
rules for thee, but not for me. How ironic, Hiten! It's just so ironic. I love it here.
one way that V2 never could, emotionally.
Hypocrisy is another thing that this side of the community shares, and Nick is.
Oh, does it, Hiten? It's this hypocrisy an issue for you?
Look, the sooner we admit that we're all fucking hypocrites, we can all go home. There was like a big push, I think, maybe a year before this in the commentary sphere to really push about what was it, integrity and hypocrisy and standing by your standards, even if your standards are shit. I remember that was like a big thing in that sphere at the time, which is probably why it's in Heaton's video. But in the recent years, everyone's been proven a hypocrite. Let's all just say we're hypocrites and biased and go home.
I mean, I'm certainly biased. I think I'm pretty consistent, generally speaking, though.
But time makes hypocrites of everybody.
I think if your positions change, that's fine. I think that this is why it's slightly unfair to clip chimp people from years ago, if those are no longer positions that they hold. So, like, again, there were positions that I definitely have changed on. Whereas, like, okay, so, like, let's take an example. Like, there's an argument years and years and years ago where I was like, treatment's more important than, like, just putting people in wood chippers. And I was like, right, well, if people could be honest, if they've got, like, paraphilias and things, they should be able to come out and get treatment. That was a position I held. That's a position I no longer hold because I, like, generally speaking, have seen, like, the effects of the normalization of those arguments, and the slippery slope worries me enough that I'm like, no, I don't support that position anymore. So, like, coming out and being like, well, Becky used to hold this position. Yeah, I did, years and years ago, but I don't anymore. That's not fair. But if I still held that position, I think it would be fair to criticize me for it. Hiten, while making this video, is at this time, while making it, a hypocrite. And I think that's the biggest issue. Like, I'm sure you've got positions that you've, like, moved on.
Oh, yeah.
You know. But that doesn't make you a hypocrite.
Mostly
That's just
I've
growth.
become No, I've regressed as a person. I've become a crueler person in the last 3 years. This place has fucking ruined me.
Like, has it ruined you, or has it just made you better?
No, it's definitely ruined me. There's no and if or but about it. If you had heard like what I sounded like 4 years ago, I was so soft spoken and sweet. It was a horrible time for everybody. Anyway, I see that you're not reading super chats, sir.
Okay, I'll read the super chats. Fucking hell. Right. Toby with a 5. I have both mummy and daddy issues. Good to know. Thanks for the 5. Teddy, first watch Ice Age, then Transformers, then you can fuck a dinosaur as a reward. Thanks, Teddy. Good to see you, buddy. Gaia with the 5. When are you going to admit you are a fake autist for not seeing Transformers? And I'm not an autist. I deeply suspect I might have autism. But, like, Rotting with the 2, I've never called you dad. I'm not parasocial. Good to know, Rotting. Thank you. We'll get there. Cool Anime Girls with the 5. Remember, you also wanted to screw Daddy Becker. Also, though, don't forget your VOD watchers. It's okay, Mally. My real mum is proud of me. See, Mally? Real mum's proud.
Oh, that's nice.
Leia Bug with the 2. Your sticker giver, not dad to me. Well, dad in irony. Thank you. Lyndon Hour with the 2. There is so much irony that Iron Man would be here. Thank you very much. Zane with the 20 Swedish crowns. Boing. Leia Bug with the 2. I think learning and growing does not equal hypocrisy. Yeah, I think it's just general growth. Kai Rise with the 2. Note that the Rosacall happened 8 days after this vid. Holy fucking shit.
Wait, did it?
yeah, I think it actually did.
Circle back to that because what? But keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, it's like we'll come back to it. Cool Anime Girls with 2. Becca, I want an individual sticker, please. I will think about it. Hydra Dancer with the 2. Mally, are you still terrified of primates?
Yes.
Shelly May with the 2
Yes.
for the Parasocial Chatters. Crab Dad, thank you very much. Also, Mally, tell chat you're proud.
Hold on, I gotta find the lie in me somewhere. Hold on. Chat, I'm very proud of you. You've done really well today.
I'm going to clip that and put it in soundboard. Teddy with the 5. Also, why do you want your chat to call you daddy so much? It's weird and honestly gives me lion maker vibes, Mr. Beckett. I don't. I've constantly told them not to do this, but you know what? Fuck it. Also, cool Anime Girls. Please have an individual sticker. There you go. I'm very proud of you. Well done. I love that little mini animation. It's great. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, so this call came out like 8 days before the Rosa call. Come on, that's pretty fucking wild.
Yeah, because wasn't the Rosa call that... Okay, hold on. I might be misremembering this and I don't want to say something that is untrue. What was Heaton's stance about slurs in the Rosa call?
She called Rosa a retard.
Oh. But isn't in this video they're saying that you can't say it basically under any circumstances?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's pretty inconsistent.
Continually, an immaculate depiction of it. For a man who talks big game about integrity, it sure seems like you don't have too much of it. Here's some of my favorite examples. In Nick's video on Ethan Klein, Turkey Tom says that Ethan targeting Keemstar's sponsors is wrong.
By making it a common occurrence in the online community, you will inevitably create a culture where anyone who says something remotely off-color or edgy will be targeted by those who don't like them, and their sponsors will be taken away. Sponsorships have become an increasingly important part of the YouTube business model in the past few years, now that ad revenue is pretty inconsistent and unreliable. They're a vital part of making a living on this website, whether you like it or not, and they make up a large portion of YouTuber revenue right now. Imagine if someone like Count Dankula had their sponsors targeted because of their relatively edgy sense of humor, or other more political people like Armored Skeptic. Their wallets would absolutely be hurt if a group of people that didn't like them.
This is such fucking insane. Like, this has aged so weirdly for literally everyone involved in this video. Dude, it's only 2 years. Holy fuck.
I did also just have a thought while watching this as they're grabbing clips and stuff. This is like a community argument, which is, fine. Again, the ACC and communities in general get generalized arguments thrown at us all the time. The number of times I get hit with the "do you care about this particular woke talking point because you're in this scene" thing. I'm sure it's the same for the commentary bros. But picking out specific clips from individual people and applying it to the whole community as well is it's what's the word I'm looking for here? I don't want to say snaky. Beckett, find a word for me.
Say the argument again. I was picking up tobacco.
So picking out individual clips, clips of individual people making arguments and then applying it to the community and saying that there's hypocrisy because not the entire community might not follow that standard.
I'd call that probably a disingenuous. I don't know if it's quite clip chipping Strongwind. Because it's not clipping people out of context. It's clipping somebody in context and then applying it to a wider group of people. Maybe disingenuous framing?
Yeah, maybe it's just an impossible standard.
Yeah, or an
'Cause
assumed
again,
standard.
I had this with Jar, where it's like, oh, you're part of this group, therefore everything in the group you have to either agree with or be a part of. Like, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah,
again.
tarring, like, sweeping generalizations. Hey, thank you for the raid call. Hope you guys had a good stream. I'd say it's like a sweeping generation or tarring everyone with the same brush. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Them harass their sponsors, telling them that they're hateful, even if they clearly aren't.
But in his video on the Fallout, Nick says he doesn't lament Ethan losing sponsorships for making the video.
Speaking of numbers, following the sponsor war that Ethan started, he's apparently lost
Okay,
80%
hold on, pause
of his
again. I'm
own
not done with
sponsors for
this
the
point.
H3 podcast.
Like, she did it just then. She played a clip of someone else stating a stance, and then another person saying a different stance. Like that. Again, it's the lumping everyone into a singular group. And I mean, I guess you could maybe make that argument if you have like a really strong moral stance on something, and then people in your in-group don't meet that moral stance. Like, okay, maybe there's a discussion to be had there. But even so, like, that's a personal thing at that point.
We all do this as well, like, to be fair. Like, I do this I do this with, like, the whole of Reddit. I treat the whole of Reddit as if it's a monolith, and I know it's not, but I'm going to keep doing it. We tend to do this with different people's communities. Like, I do this with DGG all the time. I'm like, if you're part of Destiny's community, you must be this sort of person. So, like, I think that's... I don't know if I'd criticize Hiten for that. I just, like, maybe just for the being oblivious to the fact that this is just normal. At the same time,
there's a difference in conversation between saying, oh, you know, as an overarching thing, this community. We've done that a lot in the stream, saying, you know, commentary bros, ACC.
Yeah.
But Heaton's making a video and picking specific clips from people to make this argument.
yeah, I think it'd be like a more sensible video, or like more understandable if you just went straight for Dioro, straight for Black, straight for Oggy, straight for Tom, and just went, here are the critiques of that. But it's like an interconnected web, and there is disagreements within that web. Like, obviously, like, Nick on the Boo Boss stream is disagreeing with Black's actions and, like, trying to, like, fucking bitch slap him. So the idea that there's no internal conflict, I mean, there obviously is internal conflict. It's why everyone gets burnt from commentary on, like, a periodic basis, usually around August or November. Like, there's a slight culling. Fuck, we're coming up to it. I might take August off. I'm just moving over to the ACC where I'm safe. Beckett's next.
Oh yeah, sure.
Listen, I've said many times, my time will come as it comes for everyone. That's just the game. That's just the game.
I love and appreciate the member support. It's so helpful at this time when we're losing pretty much. I mean, we've probably lost like 80% of our sponsors, and the direct support.
Aiden 2 and Queeman? Wait, hold on. Fucking Strong Wind. Whose side are you on? Whose community are you from? Because, like, I watched Strong Wind in chat just being like, I hate Beckett. Beckett's fucking awful. Which I'm like, that's fine. I'm used to that. But then you're also like, Aiden and Queeman suck too. Wait, who do you like? Now I'm confused.
Professional hater.
Listen, I'm impressed. It's kind of
they have
based.
enough hate in their heart to go around. It's fine.
That's based. That's based. I like that.
Is the future of this channel, I think so.
They like Tyler? Oh. Liam is cool? I've got no issues with Liam. I wish him well on his journeys. I talked to Dioro about this. They're like, fuck, please tell me you don't like Tyler Strongwind. You were doing so well. Why fucking Tyler? Liam's hot. Okay.
So we really thank our members.
Now, to be clear, nobody is sure if this is partially due to COVID or 100% in relation to his attacks on channel sponsors in May. But regardless,
I don't know who
it's a
Tyler
clear
is,
case of
based.
karma rearing its head. I'm not one to celebrate money being pulled out of a creator's pockets, but I also don't really have sympathy or empathy for those who have made the statements Ethan has made and continues to make.
So, it's not okay for people who say things that are bigoted in humor, spread false information knowingly, harass others, intentionally cross boundaries. It's not okay for them to be punished for doing those things, some of which are against the terms of service, by the way. But you have no empathy for the person who calls those behaviors out getting punished. Okay? We already discussed Nick's okay with doing things that hurt others personally, but isn't okay with people doing things that hurt him personally. How about Nick fighting against Nerd City's claims about regulation, which imply he's pro-self-policing?
Nicholas follows up his original post by saying, "The response to this tweet has been super interesting. I'm just having a laugh at a guy who says he's anti-regulation, clearly being pro-regulation. I didn't buy it back then, and I don't buy it here. I mean, call it a gray area when I critique the Jake Paul video. Call it a gray area on the new Lele video. I'll judge you, but fine. The dude said there should be stricter rules on advertising below this fucking tweet. Laughing my ass off. Is he a bad dude? No. Is his content bad? No. Is he plotting to overthrow the website? No. Is he the devil himself? No. But after talking to the dude, I think he's pro-regulation, and he's trying to appeal to both sides here. Thus, a contradiction was born. Thanks, blah blah TED Talk."
When this is the community that all fell for and bought into John, the autistic 12-year-old ate my Discord account Swan. You know, in that same conversation with Flamenco, where Nick is laughing at him for being upset, he says,
So fucking mad.
Hold on. But Nick is also the one who, like, fucking kill-shotted John Swan. And they were friends. Like, they weren't just like...
I mean, kind of. In that, yeah, the first go around, but then remember, they let John Swan back into the house for a little bit.
See, I missed a lot of the John Swan stuff, so you in chat will have to remind me. But,
I
like...
love the John Swan stuff with my entire heart. It made me so happy watching all of that. That makes me sound like a sociopath. I had a good time watching it. But yeah, so John Swan originally got ousted the first go around. That was when Nick killshotted him. And then I think there was a fairly sizable gap where he was out of the house. But he kept making content and eventually started to get on good terms with like Augie and whatnot again. And then he got done for what's their name? Basically helping someone workshop accusations against someone they didn't like.
Yeah, I think I've vaguely seen this.
Doc. Yeah, and he was saying, "Oh no, I didn't do that. And he got found out for lying. So, you know, they kicked him back out after that. That's like a very abridged version of what happened.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean... God, it's such a fucking mess. I mean, like, I will say this. I think Nick was way too fucking merciful. If I found out... Because, like, John Swan wholesale just copied Nick's videos. Like, literally just plagiarized them at points word for word. I think if someone did that to me, I think I'd probably burn them at that point. I don't think I'd be quiet about that, even if they were my friend. I think that's incredibly fucked up. Like, I don't know, there definitely are elements where people were like ready to like fireside chat people. But isn't that like kind of to the commentary community's credit, the fact that you're not just burning your friends for content? Doesn't that go against the narrative that the commentary community is just like cannibalistic all the time?
Again, I think it's the hypocrisy argument, because the commentary community will accuse other communities of being cannibalistic and burning each other and having the struggle sessions while they do the same thing. So that's the argument, not that doing so is inherently bad.
I'd need to see that cannibalism argument, because when was the argument when have the commentary community ever sort of fully gone with the like, you're just eating your own?
It was really big during the, I guess, the little war that the T community and the commentary bros had for a little bit. It was kind of coming off the heels of, I'm sorry, I keep track of time based on what drama has just happened. It was kind of coming off the heels of the Chris Hansen drama with the Goon Squad and all of that. And then they got into a biff with the T channels. What was that? I can't remember actually what sparked the argument, but there was a lot of arguments about why T is actually shit and terrible and you shouldn't watch it. And one of the arguments
sounds like the slop commentary shit that's happened.
It was the same argument. And the big point I remember from that was that T is cannibalistic in the sense that they just regurgitate each other's points, and then also that they eat their own and they feed off one another by doing that, which is very similar to the argument about, you know, ACC commentary in general. It's the same argument. It's just we throw it at each community every other, I don't know, 3 years.
Okay, I can see that. I mean, I think there's like definitely points there. I mean, when I sort of like took a break from the internet, the last thing I saw was the Oggy RFC Bo Black's pedo fucking Instagram thing, where they were like live on a stream and the pedophiles were like deleting things live in front of them, and it was a complete shit show. And I've said this to Nick, like one of the biggest surprises when I sort of came back and started like looking at commentary was like, how the fuck does Oggy RFC and Bo Blacks, how the fuck do these guys have careers? Because like, if you're, my experience is if you're like opening gambit is something like allowing pedos to delete evidence live on stream, I don't know how you come back from that, and yet they've had like pretty successful careers. So I suppose it's one of those where it's like, at the point where Heaton's making this video in 2023, and because they're using clips from things like Tonkasaw, how far out are they from some of these accusations?
Do you remember roughly when that happened? Because I actually have no memory of that.
That was like
back when they were
2018, 2019. Supposed to be like late 2018.
I think they were both quite young.
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
time,
yeah,
so
they
it might
were.
have been... Yeah, so it was like, okay, you're young, you fucked up, come in, try again. So that's probably why they got leeway there.
Yeah, I can see that. It was still, I mean, again, like it still surprised me. I'm glad they did. Like, sure. Like, again, I'm not like, wow, they should be cancelled for that thing they did when they were kids. It was like, if my only exposure to them was that thing happening and then I disappeared, it's weird to come back and be like, oh, what the fuck? I can see the argument as well, like, that I've heard many times, that a lot of these people survive because Oggy kind of kept them around as like a retard circus. Which I think there's some truth to. I think that's true. Oggy collected strays, right?
From what, yeah, kind of. From what I've heard of it, because I must admit, when Oggy was very much in their streaming phase, I found a lot of their streams difficult to sit through. So I tuned out and just went and saw what Nick was doing. I had slight favoritism, okay?
Listen, that's fine. We all have favoritism. That's okay. That's okay. Also, I should read some super chats very quickly. Hold on. Fuck. Play the extortion clip, Beckett. Fuck, hold on. Teddy with a 5. Also, why do you want your chat to call you daddy so much? It's weird and honestly gives me lie making vibes. I read that one. Thank you. Mally, I watched you before I watched Beckett. I think you're more assertive is actually a really good thing. So I've seen you soft spoken and assertive. See, that's nice. You got fans. Like you. Thank you for the
by
5.
how many people like I saw you before I came over to Beckett. I'm like, oh god, what have I done?
Kai Rides with the 2. Play the extortion clip. Let me go and find the extortion clip. Hold on a second. Where are you? Where are you? I need to start pinning things. I need to add it to my soundboard. I think that needs to happen. Right, there we go.
This is fucking extortion!
That's so good. Hoz with the 2. We made you take the autism test. Yeah, I know. I actually took an autism test online, on live stream, and I'm very not autistic apparently. Car Rides with the 2. Ethan, Hassan, Destiny, so true. Metal Man with the 2. Nuance is dead online, has been for a long time. We mourn its passing. Kick in with the 20 Swedish crowns. Parasocial never. I just heart Teddy Beckett's giggle. Thank you very much. Teddy with the 5. Fuck that, Metal Man guy. Nuance is not dead, and him saying that makes him a Nazi. Bates with the 2. We call that doing a JFA in the biz. Thanks, Oz. Guy Rides with the 2. John Swan did what KP did with Emmy, except worse. Yeah, I think I've heard a little bit about this, so I'm not like completely out of the loop. Guy Rides with the 2. I've been following Mally since the Snake Pit vids. What are the Snake Pit vids?
So the Snake Pit videos were like my first step into commentary, and it's when I made 2 videos basically like, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't burn Hopeless Peaches for quote unquote being a bad friend and leaving some tweets or something. So that was my first attempt at commentary. Those videos are gone now.
Oh, can I? Are they
They're not
deleted?
gone. Like they're on the internet. They're privated. Sorry, I forget what name they go by now, but Peach has asked me to private them, so they're privated, and I don't know, they're on the Internet Archive somewhere.
I'll have a hunt. Layerbug with the 2. To be fair, I found Beckett organically, not through you. Well, it's nice to be organic. I'm free range. I'm a free range ghost cat boy now. I love this. I'm absolutely reclaiming Doodle Tones' art. Fuck that bitch. Oh, Mally, have you heard the latest thing that's been discovered about Doodle Tones?
No, what?
They got her Patreon.
Okay.
Her Patreon contains not safe for work pony art.
You know, You know, Beckett, there are some things that you don't actually have to tell me. There's some things in this world I could live without, actually.
Xylee convinced me to check out Beckett. Xylee is bestie. I listen, she's off in the lolcow mines. It's fucking ridiculous. We need to save her. Cool anime girls with it too. I found Beckett through his husband Diesel. Jesus Christ.
I also think I found Beckett through Diesel, so that's kind of rough.
Wait, what do you think? Did you find me through Diesel?
I think so, yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How things have changed. Leia Bug with the 2. Don't make it sound like we're cannibalizing our dad. Fuck me.
I mean, I guess I get it, but like...
So you get it, it's understandable, but you're gonna mock the man for almost 2 hours for being upset. It's totally okay for me to harass Flamenco because he does it to Ethan Ralph.
So I just want to know, you're the guy who goes and does the IBS content where you cover Ethan Ralph and you laugh about songs calling him a fucking pedophile all the time. You sit on the Kiwi farms, you're talking about Xander Hall's girlfriend and his family and all that stuff. You're hanging out with PPP, the guy who just literally makes shit up on live stream, and you know that better than anybody. And Big B does like movie reviews. So when I hear, oh my god, Flamenco's really mad that somebody made a parody song calling him a pedophile, you roll around in mud all fucking day. You got a little on your shoe, now you're gonna be a big pussy about it on stream?
But earlier in the same video, it's not okay for Flam to do it!
Also, even if that's true, you're stooping to his level, which gives him like the fucking... Because now it's just gonna be like... It's just gonna be this kind of game of like, he stoops so low, so you're like, well, I'm gonna go lower. And then he's just gonna go lower. And then you're gonna go... And then you guys are just like equally...
PPP1. Listen. PPP has the weirdest fucking internet history I've ever fucking seen. Because... I say this whenever he comes up. People forget that PPP is the only person who's ever taken a fucking clear win over Medica. Like, Jim would go live, and this, like, went on for, like, a month and a half. Like, every single fucking Jim stream was just spanned with PPP1. And it's like, he had a solid point. Like, why the fuck was, like... Again, I'm a massive fucking Jim fan. I have been very, very long time. But, like... I don't know how you defend Dick Masterson's weird fucking, like, Project 2 shit. That was a wild thing. Everyone's forgotten about. I need to do a video on that stuff. That was fucking insane. Also, I need to give you guys a sticker. Please enjoy this sticker. I'm proud of you. Mally is, can't admit it because just not. No,
not enough. I don't know why I'm farming fucking money for you.
I'll buy you something nice.
You don't even need it.
I'll buy you something nice. It's gonna pay for our dinner date. What are you talking about? I'll order you takeaway in Australia. It'll be fine.
Oh, this bit is gonna get one of us fucking burned, I tell ya.
Listen, I can order you like fucking some takeaway in Australia, and we can watch Transformers. It'll be fine.
It's like the most online nerd fucking date idea I've ever heard. Yeah, we'll go. I'll order you food, and we'll watch Transformers over Discord chat.
We should stream that on Cake. That'd be fucking hilarious. I'd totally get away with that.
Shit. You know that's what happens to Ralph, right? Like, Ralph will try to justify every action he makes by just saying, like, oh, well, the person I'm doing it to either sucks worse or is adjacent with people that suck worse, right?
There's no consistency. Every behavior is okay until it's happening to one of you or someone you don't like. And then there's nuance, there's spurging out, there's more context, it's different. No, it's not. Let's take Flam, for example. What he did to Ethan was wrong. I agree. It's fucked up and wrong of him to make accusations that level, regardless of the context. It's not cool. So Salvo does it to him. What do? You use it to show him some fucking empathy. You sit with the guy and say, yeah, doesn't feel good, does it? This is what you've been doing to Ethan, you see? It's not the behavior you want to engage in. You can even still clown.
Oh my god.
Is that... Would you describe that as tone policing?
I think I would. I think I would. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to make of these arguments from Hiten, because it's like, you use that to show Flam some empathy. Isn't it bad that you've done this to Ethan Ralph? To Ethan Ralph? What are you talking about? It's so confusing.
Okay, see, I don't actually disagree with Heaton's like base argument. Like, I think I've covered kind of while been chatting. Yeah, I think there is that hypocrisy disconnect how people behave when it's them, which I just think is a human error rather than commentary bro specific. But the argumentation here doesn't work because she's kind of arguing something they didn't do, because Nick's thing is that he's holding Flam to the standard that he set.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I feel like she's arguing a different topic.
And Flam very much did roll around in the mud, in a way that actually a lot of commentary generally wouldn't. Like, there are lines. And I'd also say, like, there's a thing with Dioro where it's, Dioro's always been, like, treated as the optics guy. And this is why he gets accused of fencing. And I mean, I get this accusation as well. I get the optics cucked accusations all the fucking time. And there's some truth to it. Like, I actually don't deny it. I am very optics cucked. Because I think it's really important to be careful about it. But, like, generally speaking, I think it's effective. And I think it's fair to, like, judge people by their own standards. Because, like, again, my standards are just for me. Why would I, like, I'm not trying to force someone on anyone else, but I will judge you by yours. Because I, you know, and this is the whole thing with the ACC, SCC stuff that's happening. It's like, well, people didn't meet their own standards and they always had an excuse for it. You know, like Akumu and Chuli, like it or not, were victims and got treated like shit just because they didn't like them.
Yeah, no, again, I don't really have an argument for that. Just, oh shit, there was something. Right, I was gonna say, if Heaton wanted to make maybe a slightly better argument in this vein, I don't know how well it would hold up in 2023. But they brought up doxing as being something. I think generally the commentary community, commentary bros, most of us agree doxing bad. Just
yeah,
hardline, doxing bad. But then you can, I guess, it depends how you treat people that are doxers at that point, because then you can look at someone like Keemstar, who has maliciously doxed people while talking about doing so with a couple of the commentary bros and whatnot. And it's Keemstar, so Keem's allowed back in the house because he's Keemstar. So I think that would probably be a better argument of a double standard.
I'd need to see the actual examples of Keem, like, doxing somebody, because the only one that really comes to mind is the accusation of doxing Salvo, but that's not true. Salvo, basically was going to leak the group chat. Their IP address was in it. They were going to leak it. They said they were going to leak it, so it was just leaked first. Now, the fact that their IP address was in it, firstly, an IP address is not a dox. It was just put in because people knew who Salvo was anyway, and he was logging into it. I need to go through, like, what exactly the Tea Party leaks, like, how that unfolded. But Salvo was, like, already somebody who was, like, putting out people's phone numbers and shit. I think there's also, like, guys, because this is, like, what got him taken down. He was, like, he was just openly, like, doxing Diorio's phone number on stream.
Okay, that isn't actually the situation that I was thinking about. Your chat distracted me for a second. No, actually, it's in one of Nick's. It's in Nick's video about Keemstar. Is the situation that I was thinking of actually. Which
most of his doxing was before the Drama Alert days. Interesting. Yeah,
No, this was during. Hold on, let me find it. I can't believe you just revealed to me live on stream that you don't watch Nicholas Diorio's content. How could you?
Yeah, I know. I'm a terrible
that
friend.
I identify as that I identify as commentary bro. I absolutely do not. That would be a crazy thing for me to lie about. Okay, I think it's this one. I'll just send it to you. It's a good watch. It's fun.
Okay, hold on a sec.
I'm not biased.
Okay, I'll bring this up. Where are you?
I did just send you the whole video.
Okay, let's.
Oh, what was the? Let's just see if I can, like, fucking find the word doxing.
It's in the title, so you might have a lot of pings. Hold on.
Okay.
What are my thoughts on Chris the Narc? He sure is a fish.
He sure is a fish. Handling a minor just to Destiny's docs. Hold on.
Well, why do I have YouTubers coming to me saying they know Just Destiny's supposed ethnicity? Uh-oh. I trace this leak back to a YouTuber named Pugnan, who told me he was alerted in a voice chat with Black Wolf Company, Boblax, and Lieutenant Cobra. Boblax tells me he thought it was common knowledge. This blew my mind. I initially blamed Black Wolf Company, thinking he was bragging about it, which I do now apologize for. As it turns out, the genius himself, Keemstar, entrusted the sensitive docs of an innocent man to a child, a kid who fucking hates him. No, I'm not joking. We don't even know who else got this information leaked. So Keemstar, you published the docs. You attempted to hack a fucking IP address through Skype. You worked with a swatter. You manipulated creators. You lied about motives. You made 10 fucking Twitter videos, all because you lost 3,000 subscribers. And why?
Okay, that's pretty wild. I wasn't actually aware of this.
There's a voice call where they're talking about doxing, and in the voice call, I can't remember. I think Boblax is in there, and there's a couple people in there, and they're talking about like, don't do that, and he's describing doxing has to be done with malicious intent, and someone in the call points out, but didn't you do that with malicious intent? And he was like, okay, yeah, fine, I doxed them. So that's watch the video on your own time, man. It's good. It's a fun video.
Okay, I'll have,
and this was years ago as well.
Yeah, sure. Like, okay. I mean, my stance on this is, as long as people move on and change, I think it's fine. Obviously, like, I have a friendly relationship at the moment with Liar's dogs people. Yeah, like, I think it depends where someone sits now. I think that matters. Bro thinks Keemstar changed. I think Keemstar is, what's a good way to put this?
Wow, you're treading so
Yeah, I'm going to be careful about what I say here. I think Keemstar has his good points and his bad points. And I don't know enough of Keemstar's fucking lore. Do I think Keemstar's changed? No, probably not. I think he's still probably in a fucking asshole. But I need to know more about the Just Destiny situation to know exactly what fucking happened, basically, before I come to a conclusion. Because, again, this is fresh news to me. It's like the Boblax thing. Somebody was like, well, you were friendly with Boblax. If I'd known about the Bobos stream, I probably wouldn't have been. If I knew that, like, Boblax had kind of, like, false copyright struck people and then bitched out of it and never taken accountability, I probably wouldn't have been. Just take Dioro's word for it, eat the slop. I think, dude, I think I'm pretty good at just not just eating the slop. That's what gets me into trouble. Fuck. Okay, cool. Right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, so that wasn't
while doing
specifically
it.
to call out Keem. It was to try and, I guess, give a better example of something they could have tried to use as a hypocrisy argument, because what they're using isn't really hitting.
Yeah, I can see that argument. Hold on, let me read some super chats. Let me catch up with the kids. It's been too. Lol, this is what we get for killing. You get for killing Kai Mally.
No comment.
Rotting Brain with 2. I found Beckett during the BK server leaks. That's fucking crazy. I still can't believe I do that. I still can't believe Hiden's the only person who's managed to actually like have a redemption arc either. That's also fucking wild. Base Tars with the 2. You were forced on me. I never asked for this. That is true. Hoz has been around for years. Dude, I think it's coming up to like 3 years solidly. That's kind of fucking crazy. Waifu with the 2. I found you through a retarded robot. See, silver linings. Layerbug with the 2. This is just our parents. This just in. Our parents are actually dating. Not yet. I need to pay for the food first.
Don't linger. Don't linger on that.
Cody's Cabal with the 5. That Oggy clip was about doxing specifically, so she's completely removing context to fit her argument.
Give him the old "I told you so, dumbass," and have a little giggle. Sure. This isn't that. It's just you excusing the behavior because it's happening to someone you don't like. For someone who talks a lot of shit about Augie's fireside chats with Flam, you really don't like it when people bring up old things you did now that you don't do them anymore. It's almost like someone sat you down, explained that shit was stupid, and you don't do it. Who gave you the fireside chats after your beef with D'Angelo? It's not stupid, it's someone learning from their behavior. No wonder you mock Flamenco for taking accountability. The concept of doing it's laughable to you.
But we have grown in the one way that V2 never could, emotionally.
Out of everything so far, the one thing I keep coming back to is this. There's a cycle that happens every couple of months or so. Person A gets called out for dealing with person B. Person B then gets called out for dealing with person C, and so forth and so on. Let's take a look at a couple choice examples. Nick calls out Flam for his response to Salvo while laughing with Salvo on stream, but is surprised that Salvo's an asshole who uses shit people don't like to make them upset later. Nick advocates for John Swan, who he then later exposes for being a liar. He teamed up with Dr. Skipper for a video when later Skipper ran with false accusations spread by fucking John Swan. Edwin's Generation, Tommy C, Bo Black.
But hold on. But why is that Nick's fault?
Yeah, this is finding out later or something happening later. You're not seeing into the future. Because, okay, I don't disagree with Heaton's argument that this cycle is a thing and it happens every other month, especially at the time. That's not wrong. But the examples that they're pulling up are things that he literally could not have known.
Yeah, and when he did know, he did something about it. Like, this is just like a Dioro's consistent. I don't know, what was he meant to do? Just like
gives?
What?
It gives victim blamey a little bit.
Oh, it is a little bit victim blamey, isn't it? Because I also
how could you not know that your friend would be secretly evil?
Also, like, I know that Nick doesn't like having to old yell at his friends. This is. I mean, I don't like having to do that. Like, I get the fence sitter accusations, but whenever I actually care about something, whenever anyone actually crosses lines with me, or like I think someone's really fucked up, I will burn those bridges pretty fucking quickly. And that's how I fucking ended up in the commentary space outside of the politics space in the first fucking place. I was friends with a load of people, found out what they were doing, disliked what they were doing, and burned all my fucking bridges with them. Like, I was sat on the fence until I had a reason not to be sat on the fence. Like, I think most people function that way because I'm not constantly trying to contradiction hunt everyone I interact with.
Yeah. I also don't think that people should, and this is a personal opinion on this, so I assume Heaton doesn't hold this, so it might be talking to the wind here, but I don't think it's fair for people to be like, you need to be hypercritical of your friends all the time and burn them immediately and take it. Basically treating people like they are the commentators and they're not actually people with relationships behind the scenes. Like, you see that in every drama. It's like, why haven't you publicly put this person on blast yet? The only time that argument I think can be made at someone is if they have made that argument themselves. It's like, you should be doing this thing.
Yeah. I mean, like, so what you're saying is you sweat for your friends until you couldn't. Like, I know I'm getting one guide by strong wind, but it's rare that I actually get somebody in who, like, it's rare that I get someone in who's actually consistently talking shit. It's quite nice. It's a nice change. People don't generally do it to me very much. I don't know why. I will respond. But with, like, old people, I was basically like, if you weren't doing something that I found particularly annoying or egregious, I was mostly like, whatever. But it was things like NSC is like a really good example of this. Like, I've openly said this. I swept for NSC. I was a pretty big defender of Erudite. When a lot of people I was friendly with really didn't fucking like her. But once I saw like the outcomes, and I was like, yeah, it was just the things about you I was defending were clearly not fucking true. I've been had with people like Wick TV. I was like, we're friendly. And we'd had some fallings out, but it wasn't until I was like, oh, you're taking sponsorship money and promoting a company and not disclosing it. Like, that's a hard line for me. So, yeah, I'll sweep for certain things if they don't really matter to me. I won't cover them up, though. I'll just be like, I don't think it's that big a deal. Bro, how can you make you look the other way until the person annoyed you? This is a horrible omission. It's not about annoyance. It's about, like, whether you crossed the line, like, a line that I personally had. On, like, something serious. If somebody's just annoying, I don't care. This yapping is why streams come out to be 6 hours. That is also true. But yeah, like, I think that's completely reasonable. I think most people are like this, though, right? Like, most of us don't, like, most of us aren't constantly looking to be hyper aggressive with everyone we interact with, and the people who do, generally don't survive very long because they piss everyone off. Is that unfair?
No, I think that's fair. Especially, I'm going to invoke a very cringe drama. I'm going to speak in terms that I personally understand. It is a very, I don't want to say dehumanized thing, but people don't see online creators of any variety as actual people. They're not thinking about, oh, if this was my mate that I knew personally, I was at the bar with them. I think most people will sweep for their friends, especially in the offline sphere. Online things are a little more hypercritical, but there's this expectation that everyone behaves like they're working on PR at all times and that they cater to every individual audience member's moral compass. Like, you see this in the Minecraft community. It was a very, very big thing. When Wilbur got in trouble, I don't know, it was a year ago or so now, and you had people jumping up and down at other creators being like, when are you going to say something? Like, the accusation dropped that day, and you had people making these call-out posts and like, why aren't you speaking up? Why aren't you defending this person? Like this, that, and the other. And there's this expectation that people will see an accusation and immediately cut their friend off because that aligns with the audience's demands, essentially. And it's a very fucked up way to perceive personal interactions. Like, if they're actually your friend and you're not just working together, you're gonna take a second to think about how you feel.
Yeah, I think there's also a difference between sweeping and, like, covering stuff up. Like, sweeping gets used for, like, fucking everything. I think there's a big difference between going, hey, yeah, I like this person, I'm not gonna burn my bridges with them, but this thing is really fucking dumb. Like, if I looked at Lio and was like, yeah, Lio's never done anything bad, I don't know what you're talking about, I'd never do that. Like, Lio's done some incredibly fucked stuff, like the Rosical, like the Jack stuff, like the fucking doxing, like calling people's... Like, there's no sweeping for that. It's just shit that Lio has done. It's like, and everyone's honest about it, or should be, at least. I think the difference comes when it's like, oh, this person is faultless. Like, again, I've given criticisms to Dioro when the, like, fucking... when the Twitch stuff against Hiten kicked off last year, and, like, Dan Saltzman was going after... kind of like Twitch sponsorships and things, I was like, this is going to have ecosystem effects. It's not actually going to affect Hiten, it just affects smaller commentators. And generally, I think that is an incredibly shitty, short-sighted thing that only Dan Saltzman is doing, because it's not going to affect him or Destiny. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just going after, like, Hiten because he hates him. I was pretty open about this. I said this to people, like, behind the scenes as well. I was like, this, I don't see why anyone would defend Dan doing this. And even now with the Hiten stuff, I'm like, I've got, like, massive criticisms for Hiten's community because I hate leftists and I hate extremists. But at the same time, I'm like, no, you know what I mean? Like the hardcore fucking socialist crazy people. Like, but at the same time, I don't, like, I was asked this on a stream recently. I don't want to see Hiten deplatformed. I'm anti-deplatforming. So, yeah, I don't think it's quite the same thing. Like, if you're covering up for your friends, if you're fully like, we need to bury this and hide stuff, which is what's happening in the SCC. If you're hiding this shit, if you're like, there's no even acknowledgement that your friends are shitty people, because everyone's a shitty person, that's a different story. That's a different story. And I don't think I have ever done that. I think I've always been pretty open with the fact that people are flawed. I hate leftists as local leftists. I'm fucking definitely not a leftist. But yeah. Yeah.
We got 2 minutes. We can do this.
It keeps fucking happening. Every couple of months, this community melts down on itself because it turns out one or multiple of them have broken some cardinal rule. Bridges are burnt, shots are fired, it's chaos, the dust settles, everyone starts going on one another's streams again. It's like fucking clockwork, and sure enough, a few months later, someone starts it all up again. It's insane. I know that if I found myself embroiled in these situations every couple of months or so, I'd start to wonder about the company I keep.
Oh, would you, Hiten? Oh, would you?
Yeah, that's rough. Considering what happens in 8 days, that's rough.
I'd start to wonder, is it me? This side of the community wants to talk a lot of shit and puff its chest, but honestly, I've seen more empathy and civility between cheerleaders in an 80s movie than I do in this group. It feels like every single person is one misstep away from getting shot in the back by the very person who's going to bandage the wound in a couple of days. All of this aside, you all seem like bitter, miserable people I wouldn't associate with if you paid me. I dealt with this shit back when I was a literal child. I moved on.
And currently, in the SCC, while you're recording this, holy fucking shit, I've seen what you wrote about Chuli.
You should too. The coping, the malding I'm sure to expect, can be dealt with in the Senate Discord, link in the description, or shoved firmly up your asses for all I care. Unless you're scared to deal with an NB and only have your digital courage when it's text or your home turf. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have better and more fun things to be working on. Have a good—
I'm sorry, did they directly call out, like, ask the, like, fucking, like, commentary bros to come to Senate? That's fucking wild.
Oh wait, did they say Senate specifically?
Yeah, they said, like, you could come to the Senate and work it out.
Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Why not invite them to Cloud Palace, Hiten?
So sad, I never got invited to that place. But I don't disagree with Heaton's assessment of the monthly cycle, especially at this point in time, because there was a patch of time where, yeah, every like 2 to 3 months, they'd have this big blowout. And it went, I think it was like, you used to be able to go by each person, and when they would come back into the house and get kicked out again. I think the last big one before the Bo Black stuff more recently was, the Salvo stuff with Keemstar. And you know what's so odd is that so many of these dramas are, if they were in the ACC, they would be just as bad, except no one would actually have sex.
Yeah, no one in the ACC fucked.
Yeah, whereas when it's the commentary brosphere, they actually have sex with each other, which is so crazy to me.
Some of them do. I mean, there are lots of dramas about sort of like relationships and shit. I mean, you just see this with Keemstar, with the weird fucking like call he had with that lass, and they were like, it got really sexual for some fucking reason. But yeah, I don't know. Some of them do. I mean, Tipster with all the fucking goth mummies shit.
Yeah, I would say that's more ACC adjacent, because I don't think any of them were fucking.
No, that's
I think
true.
They were just in Discord being, you know,
Edwin Salvo, yeah, the Edwin Salvo shit was fucking wild.
Also, Ash, surprised I never got invited to Senate. No, I was invited to Senate. They kept me in the Rancor pit for most of my stay. And then they brought me back out. I don't know what rule I broke. They brought me back out, and I said, fuck, put me back in. I don't want to see your chats.
Lamau. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I think it's fine to I think there are definitely criticisms you can level at the commentary bros. But that's just, I mean, part of it's just the nature of making this much content, right? No one's going to be right 100% of the time, and no one's going to be completely consistent 100% of the time. And I think a lot of this is caught up in personalities, right? Like, sometimes you just don't like a creator. I know that there are people who don't like me, not because they know anything about me, they just don't like the sound of my voice. And that's fine. I think that's legitimate. I've got creators who I just don't like the sound of their voice, or I find them annoying. And it's completely reasonable. You've done it, Ash? Wait, what have you done? Hold on, give me a second. Let me find out. Let me find out. Check art chat.
Okay. Oh no.
Give me a second. I need to change your icon.
Oh no.
Let's go. Where'd you get saved to? There we go. Let's transform.
Alright, while you're doing that, I'm gonna yap about this video. So I don't think that this video is... I actually didn't see the first half where you guys were talking about, I guess, bigotry stuff, so I actually don't have an opinion on that. But the actual arguments in this video, I don't mind. I just don't think that they're put together amazingly well, and that hindsight, this coming from Hiten, is hilarious. But I don't think this is one of those videos I would, like, crash out and be like, this is the worst thing ever made.
No, I think it's just I think going through Heaton's content is very much a case of just how badly it's aged considering everything we now know about Heaton. Much like Doodle Tones, and I just wanted a little break from Doodle Tones.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, you're a cat girl now.
Oh, again? Okay.
Yeah.
Was Melly asked to draw some vile horse fetus Freud fetish stuff to get unbanned? No, I'm going off my memory here, and it's not amazing, but yeah, I don't know what rule I broke, and they're like, hey, to not be put in the Rancor pit, you have to draw something for us, and I just didn't, because why would I? I stayed in the Rancor pit.
Leia Bugwood too. I hate leftists, says local leftist. Thank you, Leia. Leia also too. You admitted to being a leftist last stream. I swear I didn't, and if I did, I was lying. Platinum Ether with the 279. Foreshadowing is a literary device in which, thank you very much. Ryan Graham with the 2. Mally broke rule 97 out of 3,000. Yeah, oh fuck. The Senate rules are insane. They are wonderful. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's difficult with stuff like this because so many arguments are poorly thought out with how they'll look in the long term. And I think that's a fair criticism of most commentators. I mean, I'm sure I've got stuff where I've like put out arguments against people and it's like, well, I mean, fuck, I just said this in the Saberspark video. It's a little hypocritical of me to like criticize other people for being too involved in a story because I'm always involved in the story. So being like, oh, KP and Courtney got too involved. It's like, well, there are lines to this, like trying to get a victim to edit the statement or asking for no evidence. But like, yeah, sure. If I was like, wow, I can't believe how heavily invested you are and like you're all behind the scenes and shit, that would be an incredibly hypocritical thing for me to say to somebody.
But wouldn't you say that argument is coming from a place of experience? Like, would you say you still do that? Or you're saying, hey, I did this, stop?
Yeah, I suppose that's actually a fair comment because I have generally hit the point now where I'm much more careful. Like, I draw much tighter lines. And I'm like, one of the things that kept happening to me, for example, was people would come and ask me for advice on things or what I thought about something. And then they do the opposite and then they name drop me. And that caused me a lot of problems with like a couple of stories. And I caught like huge amounts of flack because people were like, oh, well, Beckett was involved. Beckett knows about it. And I was like, I told you to do literally the opposite of what you've done. So that led to the new rule, which I've not needed to invoke yet, which is if you do that, I'll leak our DMs. And no one's done it since. Because I was just like, yeah, if you're going to come to me for my advice and opinion, I'm not here just to give you fucking like a gold tick. So if you do the opposite and you bring me into it, I will fucking throw you in front of the bus. I'm not dealing with that shit anymore. But yeah, I mean, like, there have been certain things I've worked on where I've worked on projects with people and they have fucked them into the ground. Like, there's one particular one where we were looking into something that happened that was pretty egregious. And it happened in somebody's Discord. And there were a couple of us working on it. And one person was like, hold on, I'll be back in a second. Came back and was like, okay, cool, I'm good. We can keep going. And then we were looking at the Discord and what was there had just been deleted. And we were like, what the fuck? Why is this being deleted? I mean, we had screenshots and stuff. But they were like, yeah, I went to tell the moderators of the Discord. And we were like, what do you mean? Yeah, we went, I just needed to warn the moderator of the Discord that was there. I was like, so you're sat in a call with us, going through the evidence of what's fucking happened, and you went to tell the moderator so they could delete it? Are you fucking high? what the fuck do you mean? And that was the line where I started like actually cutting people out of working with them in stories and shit. I'm like much more careful. So it's all those little things, like learning experiences that you get. Lol, what? Yeah, that was an interesting one. What retards were you running with? Doesn't matter.
I will say it is unfortunate that by the nature of commentary, a lot of the learning experiences are made publicly, and if you make a particularly bad fuck up by mishandling a story or something, then other people get hurt because of that. And also there is a public record of your fuckery, and that never goes away. Like 5 years down the line, people will still be dragging it up, being like, "Remember when you fucked up this story?"
Oh,
So I think also
people will
there's kind
endlessly
of a-
bring the Destiny stuff up to me, and that's like fair enough because like I think if the fuck up is bad enough, and especially if you repeat those behaviors, I think it's understandable. Like I often say, like one of the reasons I don't like people deleting videos is because it's much harder to build that sort of pattern of behavior. And if things are a one-off, I think there's a big difference between a one-off thing that happens and a pattern of behavior of a content creator does. And I think it also comes down to like where your lines of what you think is acceptable is, right?
Oh yeah. It depends on what the fuck up is and if it's a one-off or not, yeah. Because there's some things where, at least in terms of being a commentator, there are big enough fuck ups. So it's like, maybe you aren't the guy for this. Maybe you should not be doing this.
Yeah, and I think there's definitely points there where it's, as long as you're learning, as long as you're growing. I mean, all of us are essentially throwing shit at the wall and seeing like what sticks and if we're gonna get fucked for doing it, right? Like, but like,
yeah. Well, I'm watching the newcomers, I guess the actual new ACC now. The children that are fighting amongst themselves that are coming in, and I'm watching them kind of make the exact same mistakes that were being made. What was it 5-10 years ago with the what was the drama that made Chris tap out? Fuck. It was one of the really old DA ranting ones. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the point is it was like 5-10 years ago. It's the same drama, just with new actors. So history is a circle, and I don't think anyone learns anything ever.
yeah, I mean, it's nice to know that I'll have content in the future. I can see it being made ahead of time.
Beckett, they're children.
Yeah, which means I can't do anything about it now. I heard that Mushroom Girl turned 18 recently, though.
I don't know what you're going to talk about or what you'll cover in the future, but I disavow preemptively.
Listen, they've been off limits. I can't make content on a fucking child. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. You covering it now? No.
Gently reminding you, one of Jar's fuckery things that he said was that he was going to wait till Lin was 18, and I was fucked when he said it.
The difference is I have waited, and also like now like it's one of those things. I don't even know they're 18 yet, but like I probably won't. Like in comparison to everything else, it's like there's not much left of the fucking SCC to talk about. Someone rubbing their hands about a freshly 18-year-old. Listen, I can't cover them when they're fucking 17 and stuff. This isn't. You can't say that like it's a sexual thing. It's not. I just want to make content on them. They're retarded.
Alright, new personal rule. If there's teen at the end of their age, they're off limits.
I have to wait till people are 20? That's fucking crazy.
Yes. Yes, you do. I'm enforcing my standard onto you.
Aiden Project's career would be very fucking different, I gotta tell you, if that was the rule everyone followed. No, I just think I think it's one of those where it depends on the person. It depends what they do. I think you should give leeway to people who are, you know what, maybe like people under the age of 20 get some leeway, right? Because we're all pretty fucking dumb. God knows I was dumb in my 20s as well. But it's like maybe we should have a pre-therapy rule. If someone goes through therapy, everything they did before therapy, they get a pass on.
We'll say that's a conditional rule because that's pretty broad. That's a lot of leeway. That's a lot of leeway.
Depends on the therapy. You have to get a written note from your therapist.
Okay, fine. Yeah, if they bring a note to class, all right, fine. Look, I think personally, anyone under 21, I expect them to be dumb as doorknobs. Like, anyone between the ages of 16 and 21, that is when people historically make the biggest fuck ups. So I am very forgiving of people in that age range. I'm like, okay, go. Usually my advice for these people, and I am thinking of the ACC young people coming up, is fuck off for like 5 years and come back and try again. Become like a fully fledged person. Go skin your knees, and then you can come back, and we'll see how you're doing.
So I suppose you know, I've got you on stream now, so I can ask this question to you. What is the point where people like Nezzy, Doodles, and Hiten can be redeemed?
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I asked you on the other stream, because I don't know. Because I'm still kind of wrapping my head around a lot of what's been going on, and it's so fresh. But generally speaking, for these kind of things, my advice stays the same. Fuck off for 5 to 10 years, depending on severity. Become a fully fledged person, and then come back. But unfortunately, these situations have just happened, or either they've just happened, or they're just crashing out about it, and there's no growth at this point. So it's like, it's hard to say anything for certain because they haven't left yet for most of them.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think anything, like, they haven't killed anyone, they haven't assaulted anyone, they haven't raped anyone. So yeah, I don't think it's the kind of thing you're forever fucked. But it doesn't mean that you should be online or in this sphere. Strongwind, you know what, Strongwind? You know what? If fucking Hitler had fucked off after he got rejected from art school, we'd be having a very different conversation, okay? There you go, Strongwind. I paid attention to you.
I think listen, I love the one, guys. Every time, like, it's always this assumption that I'm sort of a soy libtard, but I always like people, I've said this many times, I like people who go against the grain in chat, because not many people do that. And most people just go along with the flow.
Pushback.
Yeah.
Or a new perspective.
Yeah. Otherwise I just exist in an echo chamber. That's boring. I think this is why my chat is like sane, because it's like the most under-moderated chat. Like, no one gets banned. Unless it's like an actual TOS violation where I'd get fucked for it. No one gets banned for anything.
I think sane is a bit of a stretch.
You're literally a fallen DGGer. Okay, Strongwind. I have literally never been a Destiny fan. Okay, buddy. Okay, now you're pushing it. Fucking, I fucking hate that accusation. Do you want to know the first time I ever saw Destiny? It was when he was debating Medica. That's my first exposure to Destiny. It wasn't even like the Tonkasaur stream. Yeah, I think you can pretty much go through, and I've pretty much always disliked Destiny to some extent, and never joined the DGG circle. Look at how defensive you're getting. Listen. Accusing me of being a DGGer is like, yeah, no, it's like, man, that's a fucked up thing to say to somebody, Strongwind. Can I just be normal and call me a pedophile or something? Man, what the fuck you doing?
Why do you speak?
I don't know, but I do know that chat deserves a sticker because you guys are fucking best.
I did see a cast was quoting a Keemstar thing. I can't believe I'm actually agreeing with this, but yeah, 10 years of relevancy, then they can come back.
Yes, the Matt Jarbo attack. Yes. As Keem said, 10 years of irrelevancy. Thank you for the 2. Pinker with the 5. In your 20s, aren't you still dumb? Yeah, but you know, this is like, we get to hammer it out. Shelly May with the 2. Mowley, yes. Meowly. She learned debate rape tactics from Ephron. Oh my fucking god. Thank you for the 2. Thank you, Rex. I mean, DGG and PDF go hand in hand. That's a fair comment.
I do think as well, just because they brought up in your 20s, you're still dumb. Yes, just there's a sliding scale for this. Like, there's tiers of how much leniency you get. Like, anyone under the age of 16, I give them all the leniency in the world. They can basically do no wrong, save like 2 things. Between 16 and 21, still a mountain of leniency. They're dumb. That's their job, is to be stupid and make mistakes. Between 21 and 25, I still actually have a lot of leniency. I do have a lot, but it gets lesser the older you get. So yeah, look, you're stupid in your early 20s. That's your job.
Yeah.
You know.
But it's also like,
it depends how
again,
much you hurt other people.
Yeah, I think there's like how messed up you are as well. Like, I mean, I've spoken pretty openly and honestly about this. Like, I was a fucking mess in my late teens, early 20s. I was a fucking head case. But then I got treatment. I got better. That's, you know, it's what happens. You grow, you learn, and then you come back to the internet after a traumatic event and become a commentator and deal with it the healthy way by laughing at retards. This.
But see, here's another thing about that. Your stuff was all offline, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so you kind of have a grace that a lot of these kids don't have, that there isn't this record for the entire world to see and judge you by for the mistakes that you made at that age. These kids don't have that because they're all online from like 13, and all of their mistakes are immortalized for the rest of time.
Yeah, that's true.
And people are a lot harsher online than they are in the real world as well.
Yeah, that is true. Because like, oh yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm coming in here to kneecap you with my morals.
No, I mean, like, it is no, there is truth to that though. Like, I think it is. It seems to be harder for the Zoomer generation, and like people even don't even date the same. Because like, you know, when I was sort of teen 20s, I was constantly on dates and, you know, going out drinking, and I was a bartender. So, but now I like look at the Zoomers and like no one goes. And again, this is just my impression. I'm like not down with the kids or whatever. Like, fucking. No one seems to go out drinking. Everything's too expensive. Everyone seems to be locked in, like, sort of like the e-kiddie world. Online relationships are much more common. Like, this seems like a dynamic shift. Because, again, like, you've kind of gone from most of your friends will know, like, the shit that's happened to you and, like, kind of your wider friendship group. Usually, for me, that was, like, built around, like, whatever bar we drank in. And that community. Now it's like a huge online community that's like global, like looking at the shit that you're doing, and like it must be crazy. And for some of these people, it does feel inescapable. Like, right? What else? Where else do you go?
And then you've also got the I think it's Diesel that always invokes the pandemic fucking up people's brains and stunting growth. And I agree with that, but I also think that this sort of generation and that are already extra stunted, partly because of the greater world being fucked, but also because they're all growing up online. And I think kind of maybe commentary and us, the older people online, are kind of to blame for this, because all I'm seeing when I'm watching these young people, I'm thinking 14 to 17, sort of making their own little commentary videos, I'm hearing them regurgitating our language and applying it to each other in really extreme ways. Like, we're teaching these kids some really fucked up morals, actually.
This chap, weren't we watching a video? Now these old fogies are talking about how they can't get a boyfriend. We're married. Strong wind. Like, we're married.
Literally married.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'd rather die alone. This is terrible. Also, we finished the video. This is Yap Hour now.
This is Yap Hour. There are more videos. There's also commentary, inappropriate condemnation, Foxton Part 1.
Is that the stuff with Harley?
Brief note.
From memory, that held up okay.
I'm not. I'm just. Okay, what didn't hold up? What didn't hold up? What, in your opinion, that doesn't hold up well from Heaton's?
Hiten?
Yeah, we'll go to videos. We'll go to popular.
Okay, let me have a peek. I mean, maybe the Spoctor theory stuff or the junkie stuff, just because of the nature of what they've been in trouble for.
What was
and the double standard with Chuli?
Let's do junkie, and give me a rundown of the junkie stuff, because I don't know.
Okay, I kind of know this. So from memory, this has to do with also the Spoctor drama. So Junkie, they will explain this, but basically Junkie fucked Hiten over is the gist of it, by saying that she could use screenshots in a video and then telling other people they couldn't. That is my vague recollection of that.
Right, okay.
And then oh, actually, this is the video where, okay, so Junkie actually put a rift between Hiten and Susie. And this is the video that they made up, and Susie comes in and talks about it.
Interesting. Okay, let's watch this.
So
Let's have a little look-see.
Well, this wasn't exactly a video I was planning at any point recently. To be honest, I was mostly content to just let this shit rest in 2018 where it belonged, but it seemed like things keep happening regarding him, and the echo of what happened to me. I'm think I'm about done. I've been about done. I want to preface this by saying this is 3 years and 3 computers ago at this point, and as I don't compulsively save screenshots of things that fuck me up so bad I almost end up in the hospital, I don't have DMs to show you. However, I do have proof that
Has anyone actually ever, like... Has anyone actually ever been hospitalized because of ACC drama, or do they just say this?
Yes, and that's a tentative yes from my my stance, because there are times I've heard of people being hospitalized from people that I trust on the matter, and they believe it. So that's as far as I can go with that.
Can you imagine going to the
Usually
doctors?
they're not creators.
I mean, like, it's a weird one, right? Because I don't know what you... Like, I can only speak from my own experience, but I've only had, like, one serious nervous breakdown in my life. And I went to the hospital. I got driven to the hospital by the police. And then the hospital were like, well, what the fuck do you want us to do about it? Like, we're not a mental health clinic. Like, we can't do anything. Go to your fucking GP. Like, and I went to my GP, and my GP signed me off work. But, like, I don't know what it's like like, this is the UK, and it's also a long time ago this happened. But, like, I don't know what it's like in the US, but I can't imagine going to the hospital and being like, I'm being bullied online, and I'm gonna fucking crash out or some shit. I just don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know what a doctor's meant to do with that.
It's probably also a bit of a language thing. When people say I go to the hospital, they could mean like a whole manner of different medical services, but they're just shorthanding it to hospital. Sometimes they mean hospital because they're in immediate danger or something. Other times they mean like a wellness check, or they went to the ward, or they went and saw their therapist. So there is levels to this. But off the top of my head, I can think of maybe 3 different people I know of that have gone to some variety of medical care post-drama or during drama that I reasonably believe. So it does happen. But again, keeping in mind this sphere, a lot of these people were either very young at the time it happened or very mentally ill, because you know what we're like. So you're gonna get a high you're gonna get a higher ratio of people that need help.
Yeah, sure. That makes sense. Makes sense. And again, I don't know if it's a lying for sympathy thing. I just don't trust these people. Someone said recently, like, people are going to the hospital or something. I don't know. I just don't know how much I believe it. I do know
of a couple people recently that have gone to hospital over like the most recent stuff. Some of the again, yeah, you have to side eye it at some point, because it is. There's been enough times where people have been lying about.
And if you're in the US, how are you going to afford these fucking medical bills? Come on, like, how can any of these people have insurance? No one has a fucking job.
I'm sure a lot of them have families that would step up if they needed something.
If they had families that would step up, they wouldn't be making this content in the ACC. This wouldn't have happened to them.
What are you trying to say, Beckett? What are you trying to say about my loving fucking family?
You've got a very loving family, but you're also from Australia, which is a mitigating factor.
Hold on, let me add that to my list of excuses I can whip out one day.
Listen, you're in a fucking country where everything is trying to kill you. I'd have a nervous breakdown as well.
Oh my god, that's just a skill issue. Nothing here is trying to kill you, please.
How are your pet spiders, Mally?
Good actually. The babies have all grown up and been set loose.
Happen. So you're just gonna have to wait until we get there. So let's rewind back to Fran. Now this has nothing to do with her in particular, so leave the girl alone. Last time I heard about her, she was minding her own business, so just let her continue on in peace.
Hold on, let me give some context
No,
here
this
real
has
quick.
to do with the situation.
Okay, so Fran, this again is related to the original Spoctor theory drama, where basically what happened, this is kind of like the old Peaches drama, where everyone's kind of iffy on Spoctor now, but back in the day, he was hard done by. So, Spoctor got accused of being a nonce by a bunch of children while he was also a child. It was all fake, whatever, it got cleared up. During that time, when the accusation came out, everyone in the sphere at that time, you know, again, SEC, DeviantArt ranting, whatever the fuck it was called back then, they all jumped on Spoctor in the space of like 3 days to say, you're a nonce, we hate you, die. Bunch of videos were made about it until some of the other people in the community stepped in, mostly Ponder, and said, you're all being dumb, stop it. One of the people that jumped on Spoctor very aggressively was Fran, and there was a whole back and forth about it. So that's who Fran is.
So I've got a pet question about the Spoctor stuff. How old was this girl on fucking Spoctor's hard drive or thumb drive or whatever?
Okay, so that's kind of That was the future drama, because that didn't actually come out at the time during the Spoctor drama. That was a Lio thing. But so I could be wrong, so definitely someone in chat get me for this. But from memory, the girl was 15 at the time, and I think Spoctor was 17 when because they were both taking nudes of themselves.
Because I heard 13 and 16.
I mean, maybe I haven't heard those numbers. If I have, I've forgotten. But maybe the number that I remember is 15, but it could be 30. It could be that she was 15 when he turned 18, but the pictures were when they were 13. But yeah, from memory, it was just okay. So chat's saying 13, 14, and 16. Yeah. So
what was Spoctor originally cancelled for then?
So Spoctor got accused of being a nonce for talking to someone who said that they were 8 or 9 at the time. They weren't, they were lying, and he didn't think they were that age either. He was also a minor at the time. It's so difficult to explain how dumb it all was and so long ago. But people were coming at him being like, oh, Spoctor's a minor, and he's encouraging people to draw porn of his character, which wasn't true. There's lots of semantics about it. It was like, oh, I want an attractive lizard man who is an adult while minor. It was a lot of the typical gilding the lily, I think might be the phrase for it. Why the fuck am I on your screen? Why am I on your screen?
You're reacting to chat.
Beckett?
Yeah.
You wretch. Look, he had 3 people basically try and do a hit job on him, and they got found out for it.
Right, okay, that makes sense. So the later stuff that came out then made him a lot more cancelled, but like the original stuff was just a hit job.
The original stuff was just straight a hit job. What happened there was, at the time of his original cancellation, he realized he had this drive with the nudes of the minor and both minors on it, and he went to Fagos and a junkie, I believe it was.
Very smart.
To have a call. It's a cursed call to be sure. He basically went to them afraid of what was going to happen to him if it came out, and asking him like what to do, and if Ponder could come and defend him. Ponder wasn't there for the call. He was asking other people to be like, can Ponder come help me? And then he destroyed or got rid of the drive or whatever it was. That call went unreleased until Fagos came around later and gave it to Lio. Lio had a forever vendetta against Spoctor because of Peaches. Lio released it, and they had the whole back and forth then. But it was long after it had actually happened, and Spoctor's whole thing was like, I just turned 18. I got rid of the drive. What more do you want? So yeah, it was one of those things. It was Peaches hated the fucker, and so he had to die.
Right, okay. Okay, I can see that.
I actually don't know where Lio stands on Spoctor anymore, because his whole thing was like, oh, Peaches hates Spoctor, so he has to die, but I don't know.
I think the flash drive having the nudes on it was enough for him to be like wood chipper. Which I'll be honest, I'll be honest, having nudes of a 13-year-old when you're 16, yeah, probably. I think like people do this high school age thing, but I don't know. I think there are limits to it. And I think a 16-year-old dating a 13-year-old is fucking weird. I think those like, I think there are brackets to this, unfortunately, but yeah, that's kind of fucking crazy. I think part of the problem is as well, it's like the fact that he kept it, the fact that he found the hard drive, and the fact that his instinct wasn't just delete this immediately. Why wouldn't you just delete it immediately? Why would you need to have a call with anybody to be like, oh, maybe somebody needs to defend me over it? Like,
because he was scared it was going to leak. I think there was like a third party involved who also knew about it beforehand, and he was scared they were going to get him after the previous drama, something like that. Yeah, look, I said it back at the time. I don't know where I stand with that, because I honestly don't have enough context to really make a judgment call on it. Again, I don't think that's you're forever fucked thing, depending on, I'm not sure, was the age gap?
The age gap's like 13, 16. I mean, it's difficult. Like, we kind of
hard to
lie to
say.
ourselves. I don't know. Again, like we were talking about Zoomers earlier, we kind of lie to ourselves. Like I lost my virginity at like 13, 14. So like I don't know. Well, yeah, but like I don't know. That wasn't that unusual. It was like someone my own age. It just wasn't that unusual. Like at the time, like when we go back
Well,
to
again,
like
that's the difference
the early
between
2000s.
online and offline.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
well,
suppose.
that's the difference. People treat stuff very differently online and offline, partly because it's just numbers and text on a screen. I think people fail to really understand the age of other people online because they're not seeing like a child in front of them or an adult in front of them. It's just a number and some text. So I think people can be a lot more black and white with their judgments on these things. But I mean, if he didn't have, I don't know, it's kind of thing I feel like, I'm going to sound like a broken record. It's the kind of thing I feel like should have just been handled offline. Like if there was something there, the parents, the authorities, like, yeah.
Yeah. And how old was Spot to when this drama happened?
So the first go around he just turned 18. And
Right,
then
okay.
the second go around with Peach, isn't that? I think he was like, what, 21 or something?
How the fuck would a third party find out about this shit?
I'm really going back into my memory for this. I could be wrong about that because the 13-year-old was like still a mate of his. They remained friends all the way up until the second drama. So I might be misremembering that. He might have just been paranoid after he got, blasted across the internet as a fresh 18-year-old, freshly 18. Yeah, I don't know. This one, I don't think no, fuck it. I'm gonna put a line in the sand here. Unless there's more, I don't think it's enough to say wood chipper.
I don't know. I'd need to look into it more deeply. But like for me, I think that's pretty bad. I think the fact that you've got them on a fucking hard drive. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, well, his explanation of that was that he hadn't even looked at that hard drive.
How does it end up on a flash drive? How does it end up there?
I don't know. I remember at school we had just flash drives, the little thumbstick things. I don't know what type of drive it was on.
Yeah, the hard drive is a bit
Floppy
weird.
disk.
Yeah, no. Jesus. Base
Yeah,
odds
I
with the
actually
two.
don't know what hardware.
Yeah, I think it was a thumb drive or some shit. From what I've heard. This borderline illegal activity is pretty bad. Yeah, again, illegal, sure. I mean, the question is like, yeah, it's not borderline. It's definitely illegal. The question is like, wood chipper or not? The question is he a pedophile? That's the question. And I'm like, the problem is I don't know the Spotcher stuff in detail, and I don't know how accurate this is, and I don't know what was said at the time, and I don't know what the rationales were, and I don't know what and anything else about it looks like. So, like, would I? Let me put it this way: if Spotter came back tomorrow, would I associate with him? No, I wouldn't. Would I probably like call him a nonce? Yes, I probably would. There you go. There's probably where I am. But I'm like, is that like he's a pedophile and needs to be like set on fire? Like, I'm not sure I'm at that line, right? Based on
I'm just not so sure about the ages. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's one of those where I just need more clarity because I've heard like several stories of this. Because the first time it was told to me, I think it was she was 16 and he was 18 is what I heard. So I'm kind of like trying to piece together information. Based odds with so all these people are 10 ply toilet paper, soft as fuck. Jesus Christ. Hydra Dancer with a 10. Oh, one of my favorite lines from that first Spotter drama: the pedophile is luring other pedophiles in regards to someone thirsting over fan art of his lizard man. I need to binge that again. What the fuck? Maybe I need to listen to that call.
That's so basically that was a random person on DeviantArt liked art of the lizard man Spoctor and being like, oh, he's sexy, it's my daddy, or whatever the fuck they said. I don't remember exactly. They were thirsting. And the argument that the person who said they were a pedophile made was saying, oh, you're a pedophile because the person who owns that character is a minor. Yeah, that's basically it.
Oh my fucking god, okay. Right, let's keep going.
Surrounding her. No, this has everything to do with the name's Junkie. You may remember that the thing the CC got on me for during that debacle was leaking private DMs between him and Fran. I was a backstabber, duplicitous, untrustworthy. Did none of you think about how I got those screenshots? Did you think I hacked him and took them myself? No, he gave them to me. I asked him if I could use them, and he said yes. I sent him my script. I published my video. So I started getting attacked from all sides by friends, colleagues, and a particular rat bitch. I had no idea why people were just assuming that I had done something considered so horrible and taboo when they were close enough.
It's a rat bitch, Julie.
Maybe? Hold on. Let me see if Julie's on. I think so.
Just
I'm
message Julie. Were you a rat bitch?
Just quick question. Hold on, I can do better. I can just search our chats. Hold on.
No, that was Ray.
Here somewhere.
Okay. Ray. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god.
Enough to me to know that I'd never share something said in confidence, and that I'd never had a track record of doing it beforehand. It made me wildly paranoid that the people in my life thought I was so awful, and that they were more okay with the idea that I had taken someone's personal testimony without their consent than with just asking me if that was true. It ruined a lot of my friendships. One in particular, it took 3 years of processing to heal. It started the rat bitch saga, which lost me more friends. I'm not going to talk about that today. It caused me to be isolated and targeted by a whole community of people I thought cared about me. I lost it a little. I'm not ashamed to admit my parents talked about me going onto the ward. I never did, thank God, but shit did get dark. And I had no idea at the time why. And then Gwis came around. When Gwis's video about this came out, I found out where all of these assumptions were coming from. Junkie had been actively lying to people and telling them that he had no idea I would use his screenshots. This low-life cherry gecko had thrown me under the axle at the slightest sign of danger. I was furious. I sent screenshots of our DMs to a couple of friends. I told anyone who would listen. I talked constantly about the fact that he was full of shit. And then he changed his fucking story. Now, he'd agreed to let me use the screenshots, but he didn't know what for, despite the fact that I'd immediately followed his confirmation by sending him my script. I lost it. I was exhausted. I was angry. I was betrayed. I'd run out of inhibitors a long way down this fucking road. I confronted him, and he said the one thing that you just don't say to me. There's nothing you can say to me that I haven't already said to myself. So, fun little fact about me. This sentence, this is one of the few things I would describe as an actual trigger for me. For some reason, everyone who's ever actively tried to hurt me, ruin something I love, or cut me out of a community has said these particular words to me. It's
Fuck, if anyone gets Hiten in a call... I'm just saying.
I'm sure that's in the Geneva Convention.
There's a line. There's a line now. There's nothing you can say to me, Hiten, that I have not already said to myself. Oh, what would be the context for that? Jesus Christ. Oh, dude, if she gets into a call, I hope she says it. I hope she says it. Hiten, if you see this and you get into a call with somebody and you say it, all's forgiven. I'll sweep for you. I'll be like, that's based. That's based.
It's truly as if God gave me a handcrafted sign that says the person who says this to you is worth less than dirt. And I'm a big enough woman, a big enough adult.
If I not set a goal, I'll set a goal.
I came a little fucking unglued. Maybe I shouldn't have said the things I said. There's a chance I went a little too far. I don't even really remember what I said, but I do remember it was mean.
Also, I can't remember whether I owe you a sticker or not. Please, chat, have a sticker. Okay, because I can't remember. There we go. Good job, guys.
A kind of mean I try really hard not to be anymore, and my mental state was a reason, but it wasn't an excuse. I should have just blocked him. The minute that he said it, I should have cut contact, grabbed the screenshots, blocked him, and left. I didn't. I screamed at him. But, more or less, that was the end of it. My commentary career, a hobby that had brought me real happiness, and a number of friendships I had spent hard-fought times forging, along with my sense and peace of self. All of it gone. All of it destroyed by one stupid fucking dragon who has, to this day, never admitted to the part he played in it, or apologized to me.
I'm sorry. This is about leaking DMs or being accused of leaking DMs?
Yeah,
What-
so
what-
basically she got permission to use DMs in a public video, and then other people were told behind the scenes by the person who gave her permission that actually no, that never happened. And so everybody like turned on her and was like, "You leaked DMs, how dare you, stab stab."
This is actually very retarded.
Wow, Beckett. Is it your first day here? Hello,
Okay.
welcome, come in, have a seat.
Okay. Oh yeah, I
I'm
just
sorry,
don't,
that was very
I
mean.
don't know what I meant to do with this. Like, this is a what? Hiten admitting her only happiness was doing comedy vids is actually kind of sad. We've taken everything from her.
You're an evil cat. Evil cat. I'm gonna be the one remaining, like, what's the word? Not kind. I'm gonna play devil's advocate just for the sake of this not being a bully session. Fuck it. I'll go full ACC. I can do it.
Okay, I trust you.
Me. But you want proof. You want evidence that this happened. And I don't blame you. I would too. It's a really good thing we patched up our friendship, isn't it, Doodle?
Yeah, so being someone who is also a part of said friend drama of 2018, I can indeed confirm this testimony. See, for context, just prior to the Spoctor drama of 2018, you might have heard of it, Junkie was caught in the crossfires of an expose created by a user who went by the name YoYo3635. Said video was, to put it...
Okay, this is way too quiet. Let me turn it up. Hold on. Fucking, I can't believe I'm
I
having
will
to
actually.
turn-
Hold on. I'm gonna run defense. I'm gonna sweep real quick. I can do
Okay,
this. Okay.
okay.
I will say, and I'm gonna use the commentary bros as the example here because
Uh-huh,
this video.
uh-huh.
If let's say if Augie RFC told Nicholas Dioro, yeah, you can use our screenshots in a public video, that's fine, and then Nick did, and then behind the scenes, Augie went to, I don't know, fucking, who's another one? What's that old man? The old man streamer
Tommy
that
C?
Nick came from. That one. And then told Tommy C and everyone else behind the scenes, like, oh no, I never said that. They did that without my permission. And then these people went and called Nick out for it. Don't you think Nick would be justly fucking furious?
Yeah, sure. I think he'd be pissed off. But I think the difference is here. I suppose the question would be, well, how did you get the DMs in the first place? It's like, you did give them to him. I suppose the criticism of it was like in the commentary side would be, well, you're a fucking idiot for giving it to them. Usually when stuff gets leaked, and it's like, well, you've leaked this thing. It's like, yeah, but I'm like down the chain. You gave this to me. You shouldn't have fucking given it to me then. Like, you know how bad these are. I was obviously going to put them out. There's like a public level of interest, and B, I can't tell this story without it. So I think that you'd like, I can understand why Heaton's like mad, sure, but at the same time, it's one of those where it's like, isn't this a sign of like how?
I think I've accidentally actually just retold something that did happen in the commentary sphere, judging by what your chat is saying.
Wait, what was it?
They're saying that Comment Cop did that.
Comment Cop did that?
Or
Wait.
something. Oh.
I asked you if I could have these. What reason? Didn't someone try to op Nick and Tommy C? Tommy C and like Nick have fought before. But like, I'm not familiar with this directly happening. You'd have to give me the example.
Yes. Need the actual information on that.
I mean,
But
people
the argument
bitch
isn't
about
that-
leaking stuff, but like, as long as you've got a reason for the leak, it's pretty defensible, right? This man
Yeah,
should
well, I mean,
try-
especially because.
Come
Okay, Snow Whip. Okay.
on.
Yeah, because I guess I'm now coming up against the question as to, I'm sure she must explain it in this video, why this wasn't like very quickly corrected. Because if, Junkie gave direct permission, yeah, you can use these DMs in your video, that I don't know how this became a situation where Heaton got completely ostracized, because wouldn't you just show people that? Maybe they explain it, maybe I'm not remembering.
Yeah, like, I mean, again, I'm sort of like fine with leaks. I think there are lines with this shit, like with personal information, but generally speaking, I think you treat those private interactions as though they're public. And when people have leaked my DMs before, I've just been like, yeah, and like, I'm probably not going to DM you again because I don't trust you, but I'm like not going to be like bent out of shape over what I've been shown to be saying. I think I'm remarkably consistent in this. The only...
Again, that's not her issue.
Oh no, that was responding to the fact of just leaking generally.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Rather nicely garbage and predicated on shady evidence leaked to her from an actually private server of Ponder Sprockets. Fast forward a few months, and after Ponder called everyone out on their behavior in that situation, Fran made a fuss about it, which led to heat.
Wait, no, this is fucking ridiculous, because fucking Nezzy went to Ponder about Thuman leaking information from Ponder's server, and was like, Ponder is... Thuman's got these screenshots. Did you give Thuman permission? And like, Hiten herself recently has tried to get comments removed talking shit about her. Yeah, I mean, like, as it comes for like information control and people actually bringing out information either they've got permission for or that has generally been floating around, Hiten absolutely wouldn't apply this to themselves. Neither would Doodles. Again, because they treated these servers as though they were private. They're not. They're public Discord servers. I think you've got that argument for group chats, but I don't think you've got that argument for Discord servers. I think if it's from a Discord server, I think it's fair game, quite honestly. It's a fucking server. Like, you can just create invite links to it. It's not the same as a group chat by any means.
Well, this was kind of a separate problem that was going around the ACC. I think, when was this video published? What date is this? I can't fucking read. 3 years ago. So,
2021.
This is a little after. Okay, so 2020 was when this was a big argument in the ACC crowd, because people kept referring to other creators, watchers, whatever, going into public discords as like spying, and it was a point of contention between like Kai, Peaches, and Omnia, and they were going back and forth like, you're stalking our discords and you're sending spies, and that was kind of a big thing back then. Heaton's thing here is private DMs though, so it is a little different.
Okay.
Heaton making her video chewing her out publicly. When I initially saw Heaton's video on Fran, I went to Junkie to ask if he knew what was going on, and what he had told me was that he didn't even know the video was being made to begin with. This apparently was also said to ex-commentator Next Gwissman, who also subsequently made an admittedly worse video on Heaton than I did, but this is not a competition. Point is, since we both made videos off such misleading statements on behalf of Junkie, Heaton wound up getting thrown under the bus so Junkie could save his own hide. This led to Heaton being upset with me and messaged me August 21st, 2018 with the following. Now, this should have clued me into something being up. However, it wasn't until 18 days later where something popped up that really had me questioning matters regarding the situation. At least he acknowledged he lied to me 18 days too late, but whatever. Eventually, I apologized to Heaton myself, and then did it again when I realized my first one was insufficient, and then again after I realized the second one was insufficient. And then, point is, Junkie single-handedly severed a friendship for roughly 3 years with a singular lie, And I would have been willing to overlook that. I wouldn't have liked that it happened, and I would have had a much harder time trusting him moving forward, but I was willing to give him a second chance. Then the stuff with Common happened.
Oh, also, I've got a soundbite for this.
I'm not fucking downplaying it! I'm not fucking downplaying it!
Good times.
I don't know if the thing that Jar talked about explicitly relates to this, but considering the Toby drama was involved, I wouldn't exactly be surprised if it was. So again, for context, throughout 2020, commentators in all facets of communities were dealing with a bit of a nuisance who was actively trying to get vengeance on commentators for being lewd or in some way attached to NSFW content in some roundabout manner. Their method of this misplaced justice was doxing. After a while, I and a group of colleagues came together to try to gather...
Who was this?
I don't remember the name of the person who did it. I just remember, because I had only to this sphere, like that month essentially. And the first time I tried streaming, they were throwing like Susie's docs into my live stream, just spamming it, and I was like, I don't know how to moderate. Yeah, they had a couple of different ACC and SEC creators doxes. I don't actually remember how they panned out. Like, I think they just got bored and fucked off or something. But it was definitely a thing for a little bit.
Rotting Brain with a 5. That lie severed a 3-year friendship. How weak was that friendship? I mean, let's be fair. Many of the attachments in the ACC are fairly weak. This is why I had to marry Mally. It's marrying into the family.
I don't know how I feel about that. Also, I will actually, I'm going to push back on that a little bit because I'm only really thinking about this now. But basically what Susie's saying here is that she made a video about Hiten being bad based on a lie that someone else told her without checking with Hiten, who could have cleared it up in like 5 seconds. If I was friends with someone, like a 3-year-long friendship, and they were told something bad about me and went and made a public video instead of coming to me and asking about it, yeah, I would fucking cut them off too because they're dumb.
Yeah, I think there's I think generally speaking, if you've got really good evidence for something, like I've gone live with something without talking to a friend and burned them publicly when I found out something. I've definitely done that. But I've only done that when I've got like hard evidence of what they've fucking pulled. Because I'm like, well, what's the point in the conversation then?
Yeah.
Unless I'm gonna, because I especially back in the day when I didn't do like confrontation calls and things, back in Twitch poll. So I think that's reasonable. But yeah, I get like Beckett, no, marrying your cousin, like she's not my cousin.
This is a deeper level of the law that I don't approve.
Yeah,
of.
that's
Not canon.
That's not canon. it's getting the line. It's not fucking canon.
Yeah, but if someone came to you and said, "Hey, your friend of 3 years did this to me," would you then run and make a video with nothing else? Like, I assume your next step would be like, "Hey, can you prove it?"
Yeah.
And if not, I'm gonna go talk to my friend.
Yeah. And it depends on the friend as well, right? Depends how well I know this person. Like, if you come to me with something like, they were like, this insane things happened, and I had like, I knew that person, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? This sounds mental. Then I'd probably go and talk to people now. I mean, like, again, I probably changed in that regard. Like, I tend to interview people more and talk to people behind the scenes more before I run things, just because that seems to be it seems to like pan out better, frankly, than just running random accusations without checking anything. KP, Brittany fan, don't any of you fucking idiots. Give me my soundboard. Listen, it's in the Hoz, they're in. I've added the soundboard to Cope and Seethe. We have them now. I've added them.
Stalking and harassing behaviors so he could report this danger to the police. And at some point, Junkie made his Toby video. Yo, and if I can be honest, I personally think that video isn't very good. The whole reason I even had a backup that I gave to Comment and Jar to begin with was because I wanted to cover it due to its blatant double standards and misrepresentation of events that happened in the Toby drama as someone who was there when it technically began in the Fruitcake Club. But I'm not here to talk hot takes on dramas.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry. That just smacked me.
I'm sorry, what was that, Doodle Tones?
Blatant double standards and misrepresentation of events that happened in the Toby drama as someone who was there when it technically began in the Fruitcake Club. But I'm not...
Oh, that's interesting, Doodles. Oh, were you there and watched it all happen? Oh, how interesting. How what a shocking revelation. Bro, this has gone so badly. The Fruitcake Club has led to the downfall of like multiple commentators at this point. What a fucking shit show. Like, Discord guys, not even once. Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
I have to believe there's like I need this. I need this for my faith in people. I have to believe that most of the people in that Discord server would not behave that way if they like could see a child in front of them, you know? I have to have that level of faith that this is just some online fuckery.
Uh-huh.
That's all I got. I need this.
I think
It's that old argument of like you wouldn't say this to someone in person. When people are talking about like cyberbullying back in the day, they used to be like, you wouldn't say this to someone's face. Same logic applies. I have to believe that these people would not say and do these things around like kids that they could perceive.
I think Jar would eat a child. I think Jar would eat a child if he was in the same room as it. I think he'd unhinge his jaw like a fucking snake. I don't know.
I mean, look,
Doodles writes an awful lot about age regression. I've got their fanfic. Now.
Wait, what?
They Doodle Tones did a diaper ERP with an age regressed character, and there is sexual content within it.
You can keep that to yourself. I don't need that one.
I think that, like, okay, so here's the element I'd say. I'd say that I think that Hiten and Nezzy, I can't see any evidence that these people like would sexualize a kid. But they clearly will bully children. And sure, you can get that like disconnect, I'd accept that. But do I think that these people, like, if Nezzy and Hiten worked in a school, do I think they'd bully the students? Yes, I do. I think they'd be like, that student, I don't like them, and try and make their life harder. I think they're that type of person.
I can kind of see that, but less like a I don't like that child and more like I'm better than you children.
Yeah.
How dare you speak to me? Yeah.
How dare you?
Okay.
Like, Nezzy has abusive matron vibes.
I thought that was my job. Well, that's why I was here. Oh shit.
But
again, there is a difference between bullying a child and sexualizing a child. Both are bad, but I would argue one is markedly worse.
Sure, I'd say from what I've seen out of Doodles, I would not be surprised if Doodles would sexualize a child.
I don't know enough to have a comment on that, so I'll bow with silence.
I think that Doodles, if they hadn't fallen into the community of groom hunting, would be the sort of person who'd be like, yeah, but, you know, we were just role-playing about diaper stuff, and they were into it, and, you know, it's, you know, it depends on the child. I think Doodles is that sort of person. I'm sorry, I do. I can't see that, like, again, they have no standards. They'll happily go after Vlad and be like, this person's a zoophile. Well, according to their Patreon Not Safe for Work page, so are you, Doodles. So, I mean, like, you know, you know, do I think Jar would sexualize a child? No, I think he'd eat it. I think he'd just be confused.
Why? Okay, where has this come from? Where in the depths of your subconscious has this weird fixation on Jar-Vor come from? Go back to therapy.
Listen. You've seen pictures of what Jar looks like. You've seen him in real life. Are you telling me that's a man who wouldn't unhinge his jaw and eat a child?
I mean, okay, no. Here's my thing. I don't think the Jar should be in a room with a child.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he'll eat them, not because he's a nonce. I'm not making either of those accusations. I just would not wish anyone to have to be in a room with Jar. Ever. For any reason. The awkwardness of it alone is horrible. I feel like we got off topic. What were you talking about?
I don't know. Guy writes with a 2. The smoking gun was in the video the whole time. Yeah, I mean, shocking. Sarah Beanso with the 2, sending money for the sticker for chat. Thank you. Much appreciated. Mally is very proud of you.
Here to talk hot takes on dramas that no one
It's okay. It's fine. They know deep in their souls.
cares about anymore. I'm here to corroborate stories of behavior, and that's where we got into one of the aspects of Junkie's Toby video that
Child
was
therapy. Thank you,
particularly
buddy.
infuriating, being his throwing of manga comment under the bus. Apparently, Comment also felt that way about the video, and unlike me, who chooses to not be confrontational about a bad video, Common wound up talking to Junkie about it. This was answered with blatant apathy towards Common's feelings, a block, and Junkie leaving every chat that they shared, including the aforementioned evidence chat. Like, I may not have been there for the conversation, giving benefit of doubt in favor of Junkie, perhaps maybe Common was unreasonable about his critiques. From the testimony of someone else in that group, he wasn't, but I'm going off of he said, she said here, so take that with a grain of salt. However, for me, what I saw was someone who had put their pride as a commentator over both the feelings of his colleagues and the safety of people who were dealing with their private information being thrown out into the public. Like, maybe that wasn't his intention. I'm patient enough to give the benefit of doubt that maybe it wasn't. However, that was my perspective of a situation that surrounded a video that, even if it wasn't bad and I'm wrong about the criticisms of, still didn't exactly justify a cutoff of a fellow colleague who was in prior good terms and cutting off from a chat that was being used for the greater good. Like, come on now, I can't be the only one who thinks it's a little shaky, am I? Whatever. That's my testimony. Like, I know what'll come from this video. I figure I'm gonna get chewed out for getting involved in a drama as I usually do, but I want to make my intentions clear that I'm only here to corroborate testimonies by explaining my side of things. The worst thing that Junkie did directly to...
Title of the video you're watching, it is Junkie Lied to Everyone. Why was Junkie actually kicked out of the community, Mally?
Basically just, yeah, lying from my memory. There was something else. There was this, and then... Oh, right, it was Manga Common. Right. So, after the Peaches drama, Junkie and, I forget the other person's name, made a collab video about Toby. Yeah, timeline's a bit fucked on that, but yeah, made the video about Toby, where they basically backstabbed Manga Common. And that eventually boiled over later when Lio got involved. So it was, basically Junkie got ousted for being spineless and, like, ready to stab people.
Interesting.
But again, like, he got ousted in that people were mad at him, and then he left and just didn't come back.
Okay. So, well, it's nice that it wasn't to do with kids.
No, God, no. I've never heard anything about Junkie. There was something else where he accused someone of doxing because they shared, like, a link that he had shared to someone else's GoFundMe or something. There was like a bunch of little things where he was being dumb and he got in trouble and it just mounted up.
He was in the FCK? Oh, awesome. Great. Fantastic.
He was one of the ones that got cleared, though, as, like, he wasn't, like, in there, I think.
Okay.
He was, like, Jar, I think.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay, we've got a minute left.
He was confusing some bimbo that got angry that I defended him. It's nothing compared to what Common and Hiten had to go through that I experienced secondhand.
I want to make what I want out of this excruciatingly clear. No misunderstandings, no interpretations, only my intent. These are my words. I don't want to hear you twist them. I don't want to hear you change them. I don't want to hear you even attempt to interpret them in any other way than in this couple of sentences. I don't want your disingenuous, half-hearted, slimy, bitch boy apology. You could grovel at my...
Now, she says this doesn't want this twisted, but I do actually think she wants an apology, because Hiten wants an apology for fucking everything. So I am going to twist your words, you lying whore.
That's not twisting, that's not twisting, you're just saying they're lying.
Avi drops, hold on a second. Avi drops is funny in Discord, let me have a look. Oh my fucking god.
Didn't he like maggots? Oh, wait, I might be wrong. He might be the...
It might be the what?
Chat has... Yeah, apparently something... I don't know enough about this, but I've heard this in passing. Apparently he had like a maggots kink or something. I think that was part of the FCK stuff. Take it away, I don't want it.
My feet for 1,000 years, and it
Okay, I'm done. Let's someone said another one of these is good. So there's Listen Lizard, Spot Theory. What else have we got?
Have you watched Goodbye SCC?
Yeah, we've seen that one. What we got? Good God. My body hurts and I'm not helping. Oh my God. Foxton Part 1. I don't know if that's gonna be too deep. We could do Foxton, I suppose.
So I think that I could be wrong, but I think the thing with Foxton was that they were having a forever war with Harley about if Harley was groomed or not, where they say Harley lied about being groomed, and then they ended up, they defended the person who Harley said groomed them, and then later on that person went on to groom someone else. And they like, not facilitated it, but I don't know, made it possible somehow. It was something like that.
Okay, that actually sounds kind of interesting. Let's do Foxton. I'll speed it up a little bit as well.
All right, I'm gonna settle into sweep for Halls if the chance arises.
That's
my
fine.
job
That's
now.
fine. That's fine. You're allowed to listen, Mally. My stream is your stream. Okay, you can do whatever you like. You're good.
I am taking it in the divorce.
I will actively give you the channel in the divorce. Okay. When I get cancelled and you have to divorce me, you can have the channel.
Co-op with my buddy Tuju. He was the
take away
person.
their stars.
You're gonna take away. Wait, what do you mean you're gonna take away their stars? Why would you take
I'll
away?
take away their stars and I'll replace them with like shittier stickers.
You know, I meant to be like someone suggested a sticker pack. I think it needs a Mally sticker in it, like as merch.
Oh no. Yeah, go ahead.
Chat's
just instead of a Mally sticker, just like have a bottle of Bailey's with Mally slapped on the side or something. That'll do it.
Do you like Baileys?
I love Bailey's,
You love
which is
Ba-
why I can't have them anymore.
Why?
Because I like them too much, and I will just sit here and sip them.
You'll just sit here and sit. But what's wrong with that?
It's a lot of alcohol, a lot of sugar, and a lot of dairy, and also a lot of really drunk Mally.
Hmm.
I used to get drunk on stream. We don't need to go back to that.
Okay. Well, listen. We could have a drunk stream. We could do that.
What did I just... No, what did I just say? You are not allowed to be drunk on streaming.
I know. I can't believe I was
Bickering in front
drinking
of
on
the
the
children,
word
play the
fucking.
video.
I was drinking on the word Zionism. So dumb.
Who was actually given all of this information, but garbage got in the way for him, and I decided that I would pick it up on my own. This was too important of a topic for me to completely let it go, given all the context and information we found out later. Today, we're talking about Foxton. I wasn't really familiar with her until recently when I was shown one of the most disgusting things I've seen in The Spiciest of Minutes, namely her weird, obsessive crusade to prove that Harley TBS, a fellow commentator, was never actually groomed, which, at first, is concerning enough, I think. But I got so mad when I saw the BSI storage facility that she tried to pass off as an evidence file that I thought I was going to explode on the spot. So here we are. Preemptively, do want to let everyone know that we did approach Harley about making this video for two reasons. One, I wanted to know if they were planning on talking about it themselves, and as the victim, it's more important that they speak their words in their own voice if that's what they want. Two, I wanted to make sure that they wanted more light on this situation or if this was something that they wanted to handle privately. In situations like this, where there's this weird kind of pseudo-stalking going on, it's always best to contact the victims first to make sure that they don't already have a plan in place for how to deal with it. And I wanted to be responsible about all of this, so that's what I did. But, since Harley told me it was okay to go through with all of this, here we are. We have several things we have to cover today. A video that was made about the situation, a Twitter thread that they made after the video where they make everything substantially worse, and a Google Drive full of all of their, and I cannot use big enough air quotes, evidence. And then the public response that they had to me on Twitter when I talked to them about having this conversation. I want to put up this trigger warning because while we don't go into super depth about a lot of these things, they are talked about pretty heavily and they are kind of the central focus. So if these things bother you, then maybe come back for another one. Now, this video is long enough as it is, so let's get started and talk about the video.
That doesn't sound very fun. Oh, on the fucking contrary.
So not too long ago, at the time of scripting, my friend Joe Kun had made a video about a larger YouTuber named Harley TBS. Now before and during the production of his video, me, Joe, and the rest of our friend group had been watching Harley and talking about what exactly we don't like about them/him. Before you shove a pitchfork up my fucking ass, I'll explain why I use him later on. Just hang tight.
First off, we love to see confirmation bias being admitted literally right out of the gate. Makes it spectacularly easy to show that you have some kind of weird hate for this kid when you admit you were just sitting around talking about how much you didn't like them. Second, there's literally no reason for you to misgender them. I don't give a shit about the reasons you give us later. I don't give a shit what you think about Harley being trans. It's not your place to tell someone how they should and shouldn't identify. Just because they don't choose to present the way they're, quote, supposed to, we'll get there, doesn't mean that you take a petty low-road shot at them like this. Grow up.
Originally, I was going to make a video a long time ago on Harley, but I was afraid that it would put me and my BF in danger due to how large their fan base is and how they seem to follow every word that comes out of Harley's mouth. However, ever since Joe's video came out, I was able to work up the courage to make this video. I'm going to put the video into sections to hopefully make it a bit more digestible for everyone.
You know what would have made this video more digestible? Scripting it. You literally have a script linked in the description. It's right there. You have no reason not to just say the words in the order you wrote them. It was too mean, so rewrite it. You should see some of the old shit I've dumped. You thought the Fran video was a lot? You don't know the half of it.
I must admit, there's part of me that's kind of settling in and getting cozy because this is so quintessential, like ACC style video. Like this is very in the wheelhouse. I'm settling back into 2020. 20. Yeah, 20.
It's nice. It's nostalgic. A bit nostalgic, that wifey. Okay. Like, I will say that the Fran video is like fucking crazy. I don't know what the fuck Harley is referring to if they're like, you think that's bad? I've got worse. I'd love to fucking see that because the Fran video being where she bullied a child, yes, and drew their pony in a weird fucking... Actually, no, I'm being unfair. They were doing this fainting thing, but like, heads up, the voice actors suck. Shocking, Kairais. Thank you for the 2, buddy. Have I missed any others? No, I haven't. We're good.
I went back and either dumped the videos because they were full of spite, or I rewrote them when I had a more level head. Doing it this way is a commentary begging on its knees to happen.
I do want to point out that I referenced Joe's and Mr. Sen's stream a fair bit, so I recommend also watching those 2 things.
You spelled inconsistencies wrong. Who the fuck writes PRT instead of PT? This is spaced wrong. Listen, stop your fucking fingers. I know, it's pedantic. It's just, there's nothing that screams.
How much more content, Beckett? 2 more hours? We'll see. We'll see. Listen, we're having a nice...
How are you awake?
I woke up and then I came to stream.
Okay.
What?
I'm concerned, but okay.
Well, I've been sleeping. Listen, it was really warm last night, so I went to bed at like 9 o'clock at night, and I just slept. I ate a pizza. I felt full. I shouldn't eat gluten, and then I slept. A nice little nap.
Okay.
Take my allegation seriously. Better than spelling and formatting mistakes. It just aggravates me. You couldn't script, you couldn't spell check. Clearly this mattered so much. Proof positive why you should have scripted this, by the way. This whole transphobic screed, it's not in the original script you linked. It's almost like you added this later purely so that you could actively be transphobic towards a person you have already openly admitted you don't like. And this adds nothing to your overall video. It's almost like this is a pointless takedown you made for nothing. If the original script was too mean, why would you add being transphobic?
Harley TBS has a problem of being consistent with certain things, and since this one's probably going to piss people off the most, or second most, I'm going to go ahead and get this done and out of the way.
So this person like Foxton, how old was Foxton?
I was just wondering that. I actually have no idea.
Well, from reality, stick buckler. Yes, you can have a stick buckler. What is even happening? Ramner Webster, member for 4 months of coping. I don't know. We're going over Heaton's old content to see what little gems there are. Please enjoy this sticker, guys. Please enjoy my pride in you and Mali's sort of mild acceptance.
I'm aware of your presence, and it doesn't upset me. There you go.
Listen, if you played Minecraft, Mali would be very happy, though.
Why are you gonna do me like that?
You know it's true.
According to Harley, they identify as they and them, and have been known to get offended when people call them he, or at least talking to people criticizing them to paint them as transphobic. Why do I say this? Well, let's look at the most public and obvious answers. If you check Harley's Twitter, it'll state that the pronouns are they and them, but the Twitter name says I'm a stylish guy. Well, maybe it's a quote no one has heard about, and this is a straw man, I hear you all say. But wait, there's more. If you go to Harley's Discord server and look at the rules, it will say this. Like, why the fuck are you getting mad at people criticizing you for calling you he when you actually call yourself guy and boy?
2 problems here. First, avoiding gender...
What?
You sheer confusion.
What?
Charles was figuring shit out. Also, I stand by saying like my guy, my dude.
Yeah.
It's a meme.
I'd say guy and dude isn't really gendered anymore.
No.
World's Worst Gundam Pilot. Thank you. Welcome to Seething 07 in the chat. Much appreciated. Appreciate you, buddy. Go on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of gendered terms that we just don't consider gendered online anymore because we use them in a very meme-like context.
Yeah, I don't think the word bitch is gendered. I think people cope about this.
No, not at all.
You know, I think of yeah. I think it's I don't know. I mean, again, this is very ACC. Kind of makes sense. I find it kind of interesting watching Harley make a video defending somebody, like saying they're not a victim. Though I kind of see why they wanted me to watch this one, because this is exactly what Harley was doing to Akumu and Chuli for years. Right?
Did they? I don't remember Harley being involved in that.
Not Harley, sorry, Hiten. Hiten.
Oh,
Hiten.
right. I was like, what? Yeah, again, it could just be that bias thing where it's like, oh, I'm gonna make this about, you know, people I'm friendly with. Because at this time, Lio and this is going off my memory, Hiten, Lio, Harley were all, you know, friendly. So you're always gonna be a little bit more charitable to people you like or are on friendly terms with.
Yeah, but there's charitable and then there's just like wildly uncharitable to anybody. I mean, because like, whatever you want to say about like Chuli, they definitely were a victim of the Omega. And this got completely denied. They're like there was like, well, no, she's mean. She's not a good victim. She was a victim of Fago. She's not a good victim though. So it's like,
yeah.
Well, what's, I don't know. Like even people who I'm, like, I'll memeingly say, like, Doodletones wasn't groomed. I'll certainly say that, like, the grooming of Doodletones isn't what caused their degeneracy, but it's pretty obvious, like, outside of a joke that, like, them being 17 and having this RP with somebody who knew they were that age, who was, like, mid-20s is fucked up. That's, like, a fucked up weird thing to happen. I mean...
I must admit, I'm going to say something a bit out of pocket. I'm going to say something beyond the line, to quote Chris. I'm... Actually, can I say this? Hold on. Can I word this without it being a really fucked up thing to say? I might have to quote my mum. How did she phrase it? The internet and, like, grooming stuff has really skewered kind of my perception of these things. Because back in my day, it used to be like you were 13 and a 30-year-old man would groom you. And now it's like 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds are grooming each other. And I don't know where I stand with this kind of stuff anymore. Mum called it classical grooming.
Classical grooming?
I tried to explain it to her. She didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see those arguments, definitely. I think some of it's to do with, like, knowledge and how, like, vulnerable certain people are. But also, it's one of those where it's like, yeah, I've made this argument before and then got, like, a load of shit for it. But, like, if you're 17, 18, you're not a kid in the same way that, like, a 13-year-old is a kid. Right? You're a minor, and you, like, it is wrong for adults to, like, take advantage of that. But you're not a child. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a very big difference between victimizing someone who's that young compared to if you're 17 and the other person's like 18 or 19. There is a very big difference there. But I mean, we acknowledge that even in law terms, like there's a severity scale. Yeah.
And it's also like, I feel like I are correct in some ways as well, because I'm trying to like balance things out, because I'm like on Chris's stream, I'm like, yeah, I can't believe Doodletones was groomed by like somebody in their mid-20s. I feel really sorry for the groomer, like having to deal with Doodletones. So like, I mean, I don't believe that Doodles was groomed. I do believe that they were in an environment with weirdos, but I suppose like my line comes down to the fact that like, I think Doodletones is a degenerate freak, and I think their groomer was as well. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think they like that groomer had much effect. I think if anything, Doodletones just was.
Well, wouldn't the argument then be that, because again, and I've actively not wanted to look at a lot of this stuff, so I could be off the mark here, but wouldn't the argument at that point be that they were groomed before that point into the normalized behavior? Like,
yeah, I mean, they groomed themselves.
This stuff. I'm not so sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, they
like,
did. They sort it out.
12,
they sort it
13,
out. They sort out the weird mangas and the things. I mean, there was exposure to it, but it's like, well, at that point, society grooms us, and I'm just like, okay, this is a bit far. I think if there's no external influence, you're just finding this shit on your own. Like,
Okay, but that's assuming that's all that they're. Okay, so that's assuming that up. I don't know. Up until the age of 17, they were groomed by society by looking at degen shit, which was a failure of the system or their parents or whatever. But I can't believe that their first ever ERP was 17 and they just stumbled into it. I have to assume that there was more before this point. That is
No,
just
I
an
think
assumption.
that they saw their grandmother having their diapers changed and was like, "This has awakened something in me."
I'm gonna kill you. Oh, you wretch. This is what happens when I try.
Charlie May with a 5. Bitch is way more of an insult for those who have been to prison. It's kind of like being a coward or a punk. I think that's still what it means generally. Like, you being bitch made is like, I think that's the general thing. I'm not saying that you're actually like a mother dog who's like irresponsible, right? That was not what I needed. Jesus Christ, Becca. I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
Terms
I'll do it again.
typical in general parlance. What would you have them call themselves? M'lady, gentle them, guy, dude, and boy, typically with an I, all have sort of just become gender-neutral terms. Secondly, gender identity and expression, two different things. I, pretty recently, have started identifying as non-binary, for example. I mostly present female, and I don't mind being identified with my birth gender, but I like being identified more as androgynous. It's why all the depictions of my Sona are in more masculine clothing like suits, or as some kind of cosmic creature, but I still have feminine aspects like tits. I don't mind people calling me a woman, but I found that being referred to with more gender-neutral terms typically makes me feel a little better. I don't suddenly stop being non-binary when I wear a dress and makeup for a social gathering. I don't need to present as...
I don't know what to do with these arguments, Mally. Help. 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 Help.
Why are you looking at me? What? I hate being the token woke in the... I don't really... I don't have a rebuttal for this. I think it's fine. It's whatever.
I feel like, okay, so here's how I feel about the MB stuff. I feel like it's people who don't really have a minority status trying to claim a minority status.
Oh, I disavow you.
Okay, I mean, and again, this is what I'm saying. That's how it feels. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying that's for everyone, but it does feel that way.
Okay, well, let's say it feels that way, whatever. It's one of those things where, for me, it makes just enough sense for what I vaguely understand about gender and all that, that I'm like, okay, that's fine. And besides, what's it going to cost me to respect your pronouns and work with you on this? So it's one of those things.
Oh, so I should be clear. I'm not saying it's a problem, and I'm not saying that there aren't people who feel like they don't exist on a binary or trying to figure something out. I think it's just I'm tarnished by the amount of dramas I've seen where whenever there's a fucking like drama, somebody comes out, it's like, I'm autistic, I'm non-binary or whatever, and it feels like it's, you can't be too critical of me because I'm a minority. That feels like it's how it's used. Or like, I can speak on this thing because I have this status. And I'll admit to being
I
like...
disagree with...
Go on.
I disagree with the first assessment of that. Like, you can't judge me because I'm non-binary. I've not seen anyone use that as a shield. I would laugh them out of the room if they did. Because, like, what exemption does being any gender really give you from that particular discussion? I don't think that works. But saying I can speak on this because I'm non-binary, I can see that a little bit more. But typically, and I could be wrong about this, but typically when I've seen people do that, it's because they're talking about specifically non-binary discussions, which I feel like they do have a bit more to say about that on account of them living it.
Sure, I can see that. I'm being asked for examples. Hopeless Peaches did this, making accusations of people of transphobia because they were gender fluid and then locked into being trans. There have been a couple of people within the ACC who have done this, who have suddenly flipped to being trans. I think actually, like, there's accusations around like their timeline with when Birdie did this, as well. Like, the other one is when the Nezzy stuff started to happen, their gender seemed to lock in pretty hard. And where are the other ones? I'd have to go through, but there is like a list of them. The other one with like sort of like claiming minority status or like orientation, you tend to see an awful lot in sexual assault accusations. Generally speaking, and this is one of the things that, like, I'll admit to having a bias with the Emily accusations in the Saberspark stuff, because whenever I see people go, I'm demisexual, like, it tends to come out during those accusations. That's when there's like the public thing of like, I would never have consented to this because I'm demisexual. So I do think like, I don't think this is universal, but I do see it as like something that gets weaponized.
Okay, I agree with that, but I think when I'm thinking about probably an easier example of this is that to me reads as like the Chris Chan thing, where I wouldn't judge the idea of being a trans woman off the actions of someone like Chris Chan. Like there are going to be people that weaponize it, but I don't think that discredits the entire gender identity.
No, I don't think it does. And like again, obviously I've got many friends who are trans. I think it's more when I see commentators come out about this stuff that I feel weird about it. Like if you're a random person and this is something that's like just part of your identity and always has been, I think that's fine. But when you see people come out within commentary at certain points or to use it as a point in an argument they're making, that's what makes me just suspicious. And I think I've grown a bias towards that.
Well, I would think even people who are 100% whatever their gender, their sexuality is, if you whip it out during a drama, I think that's even if it's true to them. So I think that's fair to be like, stop, don't do that. But it wouldn't make me like question them. Or it would make me off the rip question them. You know what I mean? Unless they only whip it out as like, I have been cancelled, I'm coming out as gay. Like that's the kind of thing where I'm like, hold on, there's something not right.
Yeah, Bo Blacks did this. Bo Blacks did this. This is like a prime example. Like Bo Blacks was getting loads of criticism, and his response was, "Of course, I'm getting criticism. I'm trans. The commentary community hates trans people."
Yeah, I think that's different than just in this instance, Hiten and Harley being NB, because they're not on the chopping block here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just deeply suspicious of all of like Hiten in this. And so like, again, this is why I asked the question, because I'm definitely like programmed, like not programmed, it's like twisted my biases with this shit, like really badly. Because I think that when people do this, or when people claim that like minority status, it's like exactly the opposite of what would be useful to those communities. Because over time, especially in the online world, now lots of people see like the trans community in a very particular light, particularly because trans activists have run around going, well, you're transphobic, you're transphobic, you're transphobic, and you hate me because I'm trans. It's like, people don't hate you because you're trans, people hate you because you're fucking annoying. Whereas everyone else is just trying to exist. Right?
Yeah, I can see that. At least for
Isn't
Hiten in this instance, as far as I know, they've been pretty consistent about like what is it? They, she. So at least in this instance, they might be using it to talk from a place of authority, but I'm gonna be so fucking for real. At what point are they not talking from a point of authority? I don't think that's special in this instance.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
That's not against Hiten. They're a commentator. We all fucking do it.
Do we?
Yes.
I'm just a little
doing
guy.
it right now.
I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy.
Up.
I don't know.
No,
I'm just asking questions.
Stop.
Amorphous blob to be valid. Men can wear dresses and makeup, women can wear suits and ties. Non-binary masks can use the terms guy, boy, dude. Gender is a social construct, and segregating what it is and isn't, and what is and isn't valid is cowardice, and I really don't want to hear a cis woman gatekeep who is and isn't trans. Shut up. Calvin Guerra isn't gonna pick you.
Harley has even let people who are fans call them he and doesn't even get mad at them. They're literally okay with it, but oh god, the minute someone who's critiquing them or harassing them calls them a he, they're transphobic, I guess. Here's an example of me getting corrected on pronouns when critiquing them, which I will also cover later. And now here's an example of Harley letting fans misgender them in their own server. Like in the screenshot, it is very clear that Harley sees them doing this and just doesn't say anything about it. But what if Harley's just more comfortable with their audience calling him a he? In no way.
Isn't there a difference here between somebody maliciously misgendering someone and people just using the phrase though? Because I've like accidentally misgendered friends, and like they're just like, well, that doesn't really matter.
Yes. And as I'm gonna speak from a point of authority on this, because I am friends with Harley during this time when they were figuring their shit out. And at the time they were kind of oscillating between they, them, and he being okay because they were figuring it out, blah blah blah. But even among friends, like you can see in my VidCon vlog, we had to censor a few things because we would occasionally call Harley he, and it's the kind of thing Harley would just be like, my preference is you call me they, them, and you know I'll correct you if the chance arises. But they were really chill about it. Like, they're basically they're scolding Harley here for not being aggressive with other people, which is kind of the argument that we always say is bad. It's like, don't we normally say, oh, just, correct me like a normal person and we can keep it moving? Like, is that not the request?
Yeah. Yeah, that's like the baseline.
Yeah, they're scolding Harley for not being aggressive enough.
Is a legitimate and yeah, I said it. Trans person would ever become letting anyone misgender them, especially in such a biased manner. It would be different if Harley was just more okay with people making a mistake and correcting them like he did me, but we see that Harley sees this and says nothing.
I know that now the pronouns are any on Twitter, but at the time it was only they, them, and still used those things very biasedly and as leverage against people. I'm going to threaten you with my gender.
Man, imagine being so entitled you think you get to dictate if someone is or isn't trans based on how they talk to you in particular. How those fucking toes taste. Anyway, we're gonna talk about a couple of these things. Yeah, that is in fact how it works. The first and most obvious thing is, where's your proof, commentator? You say this here
God.
and in the comments, but nowhere in your video, in your evidence doc, do you show Harley calling you transphobic for calling them by he, him pronouns, or that the bios were different. When you're claiming inconsistency really helps to show a behavior that's different from what's standard. Second, saying that they don't want you to call them by masculine pronouns is this magic thing called a boundary, and we sure do love to see you violate it on purpose, out of spite. Now, I don't like Lily Orchard. I think she's a dumb bitch who really needs to keep her fucking mouth shut on things that don't have jack or shit to do.
Did you just say what? Like really confused?
Yeah.
Like what? Yeah, I felt like exactly the same thing. I'm like, why are we talking about Lily? What?
Just sideswiped me.
With her, but I'm not gonna misgender or dead name her because of that. By your own admission, they told you what they wanted to be called. They also clarified the situation to you. That's not an inconsistency.
Actually, no, they don't need that money. They have been more than financially well off without saving up. Look at their Steam, plus the stuff they admit to having. And saving up is off the table because this was stated at a time before they did YouTube, and they mentioned no other form of getting.
Did you listen to my story? My Steam games are gifted by my groomer. Insensitive thing to comments. Also, I may have a lot of possessions. That doesn't mean...
I'm sorry, I just realized.
What?
Caden and Avi.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, it sideswiped me. I was wondering what chat was talking about.
That explains the comments of the voice actors suck. Wow, this video is just full of awful people. We really have gutted this community, haven't we?
In fairness, you look back at some of the people who had voice acting in my old videos, you could go through and like mark people off the list. It's pretty dire, it's bad.
I think it's one of those where like a lot of people were confident this shit wouldn't happen to them.
Yeah.
And I think I've said this many times. I think consistency is the thing that kills commentators. I know that there are commentators who do not believe a take that they regularly give. I know this because I've known them for a while. But there was a drama, and this isn't referring to any one person. I know a couple of commentators like this. There was a particular drama where they took a stance because it made sense, and then in subsequent dramas are like, this would make me a hypocrite in this drama if I don't hold this position. And I've watched this happen to people where I'm like, you are not as hardline on this point, or at least you weren't like 3-4 years ago, as you are now. So it is one of those things that like the contradiction hunting, and in the same way, like again, I'm contradiction hunting with Hiten right now. That's exactly what this stream is. It's going through her content and looking for those contradictions, which is bad form, but also I don't care. People will do it to me when I get cancelled. But like, yeah, it is. It's very hard because like most of the time we're giving takes based on context and where we are at the time. Kai rides with a 2. Don't worry, a furry ghost is at about 38 minutes. A furry ghost?
Oh, Fae Ghost.
Oh, fuck me.
I mean I'm financially well off. Also, respect my pronouns. Secondly, it's not your place to say whether I'd appreciate donos.
Okay, how do you have a computer strong enough to run those games? The one gifted and the one that came out after. Have an Apple Watch, iPhone, and a god-tier mic that is expensive as fuck. Also, my be about pronouns. I'll keep them more in mind.
They literally fixed this exact problem for you. What the fuck are you talking about? If I didn't think you were transphobic before, I sure do now, because you literally just showed me an instance of them telling you how they want to be referred regard to you admitting, acknowledging, and then promising to change, and then not doing it anyway. Shut up, transphobe. Second, is this your fucking proof that they let people get away with it in their server?
Fucking based.
Every time Harley gets criticized, he tells the person why he can't change what's being asked of him to. They get defensive and start acting petty. It's
Oh my god. Fucking hell.
not that hard to understand.
Cards on the
Fucking
table.
be-aced.
I will not say a mean thing about Lumi. I will
Wait.
not do that.
Really?
I will not do that. No.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Lumi was good to me. They didn't, and it would be weird and snaky if I did.
I think that's fair. I think that's a respectable position. I
I
care.
ain't sweeping for shit, Strong. Sorry. I wanted to get one guy. It was my turn.
Great. Nowhere in that screenshot did they call you transphobic or claim you were harassing them for misgendering them. If you saw respect my pronouns and connected that to you're transphobic, I feel like that says more about you and your intentions than it does about Harley. They asked you to mind your manners, and you agreed to. Again, by the way. So good to know that about your character. Next, since we've already talked about the fact that gender presentation comes in different forms, let me tell you pronoun boundaries for different people is a normal thing for non-binary people too. You're someone that they aren't close to and admitted they don't like. So you aren't close enough to them to use those pronouns. If I had $1 for every time in this one segment alone that your point can be debunked with things you can't make informed comments on because you're not non-binary, I'd have enough money to not have to worry about rent for the next forever. Also, keep this weird behavior towards how they spend their money in mind. That's gonna be important later. Let's address this text, too.
I do take this small comment back due to the new evidence, but I still believe the pronouns argument was Harley's way of just getting the upper hand and not because they were offended.
Fun fact, most trans people aren't the GameStop girl. We don't just lose it on people who misgender us. Some people aren't massively bothered by it. I don't expect people to see me in the wild and know that I go by they them pronouns. Most people wouldn't know. I've also been called he a few times, and it doesn't bother me enough to say anything about it. In my early internet years, as a matter of fact, most people thought I was a guy. Most people don't want to risk getting fucking hate crime just for some stranger to get their pronouns right. Stop! Also, as to why I'm still making this point regardless of the text retraction, it's because, like all of the apologies and retractions you'll see on screen, it's insincere. You literally misgender them throughout this entire video, intentionally, on purpose, after they told you to your face the pronouns they wanted you to be using, and you admitted that you would, and you still think you're right regardless. You're not sorry, you don't mean it. Let's continue. What the actual fuck is this now? You're setting up another part 1? What? What kind of backwards fucking pageantry is this? I'm going to talk about this formatting nightmare now so I don't have to talk about it later. This video goes inconsistency part 1, harassment part 1, inconsistency part 2, harassment part 2, clout chasing, which is unnumbered, then inconsistency part 3, and then final thoughts. You couldn't have just put the inconsistency points together and put them behind the claims of harassment? If you couldn't do that, don't put them into subcategories. If you couldn't do that, don't categorize them by broader point. And if you couldn't do that, then don't chapter your goddamn video. Jesus! I tell you that you should never go unscripted again, but this isn't even that. You could have not put these cards in, or reordered your points in editing, but apparently that was too hard too.
I don't understand why we've gone from transphobia to video format.
I mean, so for real, I'm letting it wash over me a little bit. It's becoming second screen content. I'm not trying to be mean. It's just buzzing. I can't focus on it.
I know I've got it sped up a little bit, but I'm just like...
If you slowed it down, I would actually take a hit out on you, though.
So yeah, I don't know. Okay, so here's my issue, and this is why I've begun to feel this way. Because it all feels like... I think an accusation of transphobia is quite a serious accusation, like genuine transphobia, or genuine racism, or genuine, I think these aren't like minor things. So when people jump between these things, this is why when like the criticism of the ACC comes up, where it's like, oh, everything is either grooming or tracing art, and these things get treated as the same. That's why it's like, it feels disingenuous, because it's like, how much do you care about these actual things, or how much do you care about getting the hit in? That's where I think my problem lies.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it is a joke in the ACC. I'm not even sure if I can call it a joke, but it is a comment of the ACCA where, yeah, grooming and tracing tend to get lumped together. Generally speaking, you see that a lot more with the younger people, usually when they're beefing with each other because they're mad that they're quote-unquote copying one another. But it's definitely a facet of this community to be very pedantic, and part of that is, I guess, almost a defensive measure. Because if you're not super pedantic, the next super pedantic person is going to rake you over the coals for not doing it right. So that's why so many of these videos are super long. It's like you got to cover all your bases. You got to make sure that you say everything right. You got to have a bazillion clips, or got to read out everything in all of its context. So it's a community issue more than anything else.
I can't believe I managed to get like 10 years of lore into a 2-hour video, and even that felt too fucking long. Oh, God.
Dude, god damn it!
Now to start off, let us talk about how Harley doesn't name their critics sometimes. When he does this, he usually just generalizes them and just leaves it up to hearsay. He doesn't even post any screenshots of what they're saying or any like distorted audio clips about what they're saying at all. He just kind of expects people to take his word for it. Harley generally tries to explain this away with, oh, I'm generalizing because I don't want them to be harassed, which is fucking stupid because all it does is leave out important info and take shit out of context, which Harley has proven to do literally almost all the time. If Harley really wanted to bring up what someone said, not target harassment to them, just block out the username. Harley, you have blocked out usernames and sensitive info before. There's no reason for you not to do it in situations like that.
There's multiple reasons not to name and shame. The main one being the answer that they gave you.
I generalize statements so people don't get harassed over it.
To avoid direct harassment. There's a difference between censoring DMs and censoring a public Twitter post, for example. If I censor a private DM and show it on screen, there's no way for you to figure out who I'm talking to. But if someone posts a Twitter post and just censors the username, I can type the whole tweet into Google and find it with next to no effort. Putting in distorted audio does the exact same thing, where if I look up a video about Harley using keywords, I can probably find the video. There's more merit to showing someone's video or direct response to you, yes, I agree, but if Harley wants to be a little more careful with their fan base, that might be more important to them. Also, yes, this—
I don't... Like...
You're gonna crash out.
I think the problem is as well, it's just like all the shit that happened, and this is like, I don't believe Hiten cared. I don't believe many of these people fucking cared. This is the problem, like what I'm coming up against with like the SCC and stuff. It's like, I think it's fine to level criticism at people when you actually give a shit. There are plenty of dramas about things that I just do not care that this person has done this thing, and I tend not to cover it because I'm just like, who gives a shit? Like, who cares? Who cares? But with Hiten, I think they also don't really care about many of these things. I think they just want to take the shot. And I'm like, well, you're just doing what you're accusing commentary bros of doing with like content farming. This is slop.
I would agree and kind of disagree, because I think when, and I am what is it, theory crafting here, I think that they genuinely care, but they genuinely care because they're in that fight. Like, they're making this video, it's very combative, they care for this specific situation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they actually care about what was done. Like, they wouldn't care about the same thing being done somewhere else because that's not their fight. They're focusing on this one and they're getting mad at this one. Because I don't think that they're Machiavellian enough to be like, I am going to completely fake this. I don't actually give a shit. I'm just feigning the outrage. I think the outrage is genuine to them.
Sure, but the outrage is based on personal stuff, not on what the person's doing. Because I think that if you're going to level criticisms that are serious criticisms, like based on the person, like it shouldn't that be a case where you're like, what's a good way to put this? If you're leveling criticisms where it's like leveled at the person based on who that person is, shouldn't there, I don't know, if you're someone who claims to have these deep morals, shouldn't those things be in some way sacred? Because I always come back to,
Remember, this is what you said with how they had selective anger and hatred towards people like Chuli, where they didn't care where other people would do similar things. Like, it's genuine, but I think it's I don't know if cognitive dissonance is the right phrase for it. But they're blinded by their hatred, essentially.
Yeah, I can see that. Hold on, I want to flip to one other actually, because now I'm thinking about it. I want to know what she said about Spoctor. This is 2 years ago, so this is September 14th, 2022. I want to know why they were angry at Spoctor, because this seems more personal. Like the Hiten one seems like a beef. Sorry, the Harley one seems like a beef they're having for them, basically, and getting involved in. This seems like a personal
It was more
thing.
a classical Yeah, no, the Harley stuff is more a classical ACC thing where they're looking at a situation they have no stake in at all and just recapping it and, you know, calling people out and stuff. The Spoctor stuff is deeply personal. Yeah, I'll just let it play. You'll get it.
Hello there, my lovely Legionnaires. I wish that this was something a little more fun, but the first few commentary videos back aren't gonna be the best. However, I've given our resident lizard enough time to set the record straight, but I guess a little...
Also, just quickly, Kai Rise with the 5. Look, I remember the doc with dark grape allegations. Has a section named Big Arm Fetish. The ACC is dumb as hell. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem.
Alright, you're not putting that on us. That wasn't us. For the record, that wasn't us. That was not us. Sorry, go on.
I mean, that's it. Yeah, again, this is what I'm running up against. That's what I'm running up against. I don't want to be this cynical. I don't want to be this cynical, but I've seen so much of this over the last 12 months. It's, you know, do I believe Peaches cared about going after people, like the actual morals of a situation? No, I don't. I think the one thing I credit Lyo with is, like, he seems to be someone who actually believed the shit he was saying, even if the shit he was saying was fucking mental. But, like, the SCC people didn't believe this stuff. If they did, the Cloud Palace wouldn't look the way it did. Doodle Tones' Patreon wouldn't look the way it did. You know, it would be different. They would have policed their own spaces. And I think that's, like, a core part of it, right?
It's definitely strange how much they would police other spaces and not their own. Yeah, like, again, I kind of have to assume a lot of this comes down to we are the good guys, so we can't do any wrong. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Lily's garden video is more important than...
You're gonna kill... Why? Mally knows which doc it is. You should get her to read it with you one stream.
No.
Why?
It's like 60 pages long.
Oh, that sounds fun.
About, no,
we could do it for charity.
Okay, again, remember the joke where it's like, you know, oh, but they traced but groomer? It's an entire... Okay, look, I'll give you the brief summary. The entire doc is basically one dude is pissed off that a girl picked someone else over him and didn't come back to him. So the whole doc is basically addressed to this chick, being like, why did you leave me? Come back, he sucks. Also, he I don't know how much I can say, but he did unspeakable things to his sister. Come back to me. It's bad, okay? It's bad. I hate it. No.
Okay, I'll find a way to bribe you.
Than correcting a mistake about my character, I'd like to say I'm disappointed, but in order for that to be true, I'd have to be surprised. Spoctor decided to take a shot at me in his video, My Former Community is Falling Apart, and I wanted to address it. Namely, his issue was with the tone I took in my video, Junkie Lied to Everyone. I can already hear you asking, but Hiten, that video's a whole 8 months old. Why are you only now talking about it? Well, a couple of reasons. One, my life doesn't revolve around people on the internet. In that time, I've moved house twice, once being cross-country, been on 2 pre-planned trips, and went to the first con I've been able to attend since the Backstreet Boys reunion tour has been ravaging our nation. Those things were more important than some gecko trying to tell me to mind my manners. The other was that a few friends asked me to hold off for a bit since they thought he'd have the common sense once confronted to actually correct the record. However, that hasn't happened, so here we are. We're gonna start by talking about the segment of the video that Spoctor uploaded, and then we're gonna get to the messmate after.
It'll be $400 for this little sadomasochism session. I hope you're prepared to pay the fucking piper.
As you know,
you wonder why people are trying to ruin one another in this community. It's because of this mindset that anger and wrath wins. Oh boy.
Who is this? Is this Spoctor?
Yep.
Oh my god.
You lied to people. To the gulag you go! Forget the good you did for people. Forget the fact that you basically built the foundation of my channel and helped me get on my feet, junkie. You lied about people, and someone decided to out you for it. It's time to crucify you and make you walk on eggshells.
My brother in Christ, I would like you to direct me to the place where I asked for literally anything from you. Where I asked you to make a statement, or for you to disown him, or for anything. I'd like you to point to the line in my video where I besought the almighty Spoctor theory for his blessing to smite the fiend dragon. I couldn't give 2/5 of a shit what you do with the information I gave you. You could shove it up your fat ass for all I care. I wanted people to know what happened to me, and for them to interact with Junkie knowing that this was a pattern he was capable of. But I guess we're just gonna admit our biases up front, huh? Really? That's a spectacular look for you, my man. I know that I can just throw my entire section in the bin immediately, since you've already let me know that my mental health and career was worth less than yours.
I don't really get the, like, this is a personal pet peeve. You know when people do the whole, like, my guy thing?
Yes, I do it frequently, so watch your words.
I think it's great. I really love when people say that.
Poggers, love to know where we stand. We love a forward king. Finally,
Listen, I've already explained that I'm gonna sweep for you. You know where you stand.
I hope you like hearing a man
Look,
telling
I've
police
kind of
an
grown
AFAB.
out of the habit.
It was just a real point where it was like, well, my guy, and I'm just like, oh, okay.
I can pinpoint to you when that like peaked in this particular community because I know I was doing it. It was very much creepshow art influence there.
I can't wait. I can't wait for Creepshow Art's return.
Why?
Because it's going to be an interesting cycle. I know people have theories that they have a channel.
Yeah, the AI one, right?
Hmm. Well, I think it's meant to be their boyfriend or something doing fucking true crime shit. And that's it. But I don't know. No one leaves the internet, Mally. No one ever escapes.
Yeah, but they can like, well, how can? In fairness, like we talk about people being terminally online and all that, but the internet is so interwoven to literally every part of our day-to-day life. You have to be online to some aspect to partake in society.
True. But like, if you're a commentator, how many commentators do you know that comfortably just go back to being like normal people on the internet?
On the internet?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen it, but I'm sure there must be. You're putting me on the spot here right now.
They're all secretly doing something, plotting their return and their vengeance. We're all the same.
I think people like maybe streamline because they're more focused on, you know, school and work. They could go and just do other things and not be that pressed about it.
I suppose that's true. You know, well, eventually Thuman will release her video and it will restart the AC Girly renaissance.
Oh god. Not again. I've been through this cycle like 3 times now, Beckett.
Listen, you'll launch your singing career. Your podcast is fun.
You know, the podcast we have like 1 episode on. We're worse than you and fucking Internet Explorers.
I think you've got like 3 episodes now, haven't you?
They're alarmingly mostly related to AI, which is a little bit odd, but it's fine. I'll grab the girlies later for it. We'll do something.
Yeah, that'll be great.
About experiences
I'll come and get chat to persuade you to give them stickers.
that affected her, because boy, you're gonna get a lot of this video.
I mean, look at the video calling him out.
I don't want your disingenuous, half-hearted, slimy, bitch boy apology.
That's no way to treat people on a platform. Even if they've angered you, that aggression only serves to progress the issue. The amount of stress that you're putting on yourself by basically forcing yourself to get involved with that much wrath is not worth the outcome.
God, I'm so glad that psychology degree is coming in clutch for me, big man. I really do. Maybe I should consider switching providers. You have a lot of fucking nerve telling people how they're allowed to feel and react to something that ruined their life. Or is it just different when you do it?
Let me put things...
I'm sorry, that ruined your life? The junkie stuff ruined your life?
Yeah, apparently. I think it's because that, like, was their major friend group at the time. Oh.
Oh, God. I can't wait for Hiten to come back and make a video on me. It's gonna be great.
Into perspective for you. This community is a fucking hellhole. It always has been. The creators that were part of it and grew out of it and climbed out of it are shunning it and burning it to the ground, me included.
Listen, I'm not saying you're not allowed to be angry. Fuck, I'm not saying that this video was unjustified. You are, though. You're saying that a victim has no right to take an aggressive, angry tone with someone who hurt them. Rules for thee and not for me? Great. And also, don't you fucking dare tell me what's right for me. What makes me feel better? What's going to help my pain? I've been holding on to that anger in secrecy for years for people like you, people he was friends with who didn't know the damage he caused. I let that anger out because it absolutely made me feel better. I didn't have to listen to people speak about him like he was an authority to be trusted anymore. I didn't have to warn people in their DMs who worked with him that he was gonna throw them under.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting, Hiten. You were doing what?
I didn't have to listen to people speak about him like he was an authority to be trusted anymore. I didn't have to warn people in their DMs who worked with him that he was gonna throw them under the bus for the.
No, but you did do that with Chuli, didn't you?
Oh no, Beckett. They're being consistent. They're saying they did that to Junkie, and they're consistent. They
No, that is true. That is true. I suppose that's a sign. There were so many red flags. How did people not see the red flags?
Second monitor.
That's true.
The slightest misstep.
Unironically.
Yeah, no one ever watched it. Also, this lizard's hands are really fucked up. Why is the hand so fucked up on the lizard? Poor lizard.
Okay, Beckett. You leave the artist alone today, okay?
I listen. I'm not talking about any of their other art. I'm just saying the lizard's hands are really fucked up and it's bothering me. Can I not critique any part of the art? Is that what we're doing now?
No, I'm here.
Can
to ruin
you
your
draw
day.
lizard hands, Beckett? How is your
No,
lizard
I
hand?
cannot draw lizard.
I'm finally free. You, a fucking outsider who knew jack and shit, does not get to choose the tone I take with people who hurt me, just as I don't get to do that for you.
It's one thing when you cover a situation that's so far alienated from your personal life. It's another to cover shit that deals with your personal life. It's another to air your dirty laundry to an audience in a format that comes off uncalculated and disorganized.
Uncalculated and disorganized. I sat on this script for weeks. I had it checked. I had it double checked.
About my content limit, good night all. Sleep well, Shelley. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate the two.
I made sure that everything I needed was there. That's leaving out the years I sat on the information at all. The only thing I didn't do was reopen my DMs with the scaly lizard fucker who hurt me because I didn't want to see his face again. Shut the fuck up. Good God. Also, are you seriously going to look me in my eyes and tell me it's better for someone who's a third party, totally removed, to come at a situation in anger than it is for the victim of the situation? You—
Yes, consistently snaky bitch. Thank you, Rain. Go on.
Again, it's just really hard to listen to with the Chuli thought in the back of my head, because wasn't Hiten a third party that came in with anger about Faghost?
Yes.
Was that not what happened?
Yes. So I just don't, again, I don't believe any of this. I don't believe it. Like, Hiten is not actually morally outraged. Hiten is personally aggrieved. And all of this was personal grievance. Always. And this is like the point I'm making with a lot of these people. It's like, well, I don't believe that. I believe that they will do anything and weaponize anything against people they dislike. Like, there are certain lines I won't cross. Like, I won't criticize people for certain things because I'm like, I think it's reasonable. Like, I defend somebody else doing this. Even if it's in violation of their own ethics. But like, I don't think Hiten has any ethics. I don't think Nezzy Monster has any ethics. I don't think Doodle Tones have any ethics. I think the bound that I don't think it was even this person's agreeing with they're a bad person. I think it was this person's annoying and I hate them. I think that's what all of this was. For years. For years and years and years.
Probably a bit of and again, I am theory crafting. I think maybe there was a little bit of a desire to be the authority figure in these spaces and the hero, because it's so easy to present yourself that way in videos. Like, fuck, I've done it sometimes on purpose, sometimes by accident. It happens. And again, it's the we're the good guys mentality.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, I am the good guy. I am the best guy. I'm the best little guy.
You don't even believe that, like even a
I
little
don't.
bit. Lie better.
I'm a fucking monster. I know it. Chat knows it. I've worked very hard. Listen, in commentary, I'm the soy one. Everyone thinks that I'm way too nice. Okay? Like... I'm not even as edgy as Chris than
like
I.
contraband.
Is that how you're going to get me into Australia? Through the quarantine?
No, you'd die.
What?
Better you don't.
Well, I wouldn't die. It's too hot for me in Australia, though. It's actually true.
I've had to like present you to the girl. He's like, no, he's okay. Look, he's a bit edgy, but he's all right. We can keep him. The council will decide.
It's fine. Most of them seem to like me.
Yeah.
Plan sent me a friend request. She was like, hi. Nice. And I think they all love torturing you over the marriage thing.
No, that is the thing. Like, genuinely, they're just so happy that they can bully me. I wake up to messages from them sending me memes about how fucking, like, stupid this is. The bullying is relentless. Cyberbullying is a problem.
Cyberbullying is a problem. Wait till they find out about the actual marriage.
You are literally telling victims that the people who commentate on their pain are more justified to anger than they.
That's why we like your content, Beckett. You're our gateway to drug to commentary. Yeah, I'll bring it. On the other side, I'm sneaking all of you into regular commentary.
They are. Holy shit. How the fuck has only Linlin commentated on this video? This is peak victim blaming and tone policing. His own fucking snout. How did you not see this?
But I'm certainly not on Junkie's side here.
Wait, hold on. Dude, I remember mentioning I watched your content and accidentally making Susie crash the fuck out about how she hated you so badly because you didn't care about misinformation. I said, Beckett is pretty honest about he thinks this is entertainment, and she went, that makes it worse. It's funny. Linlin's video wasn't good, though. Listen, again, I've said this many times. I was more annoyed that she got pissed at Mally than I was that she called me a fascist. I think the fascist thing's really funny.
It's just because I whined in your DMs for a bit. That's all. You had to placate me.
I was, to be fair. No, I mean, like, we're friends. I, like, leave my friendship. I think the one thing I am quite consistent on, and I will get annoyed at people over, because this is how I fell out with Westside Tyler. It's like, if you go after, like, my friendships with people, or, like, the network I work in, like, especially in, like, a shitty way, I'll probably go for you harder, because that matters to me. I like you because you say retard, and I have BPD. Thanks for the two.
Is there a correlation? What, is that a correlation I was unaware of?
Why are you questioning somebody with BPD, Melly? God, not very woke.
Don't make me get my fucking victim card out. I'll go down the list. Don't even try me, bitch.
Good you did for people.
I'll go toe for toe with any of you in chat. Fuck you.
Basically built the foundation of my channel and helped me get on my feet, Junkie. You lied about people, and someone decided to out you for it. It's time to crucify you and make you walk on eggshells.
Sure. Totally not on Junkie's side.
Junkie's being outed by a small handful of creators, notably Jar.
You know, if you look really closely at his table, you can see the thumb drive. Anyway.
Hiten, Mind Your Business, and a few other people that have had experiences with the guy. Basically, he told a bunch of mini white lies about people. Something like, he gave people permission to share certain DMs in a video, and then immediately lied about it when it got him in trouble. Basically throwing someone else under the bus.
You may remember that the thing the CC got on me for during that debacle was leaking private DMs between him and Fran. I was a backstabber, duplicitous, untrustworthy. Did none of you think about how I got those screenshots? He gave them to me. I found out where all of these assumptions were coming from. Junkie had been actively lying to people and telling them that he had no idea I would use his screenshots. This low-life cherry gecko had thrown me under the axle at the slightest sign of danger. Wow, that was fucking quick. Yeah, let's play the whole clip, huh? I'm gonna speed it up. It's a little long.
Oh my god. Right, we've already seen this. Go away. Cool anime gods with 5. Apparently Scarlet Reaper is back. Remember though, chat is no longer adult minors. 07 isn't adult. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I've heard that he's come back and threatening like fucking Falgi. Yeah, he said that he pretended to kill himself on Twitter, and then all of us laughed about it because we didn't believe it. And apparently he's back as a VTuber now, and Falgi's doing a stream on him tomorrow. Well, today now.
That's actually so funny. Because just yesterday I heard about a VTuber pretending to kill themselves too. Crazy how often this happens. I'm sorry, am I sounding sociopathic?
I mean, like, it is really hard. Listen, I'm reaching the point with internet drama where it's very like, show me a body, right?
It's like, it's gotten to a point we start making these really outrageous, horrific demands, and we stop one day, I'm like, hold on. How far have we fallen that we're actually demanding they exhume the corpse?
I don't care, I stand by it. listen. I understand that many of the people I fight with don't have families that love them, but somebody's burying this motherfucker. Come on. Like, there must be somebody who knows.
Believe that you would actually cut out the
No, don't do it. You have so much to live for. Do you though? Come on.
context of what happened to make Junkie seem less harmful. This is fucking vile. It wasn't a mini white lie. It was an intentional and repeated deceit to keep his image clean when he was just as in it as the rest of us, and it's fucked that you would try to paint it as otherwise.
Oh man, someone showed you saying something in a private setting? God forbid.
Obituary or nothing.
Own yourself, dude. Own what you are and who you are. If DMs are ugly, address it. Don't go pointing fingers at the whistleblowers for bringing attention to it. It's apparent that you've hurt people. A lot of people. And guess what? I have too. In fact, I still haven't been able to rectify that with everybody. Hell, I'm still afraid to because of what they tried to do to me.
God, this is just more fucking excuse making. Jesus. Listen, you can't make an excuse for Junkie's behavior and then immediately backpedal with, but I'm not on his side, guys. Yeah, you are. And it's fucking sad to see because genuinely, I and a lot of people thought you were better than this.
It's disgusting the way you play.
They can't recognize a good argument over their own blasphemous emotions of rage because someone they dislike manages to do something that upsets them. It's repeat after repeat. It's the shit Kai did before he fucking decided to become an advocate for domestic violence. It's the shit Junkie
Okay.
I mean, oh, fun little tidbit about this video when it came out. Because Jar used to send me his like finished videos and then be like, hey, can you check this for me? And then I'd be like, it's shit, don't post it. And then he'd just post it. That was a fun little time he used to do that. But one of the things he sent to me was a response video about this video where I have to remember the exact verbiage. He had a section in there where he said, because him and Spock were friends or whatever, how does it feel that you chose a wife beater over me or something to that effect? And he was going to put that in a video about his friend who he's still on friendly terms with. And that was the only thing I ever told him, like, maybe don't fucking say that he actually took out of a video. I should have let him say it. I should have just should have given him the green light all the time.
Listen, is it domestic abuse if they're both they thems?
I'm gonna domestically fucking abuse you. Why do you say things I can't come back from?
In total fairness to me, that's a Matt Pitt line. That's a Matt Pitt line. I didn't think of it on my own, and now every time. No, I've got no issue with Omnia. I've never had any problems with Omnia. So. I do hate Kai Weiss, though. Fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah. There's like very few people I could say online that I actively hate. Kai is one of them.
Yeah, he seems like an utter piece of shit. Do you know, my favorite thing about this is like twofold. Firstly, he'll like when all the live stuff was happening last year, he'd show everyone's thumbnails and complain that they were using his Lyo picture for them, which firstly was a picture from Peaches. So I don't know why he was complaining about this. But secondly, he'd never show mine. And on the night where Lyo was getting fucking cancelled because the Peaches document came out, Kai Weiss went live and had lower viewership than both me and Akumu. Like by I think by like 50, 60 people, and he never streamed after that. Like, he completely stopped. He like stopped touching the topic. He like we were live for like 6 hours. He was live for 3, and he's not scared of me. No. He's like it was a jealousy thing, because like at the time the channel was tiny. I don't think I'd even hit 1,000 subs yet, and he was getting blown out of the water by me and Akumu. Akumu had more viewers than I did. And he was like, dude, he'd been covering this story for ages, and these people who'd come out of nowhere were just like absolutely mugging him on viewership. It like seemed to really crash him out. It was fucking hilarious. So yeah, and then he's never really mentioned me since. I know he knows who I am because he watched one of my streams on stream during that whole thing. Like,
I mean, yeah, Kai's one of those people that's like very obsessive about this stuff. Like, he knows everyone who's ever spoken about him, and he will take it to it.
well, you know. I mean, didn't he?
Of the people that might make a video about you, like, he's one of the people that might take jabs if he came back.
Dude, that'd be based. I'd love that.
No, it would not. It would be so insufferable. I'm telling you now, you think you want this, you don't want this. It's so annoying.
Oh, but it'd be great. He'd be like, this guy's racist. I'd be... No, okay, I won't. I'm good.
Oh.
He was on a show called Now
I don't beat
Recording.
you enough.
Can't say that in front of the kids. It's crazy.
Not in front of the kids. Oh no. Stop giggling. Play the video.
Supposedly does.
Supposedly? You showed my video and Jar's in this video. You recommended people watch Jar's video. There's no fucking supposedly about it, Spoctor. You saw it, you heard it, you put parts of it in your video. Not on Junkie's side, though. No, I'm not gonna talk about the rest of this video. It's not what I want to get at. It's not the issues I have. The whole thing is material, to be completely honest, considering it's just as uncalculated and disorganized as he claims my video is, since it devolves into a whole different topic halfway through. No, we're gonna move on for now.
You come into my DM, ask for my time, tell me.
So the video came out. Naturally, I had some things to say at the time. I left a comment saying, quote, "I'm so glad that having my whole life ruined by Junkie isn't a good enough reason to out him. Thanks, Spoctor. That wasn't one of the hardest things I've ever done. I didn't sit."
I feel like I should know this. Because I've definitely seen this. And I've definitely talked about this before. I know this lore. Is this it? Is this the only thing that he did?
What?
Am I missing something?
What, Junkie? The...
Spoctor.
Oh.
No, Spoctor. Is the only thing he did talk about Hiten in that video?
I think so.
I thought there was more.
Maybe there is. This is 2022, so this is before the thumb drive stuff, right? Because that was 2023.
Yes. Yes, I think so, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was okay. Maybe I'm
I mean, it is kind of crazy, the fact that, you know.
There was the Peaches stuff too. I mean, that was a Lio complaint, not a Hiten complaint. Because Lio was pissed about his ableism or whatever. Yes, I am still bitter.
Okay.
Sorry. We've been here for a long time, okay?
That's how you said it.
I'm being I'll behave.
No, you can listen, you're good. Listen, you are gonna get sweat for whatever you say, so take advantage.
Sit on this information for years out of fear of him ruining more of my friendships. I'm glad you really have the confidence to come out here and fucking tone police me after years of fear and paranoia. Get bent. A comment that he never responded.
Oh fuck yeah, timeline-wise. Somebody said this earlier in chat. This is just after the Chuli stuff happened. So just after Hiten was like, Chuli's not a real victim, or she's not dealing with this well, with the Fago stuff. Is when she made this. She's like, how dare you tell me about my victimhood and how I'm meant to deal with the worst thing ever happening to me, right after she's like dismissing all of Chuli's stuff. That's fucking crazy.
Well, remember, that's because Hiten didn't consider Chuli a victim, so it's not tone policing
Or a
victim
person.
at that point. Yeah.
I mean, that is fair. He didn't consider Chuli a fucking person. She just considered Chuli a fucking child that she could bully. You're only a person if you fit into the ACC.
Responded to, by the way. Now, a conversation got
It's their standard, which is why the SEC and the Cloud Palace are so fucked up. I mean, these people were mean to Ephraim behind his back. Who the fuck? Who the fuck would be mean?
I've asked this before. Who is Ephraim? Why is everyone mean to Ephraim? What did they do?
Oh, Ephraim is like insanely fucking annoying. Like, and I don't hate Ephraim or anything, but Ephraim is like an SEC commentator, but his like commentary is like insufferably annoying. But the thing with Ephraim is like Ephraim has like, you know how everyone has like a redeeming quality? Ephraim's redeeming quality is the fact you can say this to his face and he's absolutely fine about it. He's super blunt. He is also super blunt. And he'll just take it. So like doing this behind his back, we're trying to pretend to be like kind of nice to him publicly is fucking insane. Like they could have taken this, and everyone knows this about Ephraim. Everyone's always known this about Ephraim. But the reason they hate him is because during the Medica drama between Doodle Tones and Medica, Ephraim attacked Doodle Tones. This is like they go way back. They go like a decade back. And then they both ended up in the SEC. So that's why Doodles hates Ephraim. It's nothing to do with his commentary, because, like, let's be honest, plenty of people within the SEC are fucking annoying. It's because Ephraim, like, Susie held a grudge.
Okay, yeah, because it's one of those names I hear everyone, whenever they say Ephraim, if I'm watching a stream, everyone on the stream goes, oh, Ephraim.
Let me give you an example of
Shoot your
Ephraim.
kid?
Like, hold on a second. Doodle Tones. Medica Doodle Tones. Let me just see if I can find this. This is Ephraim when he is like.
Oh, this feels cruel and unusual. Why would you? Oh.
Because this is relevant. Because this is his video against Doodle Tones. This is the origin point. Okay. Also, he's remarkably consistent.
Oh my god. Okay, guys. So this was just so beautiful. I felt like I had to comment it.
But this is like the origin point. Is this like so? This is Ephraim's channel. Like when he was younger. I'm trying to find his like.
Him, my first thought is like, oh, he looks like such a lovely young man. He looks like my cousin. Like, oh, poor baby. I can't hate him now. He gets a pass.
Okay, let me see if I can find his current stuff. I think it's this. So we'll go back.
He seems nice. He looks polite.
He looks polite. Yeah, like again, you can like. I'm trying to go back. Let's see his most popular video.
Tonight's video is on Rebecca of Star Giant Productions and her video addressing my abuse. A video which obviously I would have some issues with. After all, I am mentioned in it. And my video on Rebecca gets misrepresented. Even the one
Welcome to the endless spiral of the SCC. Like
Oh no. You know the worst thing is in the video I made trying to categorize commentary, when I talked about the SCC, I think I said something to the effect of the SCC stays in their lane and we respect that. I rescind that. I respect nothing.
Well, part of the reason they stayed in their lane was just because they're like, in some respects, it feels like the most insane shit was happening over there. Like, quite publicly as well. Like, the Star Giant shit's so bizarre. I need to look into that, actually. Because that shit seems, like, fucking crazy. And apparently that's what brought Mr. Enter back to, like, being a respectable commentator. It's just one big loop, yep. And all of it ties back to the brony community. It's fucking wild.
I hate that with a deep passion. I don't know why. I have nothing against bronies. For some reason, it's beginning to irk me how everything connects to it. I also think that I was thinking about this in terms of characters, which because I'm not going to finish that sentence, but when you say that people would hate others based on how annoying they were rather than like the terrible thing they did, I think about that in terms of characters because it's the same concept and it gets argued in the ACC all the time. Like it gets argued in artist spaces all the time. It's like you like a bad character, you're a bad person. But I think generally speaking, people hate characters that are annoying far more than you ever hate like the mass murderer. I kind of think that's a little bit applicable here because none of these people, I'm including myself in that number, see everyone else as people half the time. It's just characters. So I think maybe there's a little bit of that going on. The more annoying you are, the more likely I am to kill you, as opposed to if you're actually a bad person.
Yeah, that's true, and a lot's forgiven if you're kind of like. I think there are little personality traits certain commentators have. Like if you don't take yourself too seriously, if you're able to laugh at yourself, these are all things that will help your overall survivability. Because the people who take themselves way too fucking seriously, like the Linkaras of the world, they are going to get like much less charity because these are like aspects of a personality we all find kind of detestable, where it's like you need to chill the fuck out, bro. Right?
Yeah. I think it's also easier to hate them. Because, like, when you're talking about people who've done horrible things, like someone who's preyed on a child or, I don't know, murdered someone. Actually, yeah, we do actually have a YouTuber murder. I remember that. Yeah, you have these really horrible people, and they kind of enter a sphere where you don't really consider them almost human anymore. Like, it's so easy to hate them that you hyper-focus on little annoying traits a lot more. You know what I mean? You just write off the really evil people. They're not worth talking about because, yeah, they're a murderer. Duh, we all hate them. But this annoying fucker, let me explain to you why they get my goat. Like, let me explain why I hate them forever. Can't believe that just came out of my mouth.
But it's true. But I don't necessarily disagree with you. There's something like distant about like a serial killer or a murderer. Also, Rain with a 5. Well, Mally, it's because being a mass murderer doesn't make me put the book down. Being an annoying shithead does.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's like,
and it's more fun.
Yeah, like there's an element here. I get why people like. There's this whole thing with the Lily Orchard stuff. It's like, well, why don't people focus on the fact that Lily Orchard is like a pedophile? It's like, well, because endlessly talking about people being pedophiles, I'll be honest with you, is kind of fucking depressing. Sometimes it's just nice to have a nice, simple drama where somebody's a piece of shit. That's fun. That's fun. I like laughing at that. Like, again, Hiten, for all their problems, doesn't seem to be like a child molester. And that's nice. I'm a little worried that I have to say doesn't seem to be because of everything I've seen in the SCC recently. But, like, that's nice. That's a nice change. That brings me joy. You know?
Yeah, the number of times the bar is, like, I often have this test whenever someone brings me, like, oh, did you hear about this? My first 2 questions are, like, are there children involved? And is there essay involved? And if both of the answers are no, I'm invested. I'm interested. I'm like, tell me more. We can have fun with this. But the problem is, because of that, we end up focusing a lot more on these annoying people. And I don't think that's inherently, like, a bad thing. But it does cause that, not disconnect. It's weighted incorrectly. You know what I mean? Like, we put a lot more focus onto the annoying people.
Yeah. And I mean, again, it's like you had a really good stream going over that document to do with the fan art stuff.
That was fun. I had a good time.
Yeah, it was a great stream. It was a great stream.
I hesitate on doing streams like that again because I used to do them back in the day, but I get too out of pocket. And I
Yeah,
have
but
to be like, hold on.
You're good on them. You're good at them. You should come and do document reviews with me on this stream.
Oh god. Why
Be
do
amazing.
you hate me? What did I do?
I don't hate you. I think you're highly entertaining and therefore should do more content. I'm encouraging you. This is what friends do.
Could like feel my discomfort at being treated kindly through the screen. It's weird when you stop bullying me, okay? Just play the video.
In Ponder Sprocket's Discord server with him and our resident lore master, Aaron Tempest. Aaron took a lot of the same issues I did and wanted to get Spockter's thoughts on it. Also, preemptively, I did get permission to share these screenshots from Ponder herself, so all of you who are going to try and use this as an argument, you can shut up. The conversation goes as such.
So I got around to watching the video last night, and I'm not pleased with the section related to Junkie. Specifically, I don't like how you framed Heaton's video regarding Junkie. Now, I am aware that you don't know what happens in our neck of the woods, so I won't blame you for not knowing what happened. When Heaton's second video on Fran came out, a couple of now former commentators took issue with Heaton's tone and the fact that she was using Junkie screenshots because it wasn't clear if Heaton got permission to use them or not. Now, as we know, Junkie did give Hiten permission to use those screenshots, so instead of just telling the truth, Junkie said that he didn't give permission, leading to a months-long drama where a couple of well-respected commentators publicly called out and cut ties with Hiten for something she didn't even do. One of those commentators was even given info from Junkie directly to use in their video against Hiten. It wasn't just that Junkie told little white lies to people about the screenshots as you implied. He actively gave people ammo to use against Hiten because he felt threatened when he realistically shouldn't have been. No one took issue with Junkie's behavior in the screenshots because, as I noted at the time, they were the exact same screenshots you used in your video on Fran, which came out on the same day, and no one even complained or noticed. And, to add insult to injury, while Junkie was very quick to issue a public apology during the Yo-Yo 3639 drama, for things he didn't need to apologize for, he, to this day, has refused to publicly acknowledge or apologize to Hiten. Now,
This is fucking insane. This is actually insane that you would send this to somebody. I'm sorry. This is fucking... Why would you put this in a video? You gotta understand, man. You gotta understand. Junkie never apologized for saying that she didn't. Listen, this ruined Heaton's life. This ruined Heaton's life. It could only get worse if years later their entire community was outed as being full of degenerate bully freaks. That would... Listen, that would be really bad. But right now... I'm gonna skip through some of this, I think. Dude, then it goes on for ages. Wait, there's a message from Tech?
I
What?
still feel like the aggression within the video is quite brash. It's something I'm quite actively against when it comes to approaching situations. My focus on that clip was the visceral insults that Hiten threw, not the context within those insults, aka bitch boy apology. I understand why it was like that, but it's never served me any good in the long run personally.
This is the gayest reason for a drama to start. I'm gonna be honest with you, like, you'd be surprised how many dramas, like, kick for the dumbest fucking reasons. Right now, there is a drama going on because one of Nicholas Diorio's mods, someone named Hellbent, who has a history with both Now Recording, the Chud's community, Queenman's community, basically went and said, hey, Nick's, like, banning or, like, muting anybody in the chat who mentions Chud or Queenman to Queenman's community. And this has kicked off, like, the dumbest drama possible. So much of this is completely fucking, like, ridiculous. I don't think people realize how much, like, how many beefs. Like, there's a genuine thing of people waiting for serious accusations against somebody to drop, against somebody they don't like to drop, just so they have, like, a more rational excuse to go after people. This happens all the time. Wait, Hellbent said what? Why? No fucking idea. I've got no idea. But yeah, this has kicked off like a huge fucking drama. Like, there was a fucking Twitter space about it earlier. It's completely retarded. When? Like yesterday. This is current news. Hellbent got demodded, apparently. She's getting accused of being a double agent. I don't know what the fuck possessed her. I thought she liked Nick. I've got no fucking idea. Listen, guys, I have not looked into it in much detail. I don't know why she would do this. I don't know what the fuck happened. Fuck me. That's pretty funny. Must have been a slow week. Well, I mean, there's this whole thing of, like, Queeman, like, the Queeman orbit, as it's being referred to, going after Nick, which isn't particularly fair in my opinion, because Queeman and Nick seem to have, like, maintained a fairly okay relationship. I know he has issues with Justilk, but, like, that's mostly he just doesn't want to deal with Justilk. That's about it. I don't really know why this would actually kick off or occur, or what the hell Hellbent was thinking about. And this isn't me commenting on the drama because I don't know enough about it. It is literally just me going, drama kicks off over dumb thing. 3C with the $1. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's nice. You guys can send me stickers as well, by the way. And then you get stickers. Also, you get stickers. Please enjoy the sticker. Well done. See? Good job. Good job, chat. It's nice to see you fulfilling those goals. These are, listen, do you know every time you fulfill a goal, you get closer to achieving your real life goals? That's actually true. That's scientifically proven.
Don't be
At least
feeding them that false hope. That's cruel and unusual. I mean, what? Chat, you're doing great. You're doing great, honey. I don't know why I'm choosing to be cruel now.
It's good cop, bad cop. Like, listen, I think our parenting game's on point. I think it's going well. And that's all.
I must admit, if you were nice to them, I would be. Sorry, if you were cruel to them, I would be nicer to.
It's just the balance. Okay, I'll make a note. So, did you miss out the drama that Aiden has become the Baba Yaga of the commentary spaces? What the fuck does that mean, C Money? I've definitely missed that. What the fuck, bro?
Publicly.
Honestly, the crimes I would commit to be the Baba Yaga of anything. That sounds like a great thing to be. You crazy?
He is the boogeyman. What? Aiden's become... What? Okay, I might need to look into that.
Aiden was like... I don't know, he was like... inoffensive?
It mostly just annoys people. I mean, I like Aiden. I've always had a good relationship with Aiden. Aiden's like, funny. But, like, I don't know, there's this whole cam thing that's been going on. I mean, that's the ongoing running drama, which I have not touched in the slightest, is the fucking cam stuff. I just don't want to be involved in it, because I don't care. I don't fucking care. So yeah. I don't know, I'll have a look. I'll try and catch up. I'll go and talk to Dickers. He knows what's going on.
For the input, though, I honestly don't hate Hiten or anything. I just wanted to share my thoughts on that specific mindset.
I'm glad you clarified your position. The situation with Hiten and Junkie is a lot.
What the fuck? What is it? Oh my fucking god. You're raising us self-aware yet fully manipulated into giving you money regardless. That's going to be my defense when the Google Doc comes out. Thank you, Rain. Okay, I don't care about a conversation between these two. Holy fuck. You know you can just show the DMs and summarize, right?
And Octopuses for the moment.
Sure.
So let's take that apart, shall we? First, you didn't know about the screenshots. Actively untrue. You cut that section out of my video. Were you hitting your snipping tool with your window muted? I don't buy that for a goddamn second. You did hear it. You either just didn't believe me or you're lying to Aaron. The second part is something I suspect, but we'll get to that later. Next, I don't give a cancerous, rodents left nutsack about how it served you in the past. Big shock. I'm not you. The video that started this mess and got me big was me defending you from Fran using the exact same tone I used on Junkie. My Legionnaires have said multiple times they like my more harsh, aggressive tone. Could it be that the plush mittens you and yours use?
My Legionnaires? She calls her community her Legionnaires?
Yeah, well, they're a streamer for the most part, I think, and streamers give names and stuff.
Have I named my
Becky, you
community?
give your chat stickers.
Yeah, I give them stickers, but I haven't named them like I'm building a fucking army.
I feel as though this particular hill is one you shouldn't die on, given the stickers and the fact they're your kids, apparently. I feel like maybe this glass house doesn't need a rock.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Fuck. Oh, fuck. No, the whole thing with the fathership thing was like, I was like, don't do that. We're not doing fathership roles here. No, I think somebody said that I remind them of like an English teacher who they like, who's like a cool teacher. It's not better, is it?
What does that have to do with Daddy?
I don't know. I think we've just got a lot of fun and stuff. Also, please never say daddy again.
I'm just banned from the word wholesale for any reason.
Yes, absolutely. Just
Alright, you're not allowed to see the videos of the girls and I watching Transformers anymore. You won't be able to get through it alive.
Mally, what'd you say in the videos of the girls watching Transformers?
I mean, I did give you the radiator clip. That is from there.
Oh my god.
Some things are said, sometimes by me, sometimes by other people, and we might sometimes say things that shouldn't be online. Okay?
You do have English teacher vibes. Fuck. I like to think more history teacher. I'd more say history teacher. I do a lot of law.
History or like geology?
History of geology. Yeah, I could definitely. Yeah. Come on, come on, chat. We're going on a field trip. Down there.
Next drama.
With situations like this is grating and pathetic. Maybe I'm just actually funny. God forbid I say mean words about someone who tried to ruin my fucking life. Get the fuck out of here. So finally,
I don't think you can have this much vitriol and trying to be a badass when you're complaining that somebody ruined your life about lying about leaking DMs. I don't think you can do that. I think this breaks reality. But Veltox Rose with a 2, we have an unofficial name, Crab Sticks. Is that what we're doing? Oh, fuck.
You just made up their username though.
Yeah, I actually did. Veltox, like, I don't know. Velvet Tix Rose? Is that Violet Tix Rose? Is that it? Listen, I'm very dyslexic, okay? I think this is why English teacher doesn't work. I can't fucking read, guys. Rain with 5, geology teacher for sure. You have the same energy as my old geo teacher, only you're more sarcastic and British.
we have a call that was done with our dear Aaron Tempest, Mi Corazon Dio, and God above all to June. This was recorded with his knowledge and consent, but I want to talk about this mess too. It's also the main meat of this video. I've only cut out a few things because it's relevant to another situation, and a few things I'm going to trim here and there considering there's just sort of small talk. However, there will be a link to the full thing in the description, so if you want to listen to it, you can. The only things I'll have cut out of the full version, and I will notate when things have been cut, are either things that have been in regards to a situation we've already resolved and is not relevant, or a situation that I'm going to cover in the coming months.
Tell me to come into your little call and amuse your viewers as if I'm some tool to be made use of.
Alright, this was telling me you guys had some stuff you wanted to fill me in on. I might do a little follow-up video on my, not most video, but the video before that.
Yeah. Because the three of us have been kind of like following, the fallout essentially of Heaton's video. So for our purposes, would it be okay if we had this all recorded? So we can have a record. All right. Because there are a couple of things that I need to ask you about actually.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, you're familiar with Yo-Yo 3639, right?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah. They made a comment. They made like an art drama rant. It was primarily like they left and they left the community. Basically, they targeted specifically Junkie, Fagos, and you.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So there's one thing I need to ask. Just for my personal record, did Yo-Yo ever apologize to you about that video?
Let me see their channel. Let me look at who that is.
You're not gonna around? Yeah, they rebranded.
Wait, hold
on. What was the video?
Yo-Yo might be the third party I was thinking about before.
Oh, interesting.
Because again, this is coming from memory, because it was from memory, so I could be wrong. There was a Jar video where he talks about how he saw the video or the script or something for the video that was going to call Spoctor out for this at the time or something, and then it got ignored or brushed over, or his editor bribed him or something. So I think there might have been a video at the time that was going to accuse Spoctor of this stuff, and that might be the Yo-Yo person. But I could also be way off base with that, so grain of salt.
Sure. Well, because I will probably never know the truth, I'm just going to take your word for it.
I'm sure Lyra will correct me.
Eventually, I'm going to have to do the spot stuff at this rate. It comes up way too much.
I can link it to you so you can. This is a re-upload, by the way.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know. I do remember this. No, I don't believe I was ever really in contact with the individual prior or after that point. Okay. No, I never received an apology, but I'm not too pressed about it.
We'll go back to that then. So, as I mentioned to you earlier, the fallout between Heaton and Junkie was impacted a lot more than just those two. There was a giant community-wide schism that formed after that, and it took 2 years to properly resolve.
Okay.
Volatex with the 2. It's Volatex X Rose. X is silent Lamal, but thanks. No worries, Volatex.
Why?
Yeah, we're still dealing with
Why are you
certain
doing
factions.
this?
Oh my lord, that's insane.
So that's why it was very imperative that you understand when you
I think I've seen that video. Yes.
You have to understand when you go into a topic, you really need to make sure that you like talk to people before you go head first.
I mean, I see your point.
Because I know like you could have asked like Noodle about it. You could have asked Hiten directly beforehand too. Especially considering the fact that like you know like you kind of singled her out a bit.
Okay.
Especially with the context. I mentioned that the way that you presented the video, right? He kind of just ignores the context of what the situation is and more focusing on himself.
Volatex has spoken.
You are actively bullying one random chatter. It's alright, Violet. I see you. Ignore this man.
It's like Gudra has just become Godra. Like, poor Kairai. Like, I just I have no consistency.
I never say their name right, ever. They just let me do it wrong.
Criticism, yeah. But I wasn't trying to like make a big deal out of it, if that makes sense.
Yes.
How the fuck were you not making a big deal about it if the main point of your criticism of
There is definitely someone who's gone to sleep with this stream and they're going to wake up and be like, who the fuck is Volatex?
me was my tone? You had a whole fucking song and dance about how you were so upset I'd be mean online, and then you double down on it in the comment that you put in your response, and in your fucking piss poor clarification that we'll see later.
Yeah, but intents and actualities are two different things. Yeah. So we mentioned, we talked about the comment that showed up on Heaton's video, stuff like that. I believe we mentioned he's like.
What? Because I call you Arcady rather than Arcade. God, it's really bad. I don't even try. Just like, yeah, that'll do. Fuck it.
I believe we talked about the white lies
The
thing.
English language do to you.
I don't know. I've sort of just embraced this. Like, I'm dyslexic. Occasionally I find it difficult to read things. Some of the names are hard, so I'm just sort of just like, yeah, whatever. That'll do. You guys know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of people talk about that. But what's your input on that?
So
I don't think you've spoken to me on it.
The white is like when you commented like these are white lies, like, or like you should know full well it's like how fast a white lie can turn into something really big. For example, the reason why I asked you about the Yo-Yo 3639 video was because without this video, Pentagon and Stories' accusations, which came later, wouldn't have had much ground to stand on. Because at the end of this video, Yo-Yo is like, oh, isn't it interesting that Spoctor is underage and very open about that fact, and yet still requests lewd images of his characters, which then one thing led to another, and well, you know how the story goes.
Well, I mean that's fair of her to say. I mean that's a valid criticism on their part, in my opinion. It just happened to butterfly effect into something worse. I wouldn't put all the blame on Yo-Yo for that. I shouldn't have been doing that as a minor, so I don't see an issue with that.
True. However, the context of which that she had the screenshots, and it was the context which, for the record,
Can we not be blaming children for being stupid, please? Please. I've had enough. We've learnt nothing.
This video is unironically fucking awful. This is one of their most popular videos.
That doesn't really surprise me. This was like their comeback to the Sphere video or something to that effect. I'm more upset that the person who was a minor when they got accused of being bad for being a bad minor is sitting there going, yeah, no, that was fair. That kind of fucks me up a little bit, actually.
No one gets out
was
the
it a dumb
like.
thing?
I dare you, British boy, read my name. Zoliki Cheslov. Fuck you. Right, let's see what your fucking name is. Sit there. Hold on. Pronunciation.
Beckett.
Well, that was real bad.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Maybe don't. Apparently it's a slur.
It's actually. Dude,
I don't know, maybe.
That's a slur? What's that even a slur for? How am I meant to know that? Okay, well now I'm glad
Beckett,
that
I
it...
regret to inform you that other languages exist outside of English and they have their own unique slurs. I'm sorry you had to learn this way.
Translates to ordinary person or common man. What? What?
Oh. Is that just like a elaborate way of saying mid?
What does this mean? Let's go meaning. The fuck?
It's just Polish.
Just means average person. What do you mean?
Oh, your chat is a delight.
It's what the Nazis called the Polish. What the fuck? I hate you English fuckers that said it. Okay, well I'm just gonna start calling you Zwolki, okay? Zwolki's fine.
In fairness, there's like no other way that could have gone.
This is absolutely bullying me for my disability. You should all be ashamed. Fuck me. Yeah, I'm ginger. See, like my life is hard enough as it is.
You did specify you didn't want any not safe for work content.
Disability mental retardation. I'm a commentator on the internet. Of course it fucking is. All of us are. Every single commentator that's like, I'm a well-adjusted person is fucking lying to you. Okay? It is.
Have you ever met a commentator that says that though?
You wanna fight, Ginger Boy? I have autism and ADHD on my side. Don't play with me. Oh, fuck. For once, the German is defending the Polish from the rest. Oh, fuck, Rick. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, listen, of course, I got up this morning at 5 a.m., turned on a stream, and it's now 11 o'clock in the morning. Do you really think I'm a normal, well-adjusted person? Obviously, I'm retarded. What are you talking about? Okay? It's the reparations. Fuck.
Yeah, no, I didn't. So, taking that out of context. To present that as it did, though it makes me like there might have been a fair intent. What actually came up as a result of that was something far. Because I gotta specify, I'm not against calling people out or having their actions like being held accountable. But when we're dealing with very serious allegations,
Zwolki's a girl. Okay, I'm sorry, Zwolki. Thank you. See, now chat's got to be nice to you.
No, you don't get to be girl boss until you give everyone.
Do we give everyone what?
Or
You cut
fire
off.
someone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, either give everyone a raise or fire someone. I don't care which.
Technically, they gave me money, so that's like giving me a raise, right?
I'd rather they fire you, but we'll take it.
Hurtful. Well, wait. Is that because you want to be the sole breadwinner? Is that because you want to financially dominate me, Mally?
Why do you speak? No more speaking.
Accuracy is very important. You don't want to
mute.
crucify someone for something they didn't do, which is why we're having this dialogue right now. So we want to make sure.
What does Yo-Yo have to do with that?
You see, when after
at least.
No, it was just an example because I know that
like the point you're making is that no matter the intention, the ends are ultimately the deciding factor of what you did being a bad thing, in which I would entirely disagree.
That's fair. We can agree to disagree on that point.
I believe intent is very important.
Spoctor, that's not how this works. You don't get to say that the impact is mitigated by intent. Intent informs impact. It doesn't change it. It doesn't matter why you said what you did. It doesn't matter why you thought it was an okay thing for you to do. I don't give a shit if it was some pathetic attempt to seem neutral in this instance.
Wait, hold on. Doesn't that mean that all the times that Hiten, like, dismissed Chuli, it doesn't matter what the intent was, it matters that they did it?
Yes. And also the middleman thing.
Hmm. Well, this person really wrote their own obituary in kind of like a quite talented way. I'm almost impressed.
Or if you actually had bad intentions. You told me I was not entitled to be angry at someone who
Also, I think chat
fucked up my
deserves a
life and
sticker.
relationships because of your moral code,
when you'd
not
notice.
mine. Fuck
Thank
off
you, guys.
with this condescending attitude you have.
So many stickers.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Because it felt.
And, if I could, in
Go
this
ahead.
case, just jumping back to the white lies part. In this case, Junkie's intent is kind of really clear on that front. His intent was he thought
Okay.
that.
Okay, there's another 20 minutes of this. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm broken. I'm done. It's all this is. Oh, fuck. Let's go ahead. Let's see when Peaches comes up. It's transcript.
Is Peaches in this?
Let's find out.
Peaches came later. I thought Peaches came after Liar's video.
Is there anything in this that is not just like a 40-minute video of holy shit, you fucking disregarded my pain and suffering, that there was a lie about leaked DMs. This is the most pathetic shit I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah, I bet you do. So why are you spreading it? Why are you going into a situation that, giving you the benefit of the doubt, you ran into half-cocked? You fucked this whole thing up, and now you're just gonna sit here with your condescending little chuckles like you're not kickstarting the same shit, except for me this time. God, you're gross.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I think the only interesting thing that Spoctor says in this is like when he just flat out lies occasionally, which is kind of fun. Where he's like, oh god, he's saying that he thought little white lies meant actually really big and serious lies, and it's just very funny with how he said it, knowing that he's just straight lying. But other than that, I can't think of anything else.
Oh my god. Well, listen, we've been going for like 5 hours, so.
Yeah. I'm shocked I'm still here. I had stuff I was going to do today.
Yeah, but you just came and hung out with me. It was nice. Wasn't this fun? Wasn't this fun?
It was.
Yeah?
I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for it later.
Nah,
but
you're
it
not
was
going to
fun
get in
the
trouble.
moment.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. And then you can come out the next time. We can really document, go through some stuff. It's going to be good.
It would have to be a very funny document.
We'll find a document. We'll find something enjoyable and go over it. It'll be good.
Alright, I'll bail out. You can say goodbye to your chat then.
Night, wifey. Sleep well.
Okay. Bye.
Peace.
Oh god, how do I get out of this goddamn chat? Let me...
Wasn't this fun, chat? Wasn't this fun? Got Mally on for like an entire stream. That's wild. Oh god. Okay. Okay, listen, I'm gonna have a cigarette. I don't know where I'm sending you to. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't think anyone's fucking live. Is anyone live? Is anyone actually doing anything? Let's have a look. Let's have a little look. See. Anyone's fucking live. Do I have one that's not fucking... Yet. Who's live? Core's not actually live anymore. No, there's Dioro. It's like no one is there. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Guess I'm not sending you anywhere. Send us off with the song I sent. I can't send us off with that song. I'm not playing the fucking Boblack song. Maybe on a stream that I put members, I might do the Boblack song. It's 3 a.m. in the morning. There's no one. Yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. Let me roll a cigarette. We'll do a little wind down. Thank you all for chilling. It's been super fun. Once again, love to the lurkers, you guys as well, and the people who are catching this VOD afterwards. You guys are also fucking awesome. As always, send us off with extortion. Where is it? I need to take all these sounds and put them actually in a soundboard. That's like on my list to do. Because some of these are too funny, especially for this. Like, I'm not a soundboardy person much, but like for this shit, it's pretty funny.
This is fucking extortion! This is fucking extortion!
Someone keeps saying mod me. Lol, I'm an autistic woman. Short. Part of the LGBT, a Brody, and a Sonic fan and have hyperfixation. I'm the threat. Oh my god. Listen, mods don't... Listen, being mod in this chat is pointless. No one ever does anything. Like, and nothing's ever demanded of you. Like, no one ever gets banned. No one ever gets banned for anything. Stone Wind came in basically to like try and annoy me and basically just got talked to like a normal human being all night. That's all that happened. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. One person who does need mod actually is Avi Drops. Avi Drops does a lot of art for the channel and they're really good. So you can be a moderator. There you go, Avi. Because also, oh fuck, I can do this now. Avi, have your own style back. There we go. I really like that animation, it's really useful. Apparently you have no brony mods on the diversity hire. That's a possibility. I'll think about it, Voltex. Voltex. We're doing this. See how long I remember Voltex as a word. It's been fun. This has been fun. I didn't think I'd go live tonight. I didn't think I'd go live. I do want to do more like sort of like planned out Doodles content over the week. So there is more to come. But I was going to cover the Doodles calls, obviously. But like I went over them with Chris. I was on Chris the Narc stream for like fucking 6 hours or something. Like, me and Vlad were passing out by the end. It was fucking brutal. So I'm not sure if it's worth me going over here. I might do it as a members thing. I might do the Doodle Tones, like, actual calls as a pure members thing. Maybe that would be, like, for once, like, I could play video games, and maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. I'll tell you what, I'll do a gaming stream where we also go over the Doodle Tones calls that have happened recently, yeah? Because I want to play some more Tainted Grail on stream. We could hear you playing Star Citizen in the background. Yeah, I was playing Star Citizen in the background. I was mostly doing hauling. I was moving crates around. Beckett, my dedication to this shit is unwavering, but I'm about done with this autism for a bit. I need a rest. Yeah, maybe I need to do some normal commentary for a stream or two. That's been a while. There's not much else happening other than this Cameron shit, and I'm a bit like, I'm so late to the party, and it all seems so fucking retarded that I just can't bring myself to do it. I'll tell you what, if people find, like, I know people have sent me a load of stuff recently, like C-Money sent me some stuff, fucking a couple of other people have sent me some stuff, Carl sent me some stuff. Maybe I need to have a look through it and see if there's some good stuff there. Like, Browser sent me some stuff. So, yeah. Would the VOD be up for 24 hours before going membership? What, if I did the Doodle Tone stuff? Yes, it would. All the members, every time I do a members VOD, it stays up for 24 hours afterwards and then goes members. The last few days have been SCC and I feel like doing something unspeakable to myself. Yeah, there has been a lot recently. Very exciting for Chuli's coming video on Cloud Palace. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be out for a while. I think she's going to take her time with it, which is what she should do. I'm also British. Add that to the list. Oh, that does help you. That does legitimately help you. I'll tell you what, give it a stream or two. I can't mod more than one person. Actually, no, fuck it. To be fair, I do need a brony mod. Enjoy your wrench. I'm feeling nice tonight. Chat demanded it. I'm always careful about wrenching people because, like, especially when I was a smaller streamer, like fucking a while ago now, I suppose. Now say their name right. No, that's part of the condition. Voltex is Voltex now. Like when I was like a tiny streamer, like I'd get really worried because you'd see like these small streamers and their entire stream, like all of it would be wrenches, and like which all the names were blue, and I was like, dude, I don't want to be one of those people. Holy fuck, that's terrifying. Like the only people who turn up are like the fucking wrenches. Ugh. Going to bed, have fun, sleep well, wifey. That bit's gonna get us in so much trouble at some point. It's gonna be great. Well, like, I don't know who's gonna write the Google Doc, but the Google Doc is going to be deeply concerning and get me very, very cancelled. Okay, I think we all know that to be the case. My new mouse comes today as well. I'm quite excited for that. I'm gonna be able to use the scroll wheel properly because my scroll wheel on this one is fucked. It's fucked. Now go to bed. Yeah, I'll probably have a nap, but like I slept for like 8 hours. So I need to sleep for a bit. Work out when this mouse is coming. Be good. It'll be good. Right, okay. Good night, everybody. Have a great Sunday if I'm not back. I don't know if I'm streaming tonight. I've got no idea. It depends if the mood takes me. But I have no fucking idea. But I hope you have a great rest of your fucking weekend. I hope you do something fun. I hope you touch some grass. I'm probably going to go for a walk, actually, today. That would be nice. Nice walk out in the countryside. Sounds pleasant. Sounds peaceful. Okay, cool. Right. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I'm not even gonna... am I gonna finish with a song? Let me find a song. Because I will finish with a song. If I can find a song that I like. If I can find a song that I like, I'll finish with a song. I think the stream is already gonna get copyright hit, but I might actually take that out. Do I actually care that much? Not really. Fuck it. Let's see. Let's do a classic. Sent you 2 songs. Wait, what was the other ones now? Messages. What the fuck is this? Is that fuck my actual life? That's flamenco. Oh my god, no, fuck me. No, I can't end on a flamenco song. I can't do it to myself. Right, okay. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, and I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good night. I will catch you guys in a bit. Peace.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number 1 is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't need good.